My elder sister is a superstar chapter 682 to chapter 725. Today is Sister Man's birthday? It must be fake. I'm probably still in a dream. I must have been obsessed with the game last night. It must be like this. Xianxia looked at Wang Zijin, who was eating soup dumplings and listening attentively. Without any hesitation, he slapped her white and cute oval face. Slap. It was not a strong slap, but it was crisp. Wang Zijin was stunned. Her expression froze, and the soup dumpling in her mouth fell into the tofu pudding. Sister Ziwei's face gradually became ferocious. It hurts, Xianxia said softly. It hurts. Wang Zijin glared. Yes, I love Sister Ziwei the most, Xianxia said. It seemed that it was not a dream. Wang Zijin looked at the phone, then looked at Xianxia, and said expressionlessly, "You will lose me like this. Say something, I'm waiting for your answer," Suyu shouted on the other end of the phone. Yes, when? Xianxia replied. Maybe it was a coincidence. It could not be that the system was assisting him. No, it was not assisting him. It wanted to see the world in chaos. He had a lot of problems to solve, and now he had to deal with Nan Man Pei. Without Sister Man, Xianxia was confident that he could control the overall situation. Of course at night. We'll go pick some gifts in the afternoon, Suyu said. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia was scared. He rushed over, kissed Wang Zijin's face, and rubbed it. It doesn't hurt. Wang Zijin kept a straight face and did not speak. Xianxia whispered in her ear, watching his sister who was concentrating on the game, "Then I'll let you sit on top tonight, and you can have sex with me." Wang Zijin could not help but smile when she saw his winking. She quickly stopped and snorted. In your dreams. You'll have to rely on your hands at night. Are you serious? You want me to learn from the blind monk and use my hands to achieve my dreams again? Xianxia thought to himself, this wind won't last long. If I only have Sister Ziwei as my wife, I will definitely be under her control. She had nothing to do at home in the afternoon, so she took some time to pay attention to Zhenhuan. The broadcast on the satellite channel was coming to an end, and the finale would arrive in a week. The online version had only been broadcasted halfway, and every day, there would be people with bad natures spilling spoilers on the bullet screen. The netizens were protesting that spoilers will kill the whole family and turn off the bullet screen to protect IQ while seriously reading the bullet screen. They couldn't stop reading the content of the spoilers. The profits brought in by Zhenhuan far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. At first glance, it didn't seem as good as a best-selling movie. However, there would still be some income from the copyrights in the future. It wasn't much, but it had the advantage of a steady stream. In addition, the celebrities who participated in the filming had their fame skyrocketed. In this era where traffic was king, there was a huge increase in the film's remuneration, appearance fees, and advertising fees. The main source of income for celebrities was definitely not from filming, but from advertisements and commercial performances. There were more and more celebrities under Tianfeng Entertainment, so his sister didn't have to work so hard anymore. Although compared to the model workers in the industry, she was just a salted fish. She didn't have to do endorsements or commercial performances every few days. In the future, she just had to stay behind the scenes. Xianxia hoped to see such a change. It would be better for his sister to be as low-key as possible. After all, when she got pregnant in the future, her exposure would be less. When it came to children, in Suyu's words, "It's really difficult for me to have children." She was a little anxious. She thought that if she got pregnant after one time and gave birth the next month, she would definitely say that she was pregnant with a son in October. In his heart, Xianxia didn't want to have children yet. He always felt that he was only 18 years old and didn't have the patience and awareness to be a stay-at-home dad. Wang Zijin was the same, and so was his sister. She was younger than Xianxia in her heart and always felt that she was a little fairy. If she gave birth too early, there would be two crying monsters at home. The older one would hold the younger one and cry to each other. After lunch, at his sister's request, he made 2 plates of fruit ice cream for the two of them and put them in crystal utensils. This way, his sisters could eat ice cream in the warm air-conditioned room. Girls loved to eat desserts, and Xianxia liked to see his sister's happy face when she ate desserts. As for Nan Manpei's birthday, the two of them naturally wouldn't go. They weren't familiar with Nan Manpei, and he didn't invite them. However, Wang Zijin asked Xianxia to be home before 10 o'clock. This request was reinforced by Qinbao. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he waited for Suyu's car in the underground parking lot and took her Maserati to leave the community. What gift should I buy? Suyu drove while racking her brain. What do you think of perfume? If the perfume is not a limited edition foreign, then it loses the meaning of being a gift. Xianxia shook his head. Doesn't your sister have a limited edition Chanel? Suyu instigated. I'll turn around and you bring it out. Do you want us to break up? Xianxia rolled his eyes at her. That perfume was bought through Davis's connections. Now, it couldn't be bought with money. His sister carefully treasured it, and her best friend Wang Zijin wanted to bare her fangs and claws when she sneaked a peek. Buy a watch. Suyu said. The watch on Sister Man's hand is worth millions. Do you want to know? Xianxia said. The gift is light but the thought is heavy. Then, buy an electric jinbo. Ah? Suyu, who didn't understand Japanese, didn't understand. What's that? Nothing, I'm just being naughty. Xianxia shrugged. You can decide what you want to give. Oh. No, we're going together. Don't you want to give a gift? If the husband and wife are together, it seems that you only need to give a gift. Xianxia frowned. I remember when I was a child, my parents gave gifts in return. Oh, you're so annoying. We haven't registered yet, so it doesn't count. Suyu was so happy that she couldn't wait to turn the steering wheel and the green belt on the roadside. It was hard to hold back, so you took him to the mall and shopped for more than an hour. They didn't buy anything, so they drove to another mall until 4:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that the gift was going to be dark if they didn't finalize the gift, she took Xianxia to a counter and bought a Dior perfume. Xianxia suspected that she had purposely dragged him to the mall before. So you actually knew it in your heart, and deliberately took me around for a long time? Xianxia was speechless. It's rare to come out, so I just want to accompany you. Suyu admitted generously, and casually raised the knife. Bah, it was coquettish. Obviously, she knew that he was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Perfume was a consumable, so it was appropriate to give it at any time. Besides, with Nan Manpei's wealth, it was completely unnecessary to buy something too expensive. I've also thought about your gift for you. Buy a box of cosmetics. Although Sister Man only puts on light makeup occasionally. Suyu pulled him towards another counter. Xianxia's heart moved. Wait, my gift is not here. Suyu looked at him blankly. What time are we going? Before 7 o'clock. Then drive me home, Xianxia said. When he got home, he found that he didn't bring the key. He usually didn't bring the key to the house. When he came back with his sister, it was his sister who brought it. No one opened the door when he knocked, so he had to call his mother. Qin Ma was at the other end of the community, bragging with the aunties in the district and sending some specialties and facial masks that her daughter brought back from the United States. In the community, Qin Ma was a popular figure, enjoying the flattery and envy of the aunties. Occasionally, she would take a few autograph tasks, and the aunties in the community who asked for autographs for their grandchildren would be grateful. Qin Ma didn't like to mix with this group of aunties in the past. Although the relationship was maintained well, they would always talk about Qin Baobao from time to time, and then ask, "Does your daughter have a boyfriend?" How annoying. The reason why she always remembered Qin Baobao was mainly that this bestie was too outstanding. Other people saw beauty from a young age, but she had a seductive aura from a young age. When she was in junior high school, there were young people in the community who secretly stuffed love letters on the carpet at home. The bold ones waited for Qin Baobao to finish school with her school bag. Her slim body was wrapped in the school uniform, and her ponytail swayed. They asked for her phone number all the way in the community. At this time, Xianxia's role was reflected. The little henchman shouted, "Get lost," to whoever he saw. Thus, the little henchman's childhood playmates were all from the community next door. Qin Ma received a call and said helplessly, "I'll go home first. My son came back today, but he didn't bring his keys. He's waiting at the door." The aunties were shocked. Oh, Xianxia is back? So filial. He didn't forget to come home to see you even though he's so busy. Xianxia replied as she got up. Her face was a little red. She thought to herself, filial my *s. It's as if he's not in Shanghai. Remember which autograph it is, old Sue. The aunties didn't forget their purpose after praising each other. Okay. Xianxia said as she walked away. The 140 square meter suite had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a small storage room and a balcony. In the storage room were Xianxia and Qin Baobao's childhood toys, as well as some elementary, junior high, and senior high school textbooks. These things were kept by the old man, and hidden in them were his children's childhood. Some toys were thrown away when they were broken, and some toys were only covered with a layer of dust after more than 10 years. So you stood at the door of the storage room and watched Xianxia rummaging inside. His hair, shoulders, and arms were covered with dust. What are you looking for? Suyu said angrily. At this time, she saw Xianxia take out a bald feather duster from the bottom of the box and said with deep resentment, "It's this thing. It dominated my whole childhood. Crack, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." Xianxia killed the enemy of that year with his own hands. Suyu, don't tell me you took me home just to see you tear the feather duster with your own hands. At this time, Xianxia threw the remains of the feather duster at Suyu's feet. For revenge, husband and wife have to fight together to be satisfied. Come on, step on it. Suyu, she blushed and looked shyly at Xianxia next to her. The word husband and wife made her feel as if honey had melted in her heart, but she was also a little uneasy. Found it. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Suyu suppressed the strangeness in her heart and looked over. Xianxia was dragging something in his hand. This thing seems to be a spinning top. When she was a child, she often saw boys waving small whips and slapping the spinning top. It was different from the spinning top that children play with now. It was made of wood and inlaid with a ball at the bottom. The wooden spinning top was dark and gray, with a trace of cracks on the surface. Xianxia endured for a long time and finally said, "You came home to look for this thing?" "Yes, Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I'll leave soon." Xianxia said, "I'll go to a friend's birthday party in the evening." Xianxia was disappointed. Oh. To hell with filial piety. Son and daughter are the same. Then sign your name before you go. Okay. There are 2 stacks of artistic photos of Xianxia and Qin Baobao at home, specially used to deal with such situations. Suyu was stunned. Don't tell me this thing is your birthday present? On the way to Nan Manpei's villa, it was Xianxia's turn to drive. Suyu's beautiful designer bag contained a washed wooden top. Being able to lie quietly in a bag with a price of 6 digits, that guy could be regarded as a successful person in the world of tops. You sent this thing to Sister Man, will you really not be beaten? Suyu didn't understand what he meant. Nonsense, Sister Man can't beat me. Xianxia retorted. The point is that she will be angry. I'm not sure, try to see if the low strategy is really based on reality. What do you mean? Suyu asked. But Xianxia refused to talk to her and did not explain. Last night, he had just successfully captured Sister Man and had sex with her. Today was Sister Man's birthday, and he felt the deep malice from the system. In addition, he needed to confirm the nature of the game again. The inertia of human thinking is not difficult to capture. As long as there is enough data, I can deduce the universe, this is what the low system said. As a system, although it is a bit low, its computing ability is the foundation of its foothold in the system world, and it can be trusted. If it is as the system said, then it is amazing. This is not a game, it is clearly a girl's strategy assistant. My 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, it was quite exciting to think about it. In addition, there was one thing that made him particularly concerned. If what the system said was true, then Suyu, the little girl, was too indecent. I only took 40 seconds to capture her, it's scary to think about it, this girl is introverted and shy. She has a slight personal admiration for me, but how, at such a young age, she wants to go to the orthopedics department. I am her cousin. How can I have a longing for my cousin that I shouldn't have? I treat her as a sister, but she wants to. It is natural to have a younger brother's complex, and an older brother's complex should go to hell. First determine the authenticity of this matter, and then find a way to get his cousin back on the right track. He didn't expect that the most dangerous boss in this book was actually you. My sister and I know the root of everything. Bah, I know the truth. Thinking of his cousin, his heart was heavy. Suyu was still nagging. Suddenly, he patted him on the arm and said in a strange tone, You just said husband and wife in front of your mother. Xianxia suppressed his thoughts and looked at her. So what? Suyu whispered, Didn't you say that your parents know the relationship between Wang Zijin and you? Xianxia, I didn't say that my parents know about our relationship. Suyu, you only said that your father likes me very much. She frowned and said, Will your mother think that I'm a shameless third party? She likes Wang Zijin more in the first place. Xianxia, it's okay, my mom will only blame me. She won't blame me too much. I'm her son. No matter how feminist she is, she'll give me a thumbs up and say, son is awesome. Besides, my mom. His eyes widened abruptly. Suyu asked, What happened to your mother? Xianxia neglected one thing. The more promiscuous their son was, the happier his parents would be. It proved that their son was very outstanding and did not have to worry about not being able to find a wife. This idea was not wrong, but, what if their daughter married such a promiscuous man, even if he had a foot in two boats in the future, as long as he could hold on, the old man and Qin Ma would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, people were selfish. Wang Zijin and Suyu were not his daughters after all, but his sister was different. She was their biological daughter. In the future, even if his parents agreed to let him be with his sister, although this was unlikely, he would still have a foot in two boats, oh no, 3 boats. The long-lost mixed doubles of the martial arts world came out of nowhere. No, it was even more terrible than mixed doubles. Suyu, what's wrong, say something. Xianxia said tiredly, Don't talk, I want to be alone. Don't ask me who's quiet, ask Xianxia. Nan Manpei prepared dinner in the villa. She washed the kitchen knives, chopping boards, pots and pans, and washed the vegetables by herself. Peiziki wanted to help but was driven out by her. It was hard to imagine that such a rich woman, who Xianxia did not know how many assets she had a stubborn hobby for the kitchen. She should have a group of maids at home and enjoy the life of a queen. But she had a special fondness for breastfeeding children. No one knew why. Even Peiziki and Li Donglai were puzzled. What they were most puzzled about was not their aunt's love of cooking, but her poor cooking skills. Peiziki, a girl who rarely went into the kitchen, could occasionally cook a bowl of egg fried rice and make it look, smell, and taste good. But their aunt, who had been a professional cook for more than 10 years, seemed to be still in the same place. Her understanding of cooking was limited to spicy and not spicy. Every time the siblings finished eating spicy dishes, they secretly swore in their hearts that starting tomorrow, they would say to their aunt, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat, I want to eat takeout. But every time they ate, their aunt would ask if the dishes were to their taste, and the siblings' answers were highly consistent, yes, it's delicious. Only Suyu knew why, because she was lonely. Many years ago, she came to Shanghai alone, and her sister was her only family. Many years later, her sister died, and her family was only left with a pair of young siblings. If she could not breastfeed her children, her life would only be left with making money and being in a daze. The kitchen was a place where the smell of home was strong. Only when she thought that there were 2 children at home waiting to be fed could she feel that she still had a home. When she first met Suyu, she smelled a familiar smell from her. The smell of the same kind. Therefore, the two of them quickly became good friends. The ingredients selected today were very suitable for making Hunan cuisine. There could be no vegetables in the refrigerator, but there must be dried chilies and green peppers. Nan Manpei washed the vegetables, and the meat dishes that should be cleaned were also cleaned up, but she did not cook. Ziki, call your Aunt Suyu, why hasn't she come yet? Nan Manpei said angrily, if she doesn't come, don't come. Oh. Peiziki made the call and quickly replied, 20 minutes. Clang. The sound of a spoon hitting the lid of the pot, Nan Manpei said angrily, she must be there in 10 minutes. In the living room, Pei Ziki and Li Donglai looked at each other. Their aunt's anger was unreasonable. Nan Manpei angrily threw the spoon into the sink and touched her flat belly. She was hungry. Qin Zhe and Suyu arrived before 7 o'clock, and Li Donglai greeted them happily. Qin Go. You've grown taller. Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder. In the middle of the year, Li Donglai was 170 centimeters tall and below his shoulders. Now his head could reach Qin Zhe's mouth. I will be better than you in the future. Li Donglai made a playful advertising slogan. Very good. Qin Zhe nodded. Stand still, I'll buy you a few oranges. Li Donglai said, I can't beat you, Qin Go. Qin Zhe looked at Pei Ziki, and the little girl was peeking at him. When she met his gaze, she immediately looked away and leaned on the sofa in a very indifferent posture with a straight face. You've grown a lot. Qin Zhe said seriously. If his eyes hadn't fallen on her small chest, Pei Ziki would have answered. Qin Zhe stopped and looked away before the little girl made a threatening gesture. Where's Sister Man? In the kitchen? As soon as he said that, Nan Manpei, wearing an apron, casual clothes, and slippers, came out of the kitchen and glanced at Qin Zhe coldly. Come and help. I'll help too. Suyu joined in the fun. You can't even tell the difference between tomato and tomato. Go away. Nan Manpei said and turned back to the kitchen. The difference between tomato and tomato, Suyu tried hard to think but couldn't figure it out. She pulled Qin Zhe's arm. A tomato is a tomato, right? There's no difference, right? Qin Zhe, what an urgent question. Is this why you asked me to help? Qin Zhe glanced at the kitchen that was free of oil and smoke, and the vegetables that were washed clean but not cut. You didn't even do anything, and you want me to be the chef? Nan Manpei stroked her hair and said, don't talk too much nonsense. Ziki and Donglai are hungry. Okay, help me turn on the stove, I'll cut the vegetables. Qin Zhe skillfully took out a new apron from the cabinet and put it on. He then picked up the kitchen knife and flipped it over, making a beautiful cut. Nan Manpei clicked her tongue and turned to turn on the stove, turned on the range hood, poured oil, and stood elegantly at the side to watch Qin Zhe cut the vegetables. His knife skills were definitely master level. Nan Manpei envied such knife skills because it was the standard of a top chef. However, wasn't a knife used to cut people? If a knife wasn't used to cut people, then it would lose its meaning. This was what her father said. Based on this concept, Nan Manpei was good at cutting people with a knife, but not cutting vegetables. TSK, are you secretly learning from me? Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her with a smile. Cutting vegetables mainly depends on the familiarity of your hands, and then you have to find some videos to watch. I'll teach you the same. When cutting vegetables, the strength of your arms must be evenly distributed so that you can cut vegetables of the same shape. Remember to use the strength of your arms, not your wrists. Sister Man, your knife is too murderous and too keen on sharpness. After nagging for a long time, he looked at Nan Manpei and said, do you understand? Nan Manpei was listening attentively. When she heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, I'm bored. I'm just watching. Who wants to hear you talk endlessly? Qin Zhe said, all right, throw the vegetables into the pot and help fry. I'll take over after I'm done with this. Nan Manpei did as she was told and poured the vegetables into the pot. Sizzle, 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 and oil splattered everywhere. She stir-fried expressionlessly, unlike the other girls who screamed and ran away. At this time, Qin Zhe finished cutting the vegetables and placed them on the glassware. He walked behind Nan Manpei and was about to take over when he was suddenly attracted by her fair and tender earlobe. Pei Nanman had to cook today, so she tied up her hair. Through her messy hair, one could clearly see her snow-white and slender neck, as well as her sparkling and rosy earlobes that shone through the window. Thinking of his experience in the game, Qin Zhe subconsciously blew a breath of hot air at Nan Manpei's left earlobe. With just a breath, Nan Manpei's body stiffened. Then, her body softened and began to tremble slightly. Her neck, shoulders, arms. Layers of goosebumps appeared on her skin. The vegetables in the pot were soaked in oil and sizzling with smoke. The ladle that was stir-frying the vegetables stopped. Nan Manpei turned around, her beautiful face frosty. Xianxia was speechless. It seemed that he had gone too far. Everyone had a sensitive spot. Xianxia's sensitive spot was his neck. He could understand the feeling of having goosebumps all over his body and shivering fiercely. A woman's hair couldn't be touched. A woman's age couldn't be asked. In addition, unless she was your wife, her sensitive spot couldn't be touched. Two things could be confirmed. 1. Sister Man's sensitive spot was really her earlobe. 2. Yaya really had a deep malice of let uncle break my leg. In the silent eye contact, oh, you're cooking, it's all burnt. The witty Xianxia bit back and looked away, pretending to care about the dishes in the pot. He said so, Nan Manpei wouldn't let it go, right? So Her Excellency Queen's face changed several times. She gritted her teeth, silently stepped aside, crossed her arms, and gently rubbed the goosebumps. From childhood to adulthood, no one had breathed in her ear, and no man had made her weak all over like this. There was a long-lost feeling of being teased. Nan Manpei seriously thought about whether to throw Xianxia into the Huangpu River. For Suyu's sake, at most, he wouldn't tie a dead knot. So you said the 30 billion was returned? Xianxia asked coldly. Nan Manpei returned to his senses, nodded, and said lightly, yes, including the interest. Xianxia stir-fried and smiled, it doesn't matter what the interest is. We're friends. Nan Manpei sneered, no, I don't want to owe you anything. Suyu said that your gentleness is the strongest poison, and any woman will be addicted to it. Yes, with such an excellent man treating you well and teasing the depths of your heart from time to time, which woman wouldn't be tempted, but the person involved didn't seem to have such a concept. Xianxia said, we're friends. Haven't you helped me a lot? Not to mention our relationship, with your relationship with Suyu, you don't need to return tens of billions. Nan Manpei, then return the money to me. Ha, I was just saying. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. But aren't you becoming more and more wary of me? Nan Manpei's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, I've always been like this. You have no bottom line when it comes to treating women well. You think that your gentleness and kindness are one-sided, but you ignore the longing and reluctance that women have for you. Nietzsche once said, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. She didn't want to admit it, but Xianxia was like an abyss in her heart. Once she fell in, she couldn't climb out. Xianxia scratched his head. Big sister man, although you might feel awkward if I say this, it's better than saying it to an outsider. This sentence was said by Genghis Khan, not some clay vegetable. Nan Manpei? The person who was really embarrassed didn't stop. He said to himself, moreover, if it was 2 years ago, even if I was devoted to a girl, she probably wouldn't look at me in the eye. The scope of girls was limited to high-quality beauties like his sister Suyu and Wang Zijin. With Xianxia's good looks and the label of a house in Shanghai, sleeping with an ordinary cabbage was actually not a problem. But with his aesthetic standards destroyed by his sister, it was difficult for him to accept ordinary girls. Nan Manpei's cat-like curiosity was aroused again. What happened to you 2 years ago? Nan Manpei asked. On the surface, he was as calm as an old dog, but on the inside, he was curious. 2 years ago, I was the successor of communism. 2 years later, I'm the king of Hei's. Xianxia said. Unable to satisfy his curiosity, Nan Manpei curled her lips. She felt that Xianxia must have changed so quickly because something must have stimulated him. Talent was not money that could be picked up easily. She guessed that Xianxia used to be low-key and did not show off, but in the past year or so, something must have stimulated him. Nan Manpei could not guess it for the time being. As they chatted, the food was ready. Nan Manpei and Xianxia brought the dishes to the table. The table was full of meat and vegetables. The air was filled with the fragrance of vegetables and spicy food. Li Donglai kept picking up the spicy chicken with his hands, eating one piece after another. Wash your hands. Nan Manpei scolded, how old are you? How can you be so unruly? Xianxia silently glanced at her. Who was the one who was secretly eating in the kitchen, taking one piece after another? Who was that? Nan Manpei opened a bottle of red wine. The two women and the girl drank, while Xianxia and Li Donglai drank beer. The little girl kept forcing him to drink, but she drank until her face turned red. Xianxia's expression did not change. How discouraging, the red-faced Li Donglai and Pei Ziki looked at each other. Pei Ziki nodded, got up, and ran upstairs. After a while, she came down with a square brocade box in her hand. Auntie, this is the bracelet that Donglai and I bought together. We wish you peace and happiness, and a beauty like jade. Nan Man Pei opened the box. There was a jade bracelet lying inside. The color was excellent, and it was worth at least a few 100,000 yuan. It was obvious that the siblings had emptied their coffers. Good girl. Nan Man Pei touched her niece's head and nodded at Li Donglai. It was not a big deal to buy expensive gifts for the elders, but it was rare to be willing to empty the coffers. Nan Man Pei was actually no different from their mother in the hearts of the siblings. Oh, I almost forgot that I had a gift. So you took out the perfume from her bag and pushed it in front of Nan Man Pei. She smiled and said, I know you like this perfume. Don't dislike it, rich woman. Nan Man Pei smiled, put the jade bracelet and perfume aside, and glanced at Xianxia without a trace. Xianxia was eating and did not pay attention, but Suyu noticed. She remembered the ugly spinning top in the bag and thought that it was better not to take it out. Her man was most of the time reliable, but from time to time he was not serious, exaggerated, and very naughty. She was afraid that he would find a spinning top and use the gimmick of my favorite toy when I was a child to tease Sister Man. Suyu felt that the relationship between Xianxia and Nan Man Pei depended on herself to lubricate the middle. In fact, she did not know that the relationship between Nan Man Pei and Xianxia was far better than she thought. Much better. Just by being teased and not getting angry, it could be seen that Nan Man Pei treated Xianxia differently. Hey, Xianxia, didn't you bring a gift? Pei Ziki secretly paid attention to Xianxia. At this moment, she was unhappy and said, Then what are you doing here? Are you here for free food? Before you say this, you spit out the food in your stomach. Xianxia dissed her and then turned his head. Suyu, take out the gift. Suyu looked embarrassed and glared at Xianxia fiercely. She hesitantly took out the wooden top and defended her man. Sister Man, he was joking. Pei Ziki opened her eyes wide and looked at it several times. After confirming that it was just a broken top, she was furious. Xianxia, what do you mean? It's my aunt's birthday. How can you give this thing? Break up. Don't ask me what position I'm in. It's too old. She stood up and put her hands on her hips, like a loyal servant girl under the throne of a queen. Li Donglai said awkwardly, Qinggu? This thing was really not done well. It shouldn't be done. Qinggu was not short of money, and he had a good relationship with her family. If she didn't want to give an expensive gift, she might as well not give it. It didn't matter. Why use this kind of thing to fool people? Her aunt didn't invite outsiders on her birthday. She invited him to her house for dinner. She really treated him as a close friend. Nan Man Pei looked at the wooden top and was stunned. Birthday, gift, wooden top. The memories that had been sealed away for a long time surged up like the tide and the moonlight. The first birthday gift she received from her father in her life was a wooden top. Her father felt that if he had a son, he must play with the top with him. But if it was a daughter, it didn't matter. Her father's words seemed to travel through time and rang in her ears. Over the years, she had received many gifts, many of which were expensive. 2 years ago, a rich man who was pursuing her gave her a Bugatti sports car worth 90 million. There were also people who gave her limited edition jewelry that started at 7 figures. Those things were not attractive to Nan Man Pei. She was not interested in things that could be bought with money. But this wooden top evoked Nan Man Pei's childhood memories and her father's doting smile. The meaning of this thing could not be defined by money. It was not accurate to say that it was feelings. It was a soft feeling in the heart that outsiders could not touch. Gradually, Nan Man Pei's eyes moistened. No one at the scene understood Nan Man Pei's inner thoughts, except for Xianxia, so they were shocked by her reaction. The straight woman of steel was actually red-eyed. In the eyes of Pei Ziki and Li Donglai, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The brother and sister looked at each other. Suyu and Nan Man Pei had known each other for a long time. She had always been light, as if nothing could make her hard. She couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia grinned at her. So cool, this feeling of flirting with a woman is so cool. It's better than acting cool. Thank you. Nan Manpei held back her emotions and stared deeply at Xianxia. This is the best birthday gift I have received. This gift reminded her of her father's love. Xianxia was stunned. The lines were so similar to the game, the system's computing power was too buggy. For some reason, Xianxia's brain twitched and he said subconsciously, "Call me Dad." At the table, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai showed a superb level of facial art. Their eyes and noses were full of drama, and their big mouths were also full of drama. At any time, they would jump out a sentence, "So you are this kind of Xianxia." So you stared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. This was flirting, right? This was definitely flirting. She had heard Xianxia say the same words more than once. For example, when the two were studying Edo 48 hands, in order to increase the fun, Xianxia would jump out such a sentence from time to time, "Su Ali, call Dad." Compared to Suyu's anger and jealousy, Pei Nanman was completely stunned. Her hand that was holding the chopsticks was trembling non-stop trembling. After Xianxia finished this sentence, he regretted it in his heart. It was cool to show off for a while, but his corpse fell into the Huangpu River. It felt good to predict the enemy's action. Everyone didn't know the significance of the spinning top to Nan Manpei. Only I knew. I also knew that Nan Manpei thought of her father when she saw the spinning top, so the 3 words "call Dad" was not flirting as Suyu thought, but a shocking revelation. But it seemed that whether it was flirting or revealing, it was not appropriate to say it. "Sister man, I'm joking." Xianxia laughed, just to liven up the atmosphere. "Is it funny?" "I don't think so." Suyu pinched Xianxia's waist under the table, stepped on his instep desperately, and muttered, "Is it funny?" "Is it funny?" Nan Manpei was expressionless. "Let's eat." She fiercely suppressed the impulse to rub Xianxia on the ground, and then called 800 strong men to fight together, beat up Xianxia, and throw him into the Huangpu River. "You can fight again, I will call 800 Spartan warriors to come over and beat you." However, just as Xianxia thought, Nan Manpei could only hold it in. She couldn't lose her temper in front of her nephew and niece, whether it was to beat Xianxia up or to ask the strong men to beat Xianxia up. Nan Manpei was very angry, but he couldn't show it on the table. He kicked him under the table. "Ouch!" Suyu screamed. She bent over and covered her leg with tears in her eyes. "Sister man, why did you kick me?" She was stepping on Xianxia's foot. Both of them were hit together. Nan Manpei didn't mean to be merciful. Suyu burst into tears on the spot. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi looked at their aunt together. Nan Manpei kept a straight face and said calmly, "What? I didn't kick you. Are you having a cramp?" Suyu, Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai's eyes met. The latter was working hard on his phone and typing with his head down. Li Donglai, "I feel a strange atmosphere." Pei Ziqi, "Well, Xianxia was flirting with Aunt just now." Li Donglai, horrified, "Aunt seems to be pretentious." She kicked him under the table. "Does it look like flirting?" Pei Ziqi, "Flirting your head. Don't think about it. How can Xianxia have any relationship with Aunt? Absolutely not." Li Donglai, "Why are you so excited?" Supercilious, Pei Ziqi's face turned red. Li Donglai, "Do you like Jingu?" Pei Ziqi, "Your sister." Li Donglai, "Aren't you my sister?" Pei Ziqi was furious and kicked him hard. Li Donglai endured it and didn't cry out in pain. Pei Ziqi was angry for a while and sent a message, "Xianxia and Aunt Suyu are a couple. If there is anything wrong with him and Aunt, it will be a disaster. Sisters against each other or something." Li Donglai, "You don't have to worry about this. Xianxi's real girlfriend is not Aunt Suyu." Pei Ziqi was shocked, "Who told you that?" Li Donglai, "I overheard it when Aunt was on the phone. That's why I know what to do." Pei Ziqi put down her phone silently, thinking that men are really bad. Poor Chen Qingyuan. She didn't even have a chance to be a mistress. She could only be a spare tire. Thinking of this, she glared at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia looked blank. Peiziki picked up the phone again. What if Aunt really likes him? You can see that Aunt treats him differently. The only person who can frequently step into this villa, except for a few loyal cadres of her aunt, is Xianxia. Li Donglai, at worst, I will call him uncle. Peiziki, so stupid? Li Donglai, you say it as if you can influence Aunt's decision. Besides, don't imagine it yourself. It's all blind guesses. If it really comes to that point, you can't help it. Dinner was eaten from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. 3 bottles of red wine were bottomed out, and the beer in the freezer was emptied. Suyu and Nan Man Pei drank beer later. Because beer was very tasty with spicy Xiaolong prawns. Her good sister celebrated her birthday, and she accidentally drank too much. Red wine and beer, especially grinding the stomach. Suyu vomited once in the middle, and after dinner, she said that her head hurt. Li Donglai was also drunk. He insisted on drinking with Xianxia. The result was that he ran to the toilet and vomited. Then his legs were soft, and he went back to the room to rest with the help of his sister. Nan Man Pei's alcohol tolerance was not comparable to Suyu's. Her white face was stained with 2 groups of delicate red clouds, and her eyes were slightly blurred, but her consciousness and behavior were normal, and she was not drunk. Xianxia drank and couldn't drive, so he couldn't send Suyu home. Fortunately, Nan Man Pei had a lot of guest rooms here, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sleep. Xianxia hugged her upstairs. Suyu took off her clothes, leaving only a set of black lace, which set off her white body and was particularly attractive. She rolled around on the bed and wrapped her seductive body tightly in the quilt. Then, she looked at Xianxia with a flirtatious expression that said, "You can do whatever you want with me. Don't make trouble, we're at Sister Man's house." Xianxia said softly, "Rest tonight." Sister Man's house is very soundproof, so you stretched out a white and slender leg from the quilt and tried to lift Xianxia's thigh. "Anyway, you can't drive after drinking. You can rest here tonight." Xianxia shook his head. "I'll call my sister later and ask her to pick you up." Suyu was angry, and her feet changed from rubbing to kicking. "You don't hurt me at all." I don't care, you have to sleep here." She drank a little wine and was a little drunk. She seemed to be particularly pestering and throwing a little temper. Xianxia lied to coax her. "Sister Man's house is not suitable for making babies." "Why?" "Think about how powerful I am. Sister Man will be hungry after hearing it. What if she treats me as a snack?" "Giggle, you're shameless." "Is she at the age of wolves and tigers?" Yes, as the two were talking, there was a knock on the door behind them. The door was not closed. Nan Man Pei stood at the door with a cup of freshly squeezed lotus root juice and looked at Xianxia coldly. "Nan Man Pei, salted fish Zay, omega winky face, was she too naughty tonight?" She couldn't control herself. She was embarrassed several times. "I squeezed the lotus root juice to detoxify the alcohol." Nan Man Pei put the cup on the bedside table, gently knocked on Suyu's forehead, and said softly, "You'll feel better after drinking it." Suyu scratched her head awkwardly, stretched out 2 lotus arms from the quilt, leaned against the bed, and drank the lotus root juice like drinking wine. Watching her finish, Nan Man Pei turned to look at Xianxia. "Do you sleep here?" Suyu's face was slightly red. Xianxia shook his head. Nan Man Pei said, "Come and talk to me about something." She turned to Suyu and said, "You go to bed early." Xianxia said in his heart, "Well, are you going to drown me in the Huangpu River?" He came to Nan Man Pei's room. Her room was luxurious, like a suite in a 5-star hotel. Entering the door was the living room, and the bedroom was inside. She boiled a pot of black tea, sitting like a queen, holding a teacup in one hand and an elbow in the other. "Do you have any plans for this year?" "So you said that your VR equipment has been developed?" Xianxia blew a breath, blew away the dense water vapor, took a sip of tea, and smacked his mouth. "The first batch of research and development has been developed. I will sell the equipment before the new year, and then when the follow-up equipment is developed, I will open my own exclusive store. Just like the iPhone." Nan Man Pei frowned, "Not selling to the VR Experience Museum?" Xianxia curled his lips. "That kind of broken shop in the CBD area can make money, but it can't make a lot of money. I didn't buy Dongfeng for the profit of tens of millions a year. I want to start a new era of gaming. Nan Manpei was stunned and said with emotion, if I didn't know you, I would think that you are a pompous young man in front of me, or a habitual profiteer. Qinze, I'm not Jack Ma. Your 100 million can be increased by at least dozens or hundreds of times, and it won't take too long, within 5 years. He said in a confident tone. Then I'll sit and wait for the money? Nan Manpei teased. Sit down, a woman working so hard for so many years, it's completely unnecessary. Qinze waved his hand and said arrogantly, if I want to invest in the future, I will inform you first. You invest the money and then sit and wait for the money to come in. His eyes were full of arrogance, as if he was the king of pioneering new territory, and a business empire was just a snap of his fingers. Nan Manpei was stunned for a moment and stared at him. Compared to when they first met, he had changed too much. If other people said such words, Nan Manpei would only think that they were bragging in front of a woman, but when he said such words, it was inexplicably convincing. Why did you think of giving me a spinning top? Nan Manpei pretended to speak in a relaxed tone, but her eyes were fixed on him. This spinning top, it was given to me by my uncle. Qinze said with a serious face, my father is the kind of person who only knows how to whip me to move forward, but he rarely shows the loving side of a father. The stick is his loving side. Although my uncle is pompous and frivolous, he was very good to me when I was young. He said that the spinning top is a good gift from a father to a son, and he gave it to me because I lacked fatherly love. Yes, I need it because I lack fatherly love. Qinze nodded with a serious face. Then, he gulped down his tea, sister man, remember to invest more when you open a shop in the future. After all, even I can't afford to invest so much money to open a branch all over the country. The tea is delicious, I have to go first. Before his sister came, he could make a baby with Suyu. After he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. After passing by Nan Manpei, he suddenly heard a movement behind him. Qinze drank some wine, so his reaction wasn't sharp enough. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt something tighten around his neck, and then he tripped over a huge force. Many of the weak joints in his upper body were restrained. This woman, she actually sneaked up on him? Nan Manpei had put up with him for a long time. He purposely blew her earlobe in the kitchen. No one had dared to tease her openly for so many years. To be honest, when she received the gift, the spinning top really touched the softest part of her heart. She was very touched. But when she was so touched, he said, call me daddy. If this happened a few years ago, when her temper was at its worst, Qinze would have already sunk into the Huangpu River. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were present. It was not good for her to fall out with him. She tried hard to hold it in. She had not felt so wronged for many years. But this guy just said bad things about her behind her back. Fatherly love, right? I'll let you have a taste of motherly love tonight. Nan Manpei gritted her teeth. Her thigh muscles tightened silently. Hey, sister man. Let's talk nicely. Qinze struggled desperately. There's nothing to talk about. Die. I'll let you see how powerful a fierce woman can be. She was so angry that her tone was childish. She wanted to fight Qinze to the death. My neck is broken. Qinze screamed and struggled. Sister man, don't do this. I'm still a child. This damned woman was very strong. She was like a female leopard. Under her crosslock, Qinze could not break free for a while even with his monstrous strength. His neck was tightly held by two long legs. His wrists were twisted above his head. In order to deal with his monstrous strength, Nan Manpei pressed hard on the weak acupoints on his wrists with her thumb. At the same time, Qinze's small waist, which he privately said was not inferior to his sister, was bending backward desperately. This way, she could twist Qinze's head off. It hurt. This woman was really angry. Was the serious talk with him just now all an act? Was it just to trick him into coming here to ambush and teach him a lesson? Of course, Qinze would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. In his current situation, he would only be able to pull Pei Nanman and complete the difficult carp flip. With the strength of his waist, it would not be a problem, but if he did that, his neck would be broken. One more move, roll over, see Swamp King. Xianxia was rolling, and so was Nan Manpei. Xianxia was rolling with her. During the rolling, Nan Manpei tightly grabbed Xianxia's neck and rolled from left to right. Her head hit the corner of the sofa several times, and it was so painful that she almost cried. But even so, those long legs that could crush a person to death still did not loosen. After half an hour, Nan Manpei's hands and legs were numb from the long-term tension. On the other hand, Xianxia felt that his neck was about to break, but he was fine. The tables were turned in an instant. Xianxia forcefully pried open the two long legs that had been clamping him for half an hour. He flipped over and straddled Sister Man's round and perky buttocks. Then, he twisted her arms behind her back. It turns out that a man born with a weapon is more powerful than a woman who is barehanded. Xianxia gasped for breath and was proud of himself. Nan Manpei struggled once but failed to break free. While panting, she pretended to be calm and said, "You win. Today's matter is written off." "Ha, Sister Man, do you think I'm a hothead? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Xianxia pressed his buttocks and snorted, "The serf has turned over and become the master. It's time to ride on the landlord." She still couldn't beat him. The gap between them was too big. Nan Manpei was disappointed. She immediately put on a straight face and said coldly, "Get up. Don't make trouble." If it was a little kid who didn't know much about the world, he would have been intimidated by her. This was the so-called coquettish words with the wind, and reason with the wind. Xianxia smiled and said, "Call me daddy. Call me daddy and I'll let you go." While speaking, he rubbed his ear that was almost peeled off. It was burning with pain. Only he had such strong endurance that he could hold on for so long. If it was an ordinary person, they would have surrendered in less than 5 minutes. This was called F***king with all his strength. Distance tests a horse's strength. Nan Manpei looked angry. "Xianxia, don't go too far." "Oh, you're allowed to sneak attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. Call me daddy." "Haha." Nan Manpei sneered and simply lay on the ground in silence. Xianxia's heart was moved. Restraining her like this wasn't a long-term solution. Sister Man also knew this, so she ignored his request. But Xianxia still had a way. He leaned over to Nan Manpei's ear and gently breathed out a breath of hot air. Sure enough, Nan Manpei's body suddenly tensed up. She struggled madly and shouted, "Xianxia, get off me." Xianxia ignored her and blew again. Nan Manpei struggled even more fiercely. Her fair face was flushed with anger. It didn't work, no, it wasn't stimulating enough. Xianxia stopped blowing and stuck out his tongue to lick. This time, he could clearly feel Pei Nanman shuddering violently, and her strength to resist instantly disappeared. Nan Manpei's pretty face looked like a blizzard. She said coldly, "You're too much." Xianxia licked again. Nan Manpei couldn't help but make a nasal sound. She lost all her strength and goosebumps appeared from her neck to her arms. Nan Manpei gritted her teeth and said, "Xianxia." Xianxia licked again. Nan Manpei was speechless. As he licked her, Xianxia realized that Pei Nanman had stopped moving. Initially, she was trying her best to warn him with a stern tone. Later on, her delicate body slowly turned soft and her breathing quickened. Now, she was lying on the ground, motionless. Nan Manpei was being straddled by him. When he lowered his head to lick her earlobe, their heads were almost parallel. Xianxia looked at her face and suddenly understood the true meaning of the phrase, "a face like a peach blossom." Her face was pale and her temperament was elegant. When she didn't exude that fierce aura, she gave people the impression that she was a woman as elegant as a chrysanthemum. She was a great beauty. But right now, her face was as red as a drunkard. Her misty eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Pei Nanman, who had never seen such an expression on her face, was stunned. "I'm taking it a step further now." She probably won't resist. Thinking of this, he was a little restless. Just then, Nan Manpei's misty eyes flashed and she recovered her anxiety. With a disgusted expression, she said, "What do you think Suyu's reaction will be if I run to her and tell her that you took advantage of me? Are you really going to complain?" Xianxia said in a deep voice. "What do you think?" Nan Manpei said mischievously. There was a very good hatred hidden in it. This man made her have no way to deal with him. The strong aura that she had cultivated for many years and the wealth that scared ordinary rich people couldn't suppress him. The skills that he was so proud of had been crushed. Then I can't lose. I have to make it real. Xianxia pinched her chin and lowered his head to suck on her plump red lips. There was a faint fragrance on Sister Man's small mouth. It might be perfume, lipstick, or the residual fragrance of black tea. It made people want to pry open her teeth to find out. Xianxia was afraid that his tongue would be bitten off by her, so he didn't dare to put it in. He didn't even dare to linger on her lips for a long time. Nan Manpei whispered, "Can you let me go?" Xianxia let go of her hand and sat on the ground. He grinned and said, "Sister Man, can I still live to see the sun tomorrow?" Nan Manpei rolled her eyes at him. Her reaction was surprisingly calm. There was no anger like a girl's, nor was there shyness that made her face red. Instead, she behaved in line with a mature and intellectual woman's natural and unrestrained manner. After thinking about it, Xianxia probed, "Why didn't you remarry for so many years?" Nan Manpei said lightly, "Why would I want to marry? There are thousands of gigolos outside. Will I lack men?" Xianxia immediately said, "Sister Man, do you mind having a salted fish in your harem group?" Nan Manpei immediately broke down and scolded, "Get lost." After kissing and licking, he took advantage of her and took the opportunity to run away and hide his identity. Xianxia chuckled and got up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned back. "I was serious about what I said before." Nan Manpei was stunned. "What?" Xianxia said, "I want to form a group and integrate all the companies under my name. Sister Man, I know you are richer than me, and I also know that your path has become more and more difficult in recent years. Times are changing. In the past, you could tolerate the black industry, but now you may not tolerate the gray industry. I don't know why you always choose one person, but I don't want your future to be shackled by your career. A woman can have a career, but it shouldn't destroy all the beauty and charm." Nan Manpei stared at him blankly. He turned the doorknob and said, "What I said just now was also true." He didn't need to say anything. Nan Manpei blushed and said angrily, "Are you going to get lost or not?" Get lost, he slipped out and closed the door behind him. After he left for a long time, Nan Manpei leaned against the sofa and sat on the ground for a long time without moving. The look in her eyes was complicated. She raised her hand and touched her lips with her slender fingers and sighed. After about half an hour, she heard the roar of a motor. The lights outside the window were bright. She walked to the window and saw Xianxia jogging out of the villa to meet a black Lamborghini. The window of the driver's seat was rolled down. The woman driving was wearing pajamas and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was sharp and her eyes were lively like a little vixen. The little vixen waved her hand heroically. Xianxia obediently got into the sports car like a henchman. The motor roared again, and two beams of light cut through the darkness and drove away. In the following week, the advertisement for Dongfeng's VR game was officially released on various major platforms, including self-media, primetime slots on satellite TV, mobile apps, and even subway TV. In the era of information explosion, there were too many places to place advertisements. The advertising cost alone was a daunting expense for small and medium-sized enterprises. Fortunately, Dongfeng was not short of money. It had 3 companies supporting it and had plenty of funds. Each company was a huge money-making machine. The advertisement was a 2-minute 3D game. The game, Prehistoric World, which was originally only a small hit in the mobile game field, was a knockoff among knockoffs. However, it had been brainwashing people all over the country in the past few days. It used the same advertising model as I Am Jia Jia Hui, brainwashing. The core idea of the advertisement was brainwashing. From brain gold to Jia Jia Hui, to some time ago, start with a koan, level up by swallowing, and now Prehistoric World. However, the brainwashing advertisement for Prehistoric World was not promoting the game, but the VR game iMask. Many people were unfamiliar with this thing. At most, they had a simple understanding and science through online consultation. Although the brainwashing ability was very strong, people who were used to the bombardment of advertisements did not care too much. Some of the same industry, who did not know much, even sneered at this advertisement, thinking that it was an exaggerated gimmick created by unscrupulous developers. How could such a thing exist? It might be possible after more than 10 years of development. However, not long after, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe posted an advertisement on Weibo, recommending this VR device to fans. They posted the performance and advantages of this VR device, accompanied by Qin Baobao's gaming experience, which was a long 500 words. A detailed introduction and trial experience was something that advertisements could not do. It was not until their Weibo advertisement came out that the VR game iMask was really taken seriously by people. This was the celebrity effect. No matter how loud the advertisement was outside, the brainwashing effect was achieved, but there were very few people who really experienced it and paid attention. However, if a public figure wrote a recommendation, fans would pay attention out of love for the house and its crow. Especially when the article had Qin Baobao's personal experience. This was much more attractive than digitalized articles and advertisements. Is it true? It's not an exaggerated advertisement, right? Did the goddess take on an endorsement or advertisement? Don't be like that, as Zha Hui has already disappointed me to the core. If it's real, I'll definitely buy it. I feel like I'm eating chicken. There were also some half-baked experts who analyzed, this kind of VR game that connects to computers has long been available overseas, but even overseas, it can't be popularized. Furthermore, it's expensive, and there are even fewer of them in the country. Look at Qin Baobao's personal experience. It's written even better than the foreign ones. It's a little fake. But soon after, many celebrities posted on Weibo to praise this eye patch for the VR game. Among them were celebrities under Tianfeng, as well as well-known big shots in the entertainment industry. When a few or even a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo to praise it, the nature of the situation was completely different. The biggest advantage of being in the entertainment industry was that you never had to worry about not having enough advertising. Qin Zhe sent a set of VR game blindfolds to each of his close friends for them to try out. If they could like it on Weibo, he would give them the VR game blindfold. This was a kind of marketing, but it was different from a formal advertisement. This way, they could save a lot of money. After the celebrities tried it out, they were surprised and excited, and they were willing to give Qin Zhe face. Some of the celebrities casually reposted Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's Weibo. The more attentive ones wrote a sentence about trying out the game or took a picture of the VR game blindfold and posted it. It instantly became a hot topic. As it occupied the headlines, the topic was too hot. Whether they followed it or not, more or less people heard about it. Immediately after, many voices of doubt appeared on the internet. Several professionals in the field of virtual reality posted one after another, expressing their doubts about the authenticity of the VR game blindfold and categorizing it as exaggerated marketing. I knew it. Commercial advertisements can't be trusted. I was really looking forward to it, it's not that I didn't believe it. It's just that it's strange which company is behind this thing. They have so many celebrities helping to promote it. This question was quickly answered. Logging into the company's credit information website to search for Dongfeng Technology Company, Limited, the name of the legal person was easily found, Qin Zhe. Someone posted a screenshot on the internet, and everyone was suddenly enlightened. F***ck, so it's Qin Zhe. No wonder. That's right. It wouldn't be strange if he could hire so many celebrities to promote it. What is the fast shooter trying to do? Enter the VR industry? It's a well-known pit. There's no way out of it. Is there anyone who dares to test it? No, I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. Regardless of whether people were looking forward to it or not, it was already popular enough. In terms of advertising effect alone, it was undoubtedly a success. In terms of the public's expectations, it was a bit lacking. Not to mention the companies and industry professionals who were stuck in the industry, even the general public knew that the development of virtual reality technology was like a turtle crawling at the bottom of the sea. No matter how good the fast shooter was, he couldn't be fast in the face of hard technology. The first batch of VR game blindfolds produced by Dongfeng would not be sold in physical stores for the time being. This kind of non-large-scale VR game device was not a specialty of VR experience centers, so there was no point in selling it to them. It would enter thousands of homes in the form of a game console. Just like the Little Tyrant game console in the past and the current PlayStation series. It would not be sold in physical stores either. It would be sold through the official website and delivered directly to the doorstep. For this reason, the boastful uncle specially signed a cooperation contract with a delivery company. Su Guang had been a failure for so many years. Now that he had become a big shot, he had a burning desire for his career even though he was already in his 40s. This time, when he returned to Shanghai for the holidays, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. His aunt was so heartbroken that she almost cried. His body lost weight, but his wallet bulged. He was no longer wearing cheap casual clothes. Instead, he was wearing branded suits, handmade leather shoes, and an Audi R8. A leopard cannot change its spots. Su Guang had been itching for a fight recently. Now that he had made up for his regrets in his career, he wanted to get back his face at the gambling table. Su Guang's holiday was only 3 days. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the factory. Originally, Xianxia defined him as the mascot of the factory. Su Yao's team would take care of the details. But Su Guang's diligence was beyond his expectations. It was a good thing that his uncle had the tendency to turn over a new leaf. On the last day of the holiday, Su Guang came to visit his sister with tonics and gifts. He had not stepped into his sister's house for many years. Firstly, he did not want to see Qin Jianzhong, that heartless old radish. Secondly, he was really embarrassed. It happened to be the weekend. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were also there. As usual, his sister did not give his uncle a good face. She threw a tantrum at her younger brother and said that she did not want to hold a concert. She failed. She hit him and went back to her room. She still had a concert in Beijing in mid-December. It was already in preparation. Qin Zhe gave Wang Zijin a look. Sister Ziwei tactfully followed her into the room. First, they talked about Dongfeng's capital and stock. The VR game iMask was only the first batch of products. The production was not large, and the stock was not large. In fact, its core technology could be used in other fields, not limited to games. The first batch of products was a stepping stone. First, they would open the market and make a name for themselves. Qin Zhe had a rough idea of how to operate in the future. Your promotion online is really loud. Just before I came back, I went to Guangdong to attend an exchange meeting. When people heard the name of our Dongfeng technology, guess what happened? Uncle beamed with joy. Not a single person paid attention to me. Qin Zhe thought to himself, is there anything glorious about not paying attention to you? Uncle said, when I know that it won't be long before these guys regret not sucking up to me at the exchange meeting. Uncle had a very shallow understanding of this industry. After all, he did not know much about the new products. He only knew about them from the technical staff. After the equipment was successfully produced, the technical staff cheered and opened champagne in the office to celebrate. The half-baked factory director was unexpectedly loved by the staff because of his forthrightness and high benefits. Before this, Dongfeng was a factory that could not make ends meet. The benefits were pitifully meager. At most, each person would get a box of apples and a box of drinks during the new year. The dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival did not even have egg yolk, and the mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival were actually 5-kernel mooncakes. Now, not to mention the 5 insurance and 1 housing fund, the monthly department dinner alone was enough for everyone to go to a 5-star hotel for a buffet of 400 yuan per person. I heard that you secretly went to Macau last month. Qin Zhe threw a cigarette to Uncle. Su Guang's face stiffened. He laughed dryly. I was just playing and won more than 100,000 yuan. How did he know? Of course, Qin Zhe knew. Not to mention that Dongfeng Technology was Su Yao's informant, it was too easy for him to find out his uncle's whereabouts. He asked by Guowei's family background to look up Su Guang's information. What kind of plane ticket he bought, where his destination was, and what time his flight was. There was no need to bother Nan Manpei. Qin Zhe was expressionless. I just heard a very interesting thing from a friend. There was a boss in Zhejiang province. At the beginning of the year, He went to Macau to gamble and lost 500 or 600 million yuan. He couldn't come up with so much money in a short time. He said that he would give him half a month to go back to the mainland to make up for it. Then he regretted it. After all, he didn't have much assets. 500 or 600 million yuan was too much. Uncle, guess what happened? Su Guang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What happened? Xianxia, he died in an accident not long after. Don't you think it's a coincidence? This was what she said when chatting with Suyu. She also heard it from Nan Manpei. You can play if you want, but only in Shanghai. You can play at most twice a month, and each time can't exceed 500,000 yuan. This is the rule I set for you. If you don't listen, I won't play with you. Anyway, you don't have any shares in Dongfeng. I have the final say. Su Guang nodded with a bitter face. On the day that the VR game I Mask was officially released, there were only 2,000 units sold in the country. The sales were 6 million yuan. The unit price was 3,000 yuan. P.S. I had something to do yesterday and went on a business trip. On the way, I used my phone to write half a chapter. I didn't have time to write until noon. I finally finished writing now. My brain is a bit messed up. The next chapter is my night code. The unit price of VR game I Masks once made Dongfeng senior management feel incomprehensible and even protested. They felt that even if the price was doubled, it was not expensive. Some even hoped to buy it for tens of thousands. Because it had a monopoly technology advantage in the field of virtual reality technology. Monopoly meant wealth. In the absence of competitive pressure, even if it was expensive, it would also increase its value, just like luxury goods. It was like someone selling their kidney to buy apples. And what did a 3,000 yuan unit mean? It meant taking the initiative to reduce luxury goods to street goods, a big loss. Domestic smartphones could easily be sold at a price of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. The person who led the protest was Su Guang. He did not dare to challenge Xianxia. He secretly called Suyu and said a lot of market and industry analysis that he did not understand. Suyu specifically learned about it afterward and then discussed the price with Xianxia. In the end, the price was set at 3,000 yuan. In fact, Su Guang only needed to know a little about his niece-in-law to know that it was a wrong decision to make her an ally. As long as Xianxia did not make a major and irreversible decision, even if the price was set at 200 yuan, Suyu would probably let him. It was a loss of billions anyway. However, in the process of discussion, Suyu was persuaded by Xianxia. The core value of virtual reality technology should not be reflected in VR equipment. In the future, Dongfeng technology would produce other large-scale equipment, which could be used in games or other fields. Entertainment applications were only part of it. Virtual reality technology should not be limited to games. It could also shine in other fields. For example, medicine, aerospace, real estate, industrial simulation, etc. In that case, the price could be set as you wish. The most important thing about VR game eye masks was their universality. Most people would be able to afford and use them. This would pave the way for future development, especially for Purple Crystal Network Technology's path of game domination. Suyu was such a smart person, she understood as soon as she heard it, and then shamelessly proposed to invest in Amethyst technology. Xianxia was used to such an excessive request and pretended not to hear it. In the past 6 months, Yingying had always been evil to Baoza investment and wanted to annex it. Baoza, from the name, it should be hers. Wang Zijin also had some thoughts about Tianfeng Entertainment. She felt that things like widowhood should be given to the girlfriend. Why should her sister snatch it away? While Teddy Su was constantly on guard against the threat from the moaning monsters, he was also thinking of biting off a piece of meat from Purple Crystal Network Technology to provoke a real girlfriend. The plan to set up the group could not be delayed. When the time comes, let them tear it apart themselves. Dragging Sister Man into this mess and making her a sh*t stirrer. No, she couldn't be a sh*t stirrer. That would be disrespectful to both her sisters and herself. In short, let elder Sister Man act as an external enemy outside of the internal strife. This way, the sisters wouldn't be too ruthless. In any case, with Big Sister Man's experience and ability in the business world, it would be no problem for her to fight one against two or three. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly looked forward to it. On the first day, the gaming eye mask didn't sell well. As expected, even though there was a huge lineup of stars promoting it, when the audience found out that the legal person was Xianxia, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, as usual, they shouted 666 for the fast shooter. Their expectations for the gaming eye mask decreased. Moreover, the emergence of any new thing always required time to be tested. If this was placed in a brainless novel, there would definitely be endless onlookers and retarded villains who would jump out to ridicule Xianxia as if he had killed their father. Fortunately, this was a book with substance. However, there were websites that used the popularity of Xianxia and Qin Baobao to attract attention and traffic to launch an online poll. #gaming eye mask buy or not buy hashtag among the tens of thousands of voters, most of them voted not to buy it. Only a few hundred chose to buy it. The companies in the virtual technology industry also did not pay much attention to this. They only collected the sales data of the gaming eye mask the next day, glanced at it, and threw it aside. Their interest was gone. At first glance, 6 million sales per day seemed to be quite good. However, if they excluded the effect of the stars and added in the cost, this sales volume would be a flop. Moreover, the behavior of consuming fans would not last long. If the product did not have outstanding performance, the sales volume would plummet. Therefore, the industry would at most continue to pay attention to this wave and see what would happen next. For the performance of the equipment mentioned in Xianxia's Weibo, they were particularly disdainful. It was just a boast to scare laymen. On the afternoon of the third day, Nan Manpei, who had stolen half a day of leisure, was in the living room talking to Suyu on the phone. Suyu made a wave of children with Xianxia in a hotel near the company. As a result, the satisfied Xianxia fell asleep, and she, who was exhausted, could not sleep. Up to today, a total of 2,400 units have been sold. Fortunately, the cost of these equipment is not high, and the initial research and development investment is not much. Although the inventory is not much, I don't know how long it will take to sell them. Suyu sighed. So, you think the investment failed? Nan Manpei frowned. Initially, Pei Nanman had invested 100 million to give face to Xianxia. Later on, after hearing Xianxia's boasting, Pei Nanman's heart also began to look forward to it. She had invested 100 million, and the return was tens of billions. Even though Pei Nanman viewed money as dirt, she still could not ignore this investment. But at present, it seemed that the effect was not ideal. That guy was probably disappointed now. Nan Manpei asked Suyu. No, this guy's mentality is very stable, and he came several times. Suyu's tone was relaxed. Nan Manpei was speechless. I didn't say the investment would fail. It's just that the early sales don't look ideal. I want to increase publicity or something. If it doesn't work, I can give the VR experience for free. But he doesn't want me to talk nonsense. Talk nonsense? Well, we talked about it while we were making the baby. He thinks I'm not focused enough. Nan Manpei, that's it, I don't want to talk to you today. Nan Manpei decisively hung up the phone. Just as he was about to go back to his room to write calligraphy, the community property rang the doorbell. The nanny who was mopping the floor in the living room put down the mop and went to open the door. A moment later, she returned with a box. Is it my express delivery? On the third floor, Li Donglai leaned over the railing and looked down. When the nanny said yes, he cheered and rushed down the stairs with a series of bangs. Li Donglai picked up the package and rushed up 2 stairs. He paused, turned back, and said to Nan Manpei on the sofa, Auntie, I ordered the game blindfold from Qin Ji's company yesterday. It arrived today. Don't you have shares too? Can you give me back my money? I used my pocket money to buy you a bracelet. Nan Manpei was very rich, but the pocket money he gave was limited. Every rich second generation in the circle could beat him in terms of pocket money. His friends could spend 100,000 yuan a month to keep a high-quality vase. He could only spend a few thousand yuan a month to go to the big sword. At first, he went to high-end clubs with his friends to play. He didn't have to pay the bill himself. After a long time, he stopped going. Because the expenses there could squeeze out 2 months of his pocket money. Li Donglai was embarrassed to always let others pay. His sister Pei Ziqi's pocket money was 10 times his. Yes, 10 times. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi used to bicker like fire and water mainly because of the imbalance in pocket money. Later, when he got to know Qinzhe and heard about his master's tragic past, he suddenly felt balanced and even a little superior. His aunt's reaction caught him off guard. Pei Nanman said, "Game blindfold? Take it to my room." Ah? Li Donglai was stunned and misunderstood. He hurriedly said, "Auntie, I'm already in university." Nonsense. Nanman Pei immediately used what he had learned. He waved his hand and said, "Go quickly." There was a manual in the bag. Li Donglai opened Nanman Pei's computer and downloaded the game. Then, he activated the Bluetooth box and clicked on the game controller on the Golden Shield antivirus software. The step-by-step process wasn't difficult. Any young person who knew how to surf the internet could do it. The only drawback was that it had high requirements for the computer's configuration. The whole process took about 40 minutes. Then, he logged into the game and said, "Auntie, use my account. I have a lot of heroes." Li Donglai was puzzled. He thought that his auntie was going to confiscate his game console. He didn't expect that his auntie would ask to play it. Nanman Pei nodded silently. The game interface wasn't much different from a mobile game. It was even simpler and many functions hadn't been released yet. Li Donglai noticed that it was an online battle game. It wasn't a standalone game. He was instantly excited. This game console was sold for 3 days and only 2,000 units had been sold. Some hadn't even arrived yet. It took a long time to match. Nanman Pei waited quietly and wasn't in a hurry. On the other hand, Li Donglai was impatient. He was about to switch to a standalone game when the match was completed. "Auntie, wear an eye mask," Li Donglai quickly said. It was Nanman Pei's first time playing a game. He walked and stopped, wearing an eye mask and looking left and right. Bao Bao, he was curious about the new world. Interested. Li Donglai could watch the game through the computer, but he couldn't experience the first-person perspective of the VR eye mask. When he saw Nanman Pei's appearance, he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. He wanted to kick his auntie away but didn't dare to. After 3 minutes of the game, Nanman Pei wandered around the jungle until Li Donglai cautiously reminded him, "Auntie, you play a game." Her Majesty Queen took little Li's advice and rushed into the enemy's defense tower aggressively. 5 minutes later, the king of support in the middle lane sent a message. "Wen Zhong, turn on the voice chat." Li Donglai looked at the computer screen. "Auntie, should I turn on the voice chat for you?" Nanman Pei nodded. Once the voice chat was turned on, F***CKU. At %%#, Li Donglai quickly turned off the voice chat and didn't dare to breathe. A vein popped out on his auntie's smooth forehead. "She won't smash my game console, right?" Nanman Pei took off his eye mask and said expressionlessly, "I'm not playing anymore." "You do it." Li Donglai was overjoyed and couldn't wait to try it. He asked, "Auntie, is it fun? What do you think?" Nanman Pei's mouth twitched and he smiled gently. "I feel like hitting someone." Li Donglai shrunk his neck and put on the game eye mask. In an instant, a new world appeared in front of him. He found himself standing on the ground with a green background, with grass on both sides, and in front of him was the enemy's defense tower and the opposing hero. Here, everything was 3D, whether it was the surrounding scenery or the enemy's small soldiers in cloaks, it was a three-dimensional image, giving people the feeling that they were watching a 3D blockbuster. Especially when he looked back, he saw the defense tower behind him and a pair of small soldiers slowly approaching. This was incomparable to the shooting game Li Donglai played in the VR hall. The operation method was also more difficult and interesting than shooting games. And compared to playing games in the VR hall, this game blindfold was more affordable and convenient. No one would take the bus for half an hour to the CBD area to play VR games. High tech. Brother Qin, you're so awesome. It's more fun and realistic than the VR hall. Although there were still many flaws in the graphics quality, The experience made people feel like they were in the game world, which was an irresistible temptation for any game enthusiast. As time passed, Li Donglai also found an advantage: his eyes didn't hurt and his head didn't feel dizzy. Motion sickness was an old problem in VR games. Playing games reduced the gaming experience. Many people even tried the symptoms of dizziness and nausea and never touched VR games again. I don't feel dizzy, I finally corrected this little problem. Li Donglai thought. He actually didn't understand that this seemingly small progress was a qualitative leap in the field of virtual reality. It was enough to cause a sensation in the industry. The game ended and he lost, but Li Donglai was excited and his eyes were shining. He knew that the winter vacation would not be lonely. Nan Manpei sat on the sofa and made a pot of tea for herself. Occasionally, she looked up at the computer screen and cared about the progress of the game. She didn't play games and didn't find it interesting, but she cared about whether this game blindfold was interesting or not. Suyu's phone call not long ago made her understand that this game console was not selling well. How do you feel? When Li Donglai took off the blindfold, she asked. Li Donglai hesitated. I feel like hitting someone. The force of the blow was so great that he almost cried out in pain. Li Donglai covered his head and thought sadly, sure enough, I can't beat Qin Go. Nan Manpei said indignantly, where did you learn such a glib tongue? Li Donglai said aggrievedly, Qin Go is there. Auntie, if you have the ability, hit him. Nan Manpei was even angrier and gave him another knock on the head. Li Donglai was speechless. I won't be naughty anymore. I don't have the talent. How about the game console? Nan Manpei asked again. Li Donglai sat up straight and said obediently, it's very fun, very interesting. There's no game console like this now. If the game development can keep up in the future, it will definitely be a hit. No, there's no need to wait for the future. I think it will be a hit very soon. Nan Manpei nodded happily. Then, Auntie, the game console. Li Donglai stammered. Take it. Li Donglai happily put the blindfold, the box, and the controller back into his bag. He hugged it and left quickly. When he returned to his room, he turned on his computer and downloaded the game. While waiting, he held his phone and madly recommended it in the WeChat group. He took a picture and uploaded it. At everyone, this game console is so cool. It's so cool. Hurry up and buy it. By Guowei, I heard it's nothing special. I won't give Qingge any pocket money. He made me lose 3 months' worth of pocket money. I hate him. Guqing, Li Donglai, you're playing games again. Study hard and don't fail your exams at the end of the semester. Li Donglai grinned. There were many little beauties in the circle, and Guqing was one of them. After his sister's endless reminders, Li Donglai finally understood that Guqing secretly liked him. Unfortunately, it was a crush that was destined to be fruitless. This girl was too obedient. She wasn't Li Donglai's cup of tea. Qingge had a golden saying, take off your pants to do things. Pull them up and pay. If you could do this, you could have fun. Otherwise, don't play with the feelings of other girls. Look, this experience in society, this understanding of life, it wasn't something that a rookie like him could compare to. He didn't know that Qinze was actually Allmouthy King. This sentence was relayed by the experienced driver Huang Yitsong. He was the real king in bed. Zhang Wangyun, are you still not tired of playing games? Li Donglai, you should learn to grow up. Huang Tingzi, that's right, that's right. You're already in university. Don't you want to date and play games? Li Donglai, buy it or not. If you keep talking, I'll take a taxi and beat you guys up. The group fell silent. Chen Qingyuan, it's very fun. It's very interesting. Li Donglai, Chen Qingyuan, you're buying it too. Chen Qingyuan, of course I'm buying it. Yiro, wow, good student's corpse is coming back to life. Guqing, +1 Zhang Wangyun, +2 Peiziki, +3 Peiziki, good student, are you free during the winter break? Tutor me in English. I feel that next year's college entrance exam is very difficult. Chen Qingyuan, I don't have time, Ziki. I'm going abroad to study during the winter break. I'll also visit Harvard, Cambridge, and Massachusetts. I haven't decided which school to apply to yet. My mom said she'll try her best to help me. There was no problem that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was definitely not enough. Of course, the most important thing was that she relied on her ability. Otherwise, Qingge wouldn't approve of her results. Zhang Wangyun, look at her, an infatuated girl. Look at you guys, you only know how to fool around with your boyfriend, but don't know how to get into Harvard for your boyfriend. Huang Tingzi, who had a sinister personality, teased, I'm afraid that after you graduate, he might get married and have children. Yi Ro, that makes sense. Qing Yuan took the wrong path from the beginning. If you want to sleep with him, get him drunk. If you can't get him drunk, force him. There are so many of us here, we'll definitely help you. At most, you'll go to jail. You don't even dare to go to jail, yet you still have the face to say that you love him. You can only chase a man by sleeping with him. If you sleep with him once, he'll be obedient. If you sleep with him once, there will be a second time. They can't control their lower bodies. How can you be so stupid to actually think about getting into Harvard? Li Donglai, ridiculous. Do you think Qingge is the kind of man who will listen to you after sleeping with him once? At least 10 times. Pei Ziki, shut up, Li Donglai. People like Qinze can't be slept with. Don't instigate her. I think Qing Yuan's choice now is right. No matter what happens in the future, she definitely won't regret her current efforts. Li Donglai, Qing Yuan, I know some inside information. To be honest, you can forget about being his official girlfriend. If you're willing to be a mistress, you might have a chance. Yi Ro, Li Donglai, F*ck your sister. Why do you want a woman to be a mistress? Pei Ziki, Yi Ro, are you really going to lie to me? Are you sure? Do you believe that I'll beat you to a pulp? The topic had strayed 1,000 miles from the original topic. Li Donglai glanced at the computer. The download was only 20%. It was still very early. He sent a message to Qinze, Qingge, your game is too fun. Excited. Qinze replied very quickly, the game experience is not bad, right? Li Donglai, I admire you to death. You really can do anything. You're too talented. Qinze, I'm not talented. I'm just a talented porter. Li Donglai, oh right, Chen Qingyuan said that she's going to get into Harvard and Cambridge next year. It seems that she's in line with our country's stable policy. It's as if the heavens are helping her. Qinze, really? Qinze, if I say that it's a joke, I don't know if she'll believe me. Wipe sweat. Also, don't be so vulgar. Li Donglai, I understand. You should say papa. Qinze, isn't papa vulgar? Chinese is profound. You can say it in another way. For example, temple. Li Donglai, what do you mean? Qinze, figure it out yourself. After a while, Li Donglai sent a series of prostrating emojis. Qingge, you've taught me another lesson. I finally know why I'm not as good as you. Qinze, right? If you change the word, it won't seem vulgar. Instead, it'll show that you're more profound. Remember to pay more respects to Confucius in the future. Li Donglai, does it mean to study hard? Qinze, yes, read more. Japanese will teach you how to be naughty. For example, Confucius traveled to the east and met 2 children. Li Donglai, I see. As the old saying goes, gold will always shine, and spirits, river crabs, will always give birth to babies. After a week of brewing and fermenting, the reputation of Dongfeng's game console began to explode. People who had experienced the charm of this game console would naturally go crazy to recommend it to the people around them. Perhaps they would even praise it on the internet. This was Qinze's confidence. People with cheats had confidence. No matter how difficult the dungeon was, they could clear it with one click without any pressure. There shouldn't be system destroyers or cheats in this world. On the internet, I heard this game console is awesome. My friends have been recommending it like crazy. It's more than awesome. I can experience virtual reality games without going to the VR museum. I feel like we're one step closer to the games in online novels. My friend bought one and tried it yesterday. It's really different. But it takes too long to match and there's only one game. I'm looking forward to more games. I can't resist the praise online and my friend's recommendation. I've already placed an order and it should arrive tomorrow. It's such an interesting game console and it's not expensive. It's perfect. In a world where VR games were mostly single-player, the appearance of this internet-enabled game Blindfold surprised countless game enthusiasts. It was even labeled as the prototype of a virtual reality game. Forget about 3,000 yuan, they would find a way to get it even if it was a zero. At most, they would have to work during the winter break. The not-so-high price allowed it to successfully enter thousands of households and quickly gather popularity and traffic. Correspondingly, Xianxia's fame increased again. Netizens called him the lucky star of the nerd. They joked, "Mr. Qian, our virtual reality game dreams depend on you." The entire industry was shocked. It only took a week for them to go from disdain to shock. Outsiders didn't understand, but insiders knew how difficult it was to solve motion sickness. They also knew how much profit it meant. Virtual reality technology wasn't just limited to games. It covered many fields, including medicine and aerospace. In fact, in the short week after the VR game console became a hit, many companies tried to make dirty deals with Dongfeng researchers. Xianxia was prepared. He applied for more than 100 patents in advance and signed a strict contract with all the R&D employees. The deals didn't happen for the time being. How could it be so simple to have the chrysanthemum settled? He didn't lack connections in the legal world. The sales volume of the gaming eye mask had been increasing rapidly. Every day for the past week, the sales volume had reached a new high. Yesterday, the sales volume was still over 20,000, but this morning, it had already exceeded 40,000. Looking at the trend, it was expected to hit 50,000 before 24 o'clock. Their daily sales were in the tens of millions. After deducting the costs, publicity fees, acquisition funds, and other initial investments, they managed to recoup 1/3 of their capital in just 1 week. Can you believe it? Xianxia was very happy. Of course, he was happy to earn money. On the other hand, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao were not very happy. Instead, it was his sister who took the opportunity to ask him for his dowry money. She said that the balance was not enough and that it was time to top it up. Wang Zijin argued from the side, "How is the balance not enough? Is the dowry a yellow diamond? How can the balance not be enough? Her boyfriend's money seemed to have nothing to do with her. It should have been her money." Qin Baobao raised her chin and glared at her. She said righteously, "I've used it all up. Can't I?" So she took 1 million from Xianxia. It was only 1 million, but her sister was very happy and smiled like a little fox. Almost all companies in the industry, no matter how big or small, bought the VR game eye mask produced by Dongfeng. Of course, it was not for the experience, but to open it up for research. The company's executives asked every day, "How's the research going? Can you copy it?" The answer of the product research and development department was also very uniform, "Give me some time, give me some time." They couldn't understand it at all. The core technology was so easy to copy. There was no difference between strong and weak countries, and strong and weak companies. Unless there was a blueprint. Moreover, even if they understood it, it would take a long time to understand and copy it. Until the market share was occupied by others. Near the middle of the year, Xianxia asked Suyu to invite several big companies in the VR industry, and asked Wang Zijin to contact several large game companies, including Penguin, to prepare for a cooperation meeting between the top of the enterprise. This was the first time that Xianxia, as an entrepreneur, had issued an invitation to the business big shots. This alone was not something a star could do. No matter how old and famous he was, it would not work. A real entrepreneur would not care about an actor. But Xianxia could, because he issued an invitation as a shareholder of Purple Crystal Technology and the legal representative of Dongfeng Technology. In the face of his invitation, the big shots were very excited. They cancelled all their plans for the day and rushed to Shanghai. The prospects and importance of virtual reality technology were not something that Tianfeng, Purple Crystal, and Baozhe could compare to. The latter three, you could play with them however you wanted. As for the former, if you wanted to play it well, you would need a lot of resources and talents, as well as a lot of connections. It was probably the dream of all reborn cheaters to have control of all the profitable industries in the palm of their hands. At the same time, it was also their shackle. This kind of cheater would most likely be killed halfway through the journey. Want to develop wretchedly? It was impossible. Xianxia was not afraid of being killed, but he did some calculations. He wanted to go further in the field of virtual reality. It was not realistic to rely on him alone. In the field of games, Purple Crystal technology was not ranked in the industry. Using such an awesome game console to play a game that was gradually declining in popularity? It was too wasteful. Redeem the game code from the cheater system? No, this was not the best way. The points could not be used in such a place. Cooperation was the way to go. For other applications of virtual reality technology, looking for partners with strong capital was also the best way. Xianxia had calculated that this way, he could earn the most with the least investment. Cooperation to make money, this was the secret that 99% of reborn cheaters could not understand. As long as he gave up a part of the profits, he would have a group of partners and could earn more money. Why not? The meeting was at the World Financial Center, from 9 to 11 in the morning. Today, Qin Baobao, who was supposed to be the #1 vase to accompany her brother, was not here. She had gone to Beijing, and her concert was in a few days. There were about 30 people in the meeting, all of them big shots. The positions of the companies they were in were at least third or second in command. The smaller companies had big bosses. Xianxia received them one by one, exchanging business cards and asking about their well-being. Accompanying him was Suyu. Nan Manpei looked at this scene from a distance and said to Wang Zijin with a smile, I have to admit, in terms of business communication, she is more compatible with Xianxia than you. Wang Zijin disdainfully curled her lips. Because Suyu was more talkative, she could talk about industry development and business management with anyone she met. The guests and the host were happy to talk. If she went, would she talk to the other party about the core values of socialism, or would she talk about her 20 years of controlling people in the military compound? Wang Zijin's eyes suddenly focused and frowned. Who are those two? There was a mother and daughter pair over there. The mother was still charming and had an outstanding temperament, and the daughter was a delicate flower. She looked at Xianxia with shyness and a little excitement. Nan Manpei looked over and said, that woman is called Xianxia. Her husband is from the National Development and Reform Commission. She is a very capable career woman. The one next to her is her daughter. Then, he glanced at her, Ziki's friend. I heard that she has been pursuing Xianxia. Wang Zijin said indifferently, oh. Nan Manpei sighed, why would such a good girl like Xianxia? Wang Zijin glanced at Nan Manpei unhappily. She was unhappy that he was talking bad about her man. Chen Qingyuan also came with her mother. Zhang Lijian did not work in the VR industry or online games, but she happened to have time. When she heard that Xianxia invited many big shots to a meeting, she came to join in the fun. It was good to expand her network or make some appropriate investments. When Chen Qingyuan heard, she wanted to follow. As soon as she saw Xianxia, she could not move her legs. Qingge talked about Qingge and had endless things to say. Until Suyu frowned and pulled Xianxia away, Chen Qingyuan also wanted to follow, but she was pulled back by her mother. Where is the restraint? Where is the restraint of a girl? Zhang Lijian said unhappily. Mom, restraint is when a man pursues a girl. A girl will be pretentious. Why should a girl be restrained when chasing a man? She is looking for trouble. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. How did I give birth to such a useless daughter? Zhang Lijian was disappointed. Didn't you say that he is very good? If I can get him, you and Dad will be happy. With such an excellent son-in-law, why do you still need to run around to earn money? That is true, but do you have any hope? Zhang Lijian sighed, silly girl, look at how beautiful the woman beside him is. She can kill you with a finger. No matter how beautiful she is older than me. She is an old woman. In another 10 years, she will be old. I will be in my prime. What is there to be afraid of? I have not grown into a mature sister yet. Ziki's friend. She seems to be very interested in me. Xianxia explained. No need to explain. She is not your cup of tea. Suyu whispered, you are a shameful sister complex. I am not a sister complex. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia was weak. If you are not a sister complex, why would you like me? And Wang Zijin. This is called a mature sister complex. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and a young man came up to them. They looked like a father and son. Boss Qin. The middle-aged man exchanged business cards with Xianxia. He was the CEO of Fengting Technology. Fengting Technology was a big company in virtual reality technology. If the shareholders were listed, ordinary people would know them. This is Boss Huang. The middle-aged man introduced the young man. The young man looked at Xianxia and smiled, I did not bring my business card. My name is Huang Wei. So they are not father and son. Xianxia nodded, hello, Boss Huang. Thank you for the honor. I like this saying. The most important thing in business is to give face. It is because my friends give me face that I can reach this step. The young man smiled, boss. Qin, do you mind giving me face too? What do you mean? Xianxia's smile did not change. I am very interested in virtual reality technology. It is a waste to use it to develop games. The young man said, I will invest 500 million in your Fengting technology. I will take 50% of the shares. Xianxia and Suyu looked at each other. Where did this hothead come from? You want to invest just because you want to? The young man had a well-hidden domineering aura. Although he was smiling and spoke politely, he gave off a strong self-confidence that said, everyone here is trash. Xianxia was no stranger to this aura. He was the same. This was the aura of a hack. But it's undeniable that Xianxia is really attractive to girls, especially those who are inexperienced. Nan Manpei said. Wang Zijin smiled faintly and said with a hidden meaning, an inexperienced little fox is no threat to me. I'm only afraid of some old witch who has cultivated into a demon. Nan Manpei smiled. To be honest, I've never been like today. I suddenly admire Xianxia very much. If it was Suyu, she would probably use the same harsh words to refute or pretend not to understand. But in this way, she would be in a disadvantageous position. At most, it would be a tie. But Nan Manpei's words had the flavor of an elder. Wang Zijin was stunned. Why do you say that? Nan Manpei, I've seen a lot of rich men, and among them, there are even self-made heroes. In addition to their own talent, they are actually borrowing power. The upper class borrowing power, the lower class borrowing power. The rich men with no power and no influence need to borrow power, and the rich men also need to borrow power. In the end, it's like a rolling snowball. Xianxia is talented, and he has you, the extraordinary peacock lady, supporting him. But in my eyes, he's still too independent. In less than 2 years, he has such a large-scale industry and such a strong wealth. It's all because of his incredible talent. In terms of personal ability, he is the best I've ever seen. To be honest, it's impossible to meet a second person like him in this life. But without your Wang family, his future, although bright, can be seen at a glance. But even with your Wang family, it's not enough. This social talent can't solve everything. The more money he earns in the future, the more industries he touches, and the more breakthroughs he has, the more danger he will be in. For example, because a certain bank blocked the bank's way of making money, the bank's mother, the central bank's soft knife to the payment software. He's obviously aware of this problem. Choosing to cooperate with competitors is his attempt, and also a change. Your 3 companies have actually become a bit bloated today. We have also reached a bottleneck. The biggest problem should be the lack of human resources. At most, we can maintain the current situation. If we want to expand, it will be even more difficult. Wang Zijin nodded slightly. That was indeed the case. Purple Crystal technology was currently extremely lacking in professional teams and outstanding talents. As for the development of teams and talents, it was not enough to poach them. To put it bluntly, they lacked time to consolidate their foundations. Before Xianxia started his crazy search for celebrities, Tianfeng already had a weakness in this area. Now, this weakness had been temporarily fixed, but it could not be fixed once and for all. Hence, Tianfeng was actively grooming newcomers. Bao's investment was even worse. The limitations of private placement made it impossible for it to expand wildly. Nan Manpei continued, choosing to work with them may seem like you're giving up some benefits, but you're actually getting more resources, not only in terms of financial resources and manpower, but also in terms of connections. When everyone's interests are tied together, your connections are also my connections. Xianxia only needs to maintain his position as the Wulin Alliance chief and not let himself fall. Compared to the girl who was obsessed with his handsome appearance and talent, Nan Manpei appreciated the mature and far-sighted Xianxia more. If a woman longed for a strong man to conquer her, then in Pei Nanman's mind, only a mature and steady man was her ideal partner, not a boy who was jumping on stage and singing, or a boy who was immersed in writing a few new songs without blinking his eyes. Wang Zijin smiled. His growth potential is huge. The man I like is certainly not a fish in a pond. Nan Manpei thought that it was because of her self-confident and conceited character that she did not see the unusual relationship between Suyu and Xianxia. Conceited women were easily blinded by a single leaf. In the same way, Qin Baobao, who always believed that her charm was infinite, was the same. Wang Zijin was a little proud of Nan Manpei's brainless boasting about her man. She couldn't help but chase after her man's figure. Then she saw the young man who was talking to Xianxia. She was stunned at first and looked surprised. She whispered, "Why is that guy here?" "Huangzong is joking. The East is not short of funds." Xianxia smiled and declined. "If Huangzong wants to cooperate, then listen to me on stage and we can talk about the details." Huang Wei snorted, 500 million is too little? I can increase the investment. I'm not short of money. The other party's tone was a bit arrogant. What a coincidence, I'm not short of money either. Xianxia smiled. What's the use of money? I'm not interested in money. If making money was not to show off, then it was meaningless. Money is really useless. What I really want to invest is not money. You can get something that money can't give you. Huang Wei said, I admire people like Xianxia who started from scratch. It hasn't been easy. I'll go to the toilet. Xianxia, think about it. After he left, the middle-aged uncle named Zhu Guoguang laughed to ease the atmosphere. He whispered, Xianxia, you don't know him, right? He's from Beijing and happened to be in Shanghai on a business trip. I received him and brought him along. As he spoke, he mysteriously whispered a few words in Xianxia's ear. After hearing this, Xianxia's expression became serious. So it was a second-generation rich kid from Beijing. He was indeed a cheat. In this day and age, it wasn't only the lucky ones who picked up the system that were cheats. There were some people who were born with cheats. An ordinary person's lifetime of hard work was not worth as much as a word from them. Wasn't this cheating? It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be born so well, putting aside those wastrels who indulged in pleasure and didn't think about making progress? There were two kinds of successful second-generation rich kids. Politics and business. The former were the first-generation rich kids. In fantasy novels, they were the talented eldest sons who had the potential to inherit the family business. The latter were slightly less talented and couldn't climb to the same height as their parents, so they entered the business world. These people were better off than the first-generation rich kids. Because they didn't need to have too much business talent, they could rely on their family connections to enjoy endless resources. Excluding those industries that were monopolized by the country, they could do whatever they wanted in all 360 industries. There were too many indescribable transactions in this industry. It was widely rumored that a second-generation rich kid once bought most of the shares of a big boss in a certain industry. Not long after, Huang Wei returned. His smile was warmer and his expression was more relaxed. Xianxia, what do you think? Xianxia nodded. No problem, but I want you to invest more. Huang Wei's smile became more relaxed. Tell me, how much do you want? Xianxia, 50 billion and I'll sell Dongfeng to you. Huang Wei's smile froze. Are you kidding? Xianxia laughed. You don't like to joke? I don't like it very much. What a coincidence, I don't like it either. Huang Wei looked straight at Xianxia. You don't know who I am? Xianxia retorted. You definitely don't know who my girlfriend is. Your girlfriend? Huang Wei sneered. How would he know who Xianxia's girlfriend was? She was just an actress and a businessman. She wasn't worth his attention. If not for the fact that he was interested in Xianxia's VR technology, he wouldn't have bothered to know this person. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice. Who's his girlfriend? Do you have a problem, Huang Wei? Looking in the direction of the voice, a beautiful woman in a decent office dress walked over. Her makeup was exquisite, and her oval face was beautiful and dignified. Wang Zijin? Huang Wei was stunned. My boyfriend. Is there a problem? Wang Zijin held Xianxia's arm and looked straight at Huang Wei. So that's it, Huang Wei understood. No wonder Xianxia had established such a large business at such a young age. He was a hack just like him. The Wang family's white gloves. Long time no see. Huang Wei changed his attitude and greeted with a smile. N. Wang Zijin nodded coldly. I won't entertain you. You're not here to talk about cooperation anyway. She pulled Xianxia to the side. Zhu Guoguang curiously asked, Boss Huang, who is this woman? Huang Wei glanced at him and ignored him. He turned around and left. Since she was from the Wang family, he would let it go this time. You know him? Xianxia asked in a low voice. I know him, but we're not close. If we're close, he'll definitely know that you're my man. Wang Zijin said, the Huang family can be considered as a family that rose from the ashes. A few years ago, he was just an average second-generation heir. This guy specializes in things like taking over a magpie's nest. He's smart, but it's all just petty tricks. He only knows how to play dirty tricks. If it wasn't for the fact that his father knows how to pick sides, I'd be able to take on 10 of these minions with one hand. Xianxia nodded and didn't think too much about it. With Wang Zijin around, he could handle most of the troubles. The meeting began. Xianxia slowly walked up the stage under everyone's gaze. He held the microphone and looked around. I'm very happy to have everyone participate in this meeting. I've always believed that cooperation is a win-win situation. Dongfeng Technology is fortunate to have made a major breakthrough in VR technology. I'm very happy to share the core technology with everyone. The 10-minute-long speech was like a news broadcast. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it would not be wrong to brag first. But the real way to cooperate was not to share the core technology. There was no technology investment. Instead, Dongfeng Technology would take the lead and form a production line alliance. Dongfeng Technology would provide the core technology, and other companies would be responsible for the components. It was the same for game development. Everyone would develop games together, and Amethyst Technology would provide the platform. The details of the cooperation would be discussed later. Xianxia estimated that in this batch of people, or rather in this batch of companies, 1/3 of them would withdraw because of the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. But more companies would choose to cooperate. Even if they couldn't get their hands on the core technology, cooperation was still a win-win situation. The details of the cooperation were the focus of Xianxia and Suyu's work for the next half a month. Wang Zijin also participated, learning more than helping. The details and outline of the business cooperation were drawn up by Xianxia and Suyu, assisted by more than a dozen senior executives of the cooperating companies, and finally modified by the legal department. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the contract was signed. Peers were not only enemies, but also natural partners. It depended on the size of the market. The prospects of VR technology were very broad. Even if anyone wanted to monopolize it, they couldn't. It was better to share resources and form an alliance. The advantage of this was that if they went overseas in the future, there wouldn't be an awkward situation of being stretched in all aspects. Xianxia's current assets and net worth, 10 billion more or less, had no impact at all. The change from a businessman to a business tycoon was a change in mentality. The businessman wanted to make money, while the tycoon wanted to occupy the market. Although Jack Ma blindly talked nonsense all day long, some of his ideas were right. When a businessman reached a certain level, they shouldn't pursue money, but other things, such as influence. Jack Ma's strength was not in money, but in his influence. How many people relied on him to survive, and how many people needed him? When he reached this level, he could gain a certain degree of respect from the higher-ups. On the other hand, no matter how much money someone like Xianxia had, if he built a tall building and his building collapsed, it would have almost no impact on society and the people. So a second generation dared to look down on him. If he only thought about making money and didn't increase his influence, he would always be a second-rate businessman. Xianxia only understood this recently. He suddenly understood why the system issued a task to form a group. This time, he tied so many companies together. When everyone invested money, the interests began to be tied together. When Xianxia encountered some trouble, he would no longer be fighting alone. However, if he met a top second or third generation like Wang Zijin, this network was not enough. Unfortunately, Huang Wei was at the same level as Wang Zijin. It was said that his family was favored. If the other party got the core technology, although Xianxia looked down on this kind of basic blueprint, and kicked him out, it wouldn't cause too much loss and social impact. So tired. When it was time to rest, Suyu stretched her slender waist and said, "Wang Zijin, pour me a glass of water." Wang Zijin didn't even bother with her. "I'll help you," Xianxia said immediately. "It's none of your business. You're the boss, not a lackey." Wang Zijin glared at him. "I just wanted to pour a glass of water for Sister Ziwei." Xianxia ran to the water dispenser and poured 3 glasses of water. Suyu said with a straight face, "No." His tone sounded a little unhappy. "It's sweet." Wang Zijin took a sip and argued. Xianxia sighed. He wondered if he could really sit still and watch the harem fight with each other. Could it be that he was trying to curry favor from all sides, only to end up in an awkward situation? He quickly changed the topic. "Suyu, after the domestic sales stabilize, I'm going to sell the game blindfolds to Japan. Do you have any experience in finding an agent company?" "Suyu, no, but I can entrust others." "Why are you in such a hurry to open up the Japanese market?" "I don't know if they welcome this kind of game machine." "Of course, they will. I've tried it myself. It's very exciting. Although I can't wait to hold all the Japanese money in my arms, I still choose to cooperate with the Japanese in the end. First, there is no energy and manpower to open up the Japanese market. Second, if there are troubles, there are Japanese to help solve it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, as long as the system's obscene gong game is made, he can make a wave of fast money in Japan. It's a rare weekend, and the things at hand are basically done. Suyu felt exhausted and was too lazy to pester Xianxia. She was going to sleep at home on the weekend. Wang Zijin originally wanted to stay at home, but when she was free, she suddenly remembered that Xianxia's birthday was celebrated in the United States this year. As his girlfriend, she didn't celebrate his birthday with him. So Wang Zijin proposed to go out. Women seem to pay special attention to birthdays and are eager for someone to surprise them on their birthday. It stems from their vanity. Oh, women. Men don't care much about things like birthdays. Inviting good buddies for a meal is the limit. Those who are shy in their money can't afford a meal. Xianxia said, "What's the point of going out? Isn't it the same at home? My sister is not at home. Even if we dance in the waves like seaweed, no one will care." While having fun, they can also shout, "Fuck, fuck," but Wang Zijin didn't care and wanted to go out. Shopping, eating, buying gifts, watching movies. It's called a celebration, but it's actually a date. At most, she bought a tie for Xianxia. After watching the movie, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They rode a shared bike and strolled around Lujiazui. Xianxia wore a mask and sunglasses, so no one could recognize him. He followed Wang Zijin and watched her ride the bike. Her waist twisted and turned, like a weak willow in the wind, and her hair flew in the wind. Wang Zijin rode the bike to the side of the Huangpu River and parked it by the roadside. She rubbed her frozen little hands and rubbed her red nose, saying, "Let's go for some fresh air." "Are you stupid? It's so cold and you still want to go to the river." Xianxia held her 2 little hands in the palm of his hand, blew a breath of hot air, and rubbed them. Your hands are so cold. They can't even warm up. Are you cold? Yes. Wang Zijin enjoyed her boyfriend's love and pecked his head hard. Pfft. Wang Zijin hurriedly withdrew her little hands. She was so angry that she laughed and chased after him. You're almost worth hundreds of billions. You're not serious at all. Wow, you're starting to dislike me? When they reached the side of the Huangpu River, Qinzai turned around and opened his arms. Wang Zijin happened to bump into his arms and let out a moan. She leaned into Qinzai's arms and looked at the muddy water of the river. Boats passed by slowly, and her literary personality flared up. Ha, I cut the river with my sword. Everyone respected me, but I didn't expect to meet a punk like you. My reputation was ruined overnight. I had no choice but to hide my sword deep in the mountains. From now on, I'll wash my hands and make soup. Qinzai said, Bah, you don't even know how to do it. Wang Zijin hit him and stared at him. Suddenly, she laughed. Wang Zijin was a person who couldn't stand noise and cold war. Her heart was as fragile as a child's. Every time someone quarreled with her, she would be upset and become irritable. Gentle gentlemen had no market for her. Although this punk was often flirtatious, she was happy to be with him and would laugh for no reason. She hugged his strong waist tightly and said softly, Aze, you have to be good to me for the rest of my life. I should be humming a song at this time, Qinzai thought. He looked around and secretly took off his mask. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. It was cold and had a faint fragrance. He could make Wang Zijin cry until dawn. Let's find a hotel. Wang Zijin said subconsciously as they stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Sister isn't at home today. Qinzai said blankly. Wang Zijin was stunned. Yes, Ying isn't at home. Why am I scared? Since when did I have the psychological trauma of going to a hotel to have sex? Wang Zijin felt sad for her real girlfriend and almost cried. The next day was the weekend. Wang Zijin got up at noon with 2 dark circles under her eyes. When she woke up, the room was empty. She put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. Qinzai was arranging the food. Hearing the movement, he looked up and said, I was about to call you. The food in the hotel is good. After eating, take a shower and let's go home. Wang Zijin murmured, I'm tired. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep. If Suyu was here, he would definitely empathize with her words and wipe away his bitter tears. Wang Zijin secretly checked the internet about her boyfriend's masculinity. Most of them said that young people were like that. After a long time, their kidneys were insufficient and their stamina would naturally weaken. But Wang Zijin found that her experience was completely different from the situation on the internet. To sum up, most of the phenomena were that young people were angry and wanted to do something. They relied on quantity to win. Her man was not like this. Her man was Qinzai. Ouch, my waist. Don't sleep. The more you sleep, the more tired you will be. Qinzai waved his hand. The food will get cold if you don't eat. Wang Zijin sat at the table sullenly and still had no appetite. Qinzai joked, it doesn't help. To be honest, I only used 50% of my strength last night. You still say that? Wang Zijin hit him on the head with chopsticks angrily. She had to admit that she was lucky to have only one man in her life. Are you sick? Do you want to go to the hospital? Wang Zijin said gloomily. Damn it. Have you heard of such a disease? Qinzai said angrily, this is a gift. Wang Zijin leaned on the table and moaned, how can you be like this? I can't stand it. Qinzai was enraptured. Call me dad. Call me dad and I will be merciful next time. Wang Zijin squinted at him. Do you have a lot of goddaughters? Whose godfather have you been? Qinzai waved his hand. No, I like daughters. But I can't do goddaughters. I'm not a beast. Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to tear him apart. Even a little tramp has its disadvantages. You can never beat him. After the meal, Wang Zijin dragged her tired body and took a taxi back home. As expected, she didn't fall asleep immediately, so she lost the best time to sleep. She sat in the back with her head tilted on Qinzai's shoulder. She felt tired and wanted to sleep, but she couldn't. So she took out her phone to check the news, WeChat, and Weibo. Xianxia was wearing a mask, but he didn't bring his sunglasses. He put them in his pocket and looked at the scenery outside the window with an indifferent expression. He didn't look tired at all. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and quietly bit him on the shoulder. She lowered her head and scrolled through WeChat again. Her WeChat was filled with selfies of cute girls, as well as photos of Tiananmen Square, the Great Wall, Fragrant Hill, and other scenery. The concert was about to start, but she still had the mood to play around. The boss was indeed evil. The employees worked themselves to death, but she went on a sightseeing tour. The caption was very naughty, "It's a pity that brother isn't here." The photo is missing a handsome guy who matches sister. Another caption, "This is the home of the wolf in the house. It's full of evil and sinister aura. Wolf in the house my ass. Did I eat your food? Did I steal your man, seems like?" Yes. Wang Zijin felt guilty and exited WeChat. If you want to steal my man, so be it. Don't expect me to return him to you. No way. She opened Weibo and habitually browsed the headlines and hot news. A completely unexpected news shocked the netizens and Wang Zijin. Title: The True Face of Xianxia's Girlfriend. There were 4 candid photos. One was of Wang Zijin and Xianxia kissing by the Huangpu River. The angle of the photo was behind them, so only the side of their faces could be seen. But it was enough. It was enough to recognize them. Another was a photo of them strolling on the street. In the photo, Xianxia was wearing an eye mask and sunglasses. Another was a photo of Wang Zijin and Xianxia eating. The candid photographer took the photo through the glass wall of the private room from the roadside. This was real. Their faces were clear. The last photo was of Wang Zijin and wearing sunglasses and an eye mask entering the hotel. A bolt from the blue, Wang Zijin's small hand that was holding the phone couldn't help but tremble slightly. She and Xianxia had neglected one thing. Usually, when they opened a hotel room, they would enter one after the other and never in pairs. Sometimes the interval was more than 10 minutes, sometimes even half an hour. Because Qin Baobao was not in Shanghai, the two of them were a little arrogant. There was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. 100 plans could lead to a careless mistake. Mother, who is this woman? Kill her. No, no, my husband only loves me. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Sob, 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 please don't expose it. Who can expose this woman? I'm going to tear her apart on the streets. F***ck, I've liked you for more than a year. How can you find a girlfriend just like that? Are you worthy of me? I burst into tears instantly. I'm crying. It's already the end of the year, and you still want to hurt me like this? Are we still going to celebrate the new year? The saddest thing of the year. F***ck, I've lost my passion to live in an instant. The comments on Weibo were the real explosion. This Weibo post was posted at 10 in the morning. 3 hours later, it had been forwarded more than 999 times and left more than 30,000 comments. In the comments, there were not only scolding and crying. There were also people who praised her for her beauty. However, they were all men, so most of the people who said that they were making things difficult for women were women. Then there were clapping and cheering, saying that Xianxia finally has a girlfriend. My girlfriend can also give up. These comments were often filled with bitterness. Wang Zijin slowly raised her head from the comments. She raised her round chin and looked at Xianxia, panicking. Xianxia retracted his gaze and looked at her with a smile. I have something to tell you. It's nothing big. Wang Zijin looked as calm as an old dog, but she was panicking inside. What's the matter? Xianxia, who was in the dark, asked. Wang Zijin looked at him sadly. She did not speak and handed him the phone. Xianxia took it blankly and glanced at it. With just one glance, he was stunned. There were too many words to describe his state of mind at this time: 5 thunders, scalp tingling, a bolt from the blue. Xianxia thought about telling the truth. He regarded this as a problem that he had to face this year, but his laziness made him put it off again and again. If it was not urgent, he would not be in a hurry. He felt that he still had a chance to develop wretchedly. But the reality was always like this. From time to time, it would give you a hard time and then ask you, "Are you surprised? Are you excited?" He had always been paying attention to the trysts between Suyu and Wang Zijin. The profession of a paparazzi was pervasive. If he was not careful, he would be secretly photographed by him. There were so many examples of his predecessors. But now he understood that nothing could be hidden forever. It was only a matter of time before it was exposed. He did not neglect it this time, but there would always be times in the future. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that even a wise man would be wet once in a while? No, it's okay. There's no fire in the world that can't be wrapped up, and there's no wall that the wind can pass through, Xianxia said calmly. Wang Zijin looked at him silently, nodded slowly, and buried her head in his arms. She knew that Xianxia was actually panicking. He was so panicked that he was out of his wits and his mind was about to explode. His calmness was fake. You could not believe that a person who would say there's no fire that can't be wrapped up and there's no wall that the wind can pass through was as calm as an old dog. But he did not realize it himself. 8 p.m., Beijing, Kowloon Stadium. The last stop of Qin Baobao's national tour was Beijing. In fact, it was not called a national tour. It just went to the first-tier cities in the country. Qin Baobao could not bear to go to all the important cities in the country. Holding a concert was not an easy thing. From the preparation to the opening, not only the staff was tired, but the stars were also tired. Just singing for 2 hours straight was torturous enough. If it wasn't for the sake of making money or fame, there really wasn't a need to hold concerts so often. So, Xianxia let her follow the company's plan from the beginning to the end. As a woman who was not career-minded and could live a happy life with her brother, it was not easy for her to work hard to get to where she was today. It was hard to say who was the one who was the bad guy. Xianxia was not unique to the salted fish character, and so was his sister. It was just that her excellence often made people ignore her nature of not wanting to improve. Qin Baobao herself also thought that it was good. Being too outstanding was not necessarily a good thing. It would only pull the distance between her and Xianxia further and further. But when the salted fish suddenly became outstanding, the person who was left behind was her. Qin Baobao rode the smallmouth Fang and chased after her brother's sports car. She did not fall behind too much. The concert opened at 8:30. Qin Baobao wore a gorgeous off-the-shoulder dress and sat in front of the dressing mirror. Any makeup artist played with her gorgeous and charming face. The makeup artist put in a lot of effort to make her seductive temperament more obvious. No matter how beautiful a woman was, the difference between wearing makeup and not wearing makeup was still very big. Plain white face, seductive eyeshadow, flaming red lips, long and curly eyelashes, and his sister's naturally sharp face. Looking at the woman in the mirror, she could play any role of a vixen. 2 female assistants looked at her from the side and praised, "Boss Qin is so beautiful. If I were a man, I would definitely pursue you." The other said, "It seems like Boss Qin lacks a man. There are many men pursuing Boss Qin. Don't make a fool of yourself." Yes, yes. Even if I become a man, I can't get Boss Qin. As a woman, I could have counted on a prince charming like Xianxia, but now I can't count on it. But Xianxia's girlfriend is so beautiful. Qin Baobao, who was too busy today and almost didn't touch her mobile phone, rolled her eyes and said, "Where did his girlfriend come from? Did you see any gossip news again?" The 2 assistants looked at each other and kept silent awkwardly. Yes, Xianxia didn't admit it. Must she be his girlfriend when she went in and out of the hotel? Maybe she was a female model, a goddaughter, or something. It didn't seem very good to gossip about her brother in front of his sister. Still, the makeup artist was stubborn and asked curiously, "Isn't the one on the internet Xianxia's girlfriend?" Qin Baobao frowned slightly and found that things were not simple. On the internet? The makeup artist concentrated on fixing her makeup. Yes, it was exposed this morning. Weibo exploded. "Boss Qin, don't you know?" Qin Baobao's heart sank, and she turned to ask the assistant for her mobile phone. Could it be that Xianxia and the housebreaker were secretly photographed when they went out shopping? It could also be Suyu. But it doesn't matter. A's won't fall in love behind my back. Guessing in her heart, she had to take a look to be at ease. She took the mobile phone handed by the assistant and opened Weibo. Without searching, she could directly see the hot Weibo in the hot topics. 4 pictures, each with a knife, stabbed Qin Baobao's heart fiercely. Boom. There seemed to be thunder in her mind, and Qin Baobao's eyes turned black. The moment Qin Bao saw the photo, her heart stopped beating. In the past, there were often exposés in the gossip news. The editor would insist on who was Qin A's girlfriend and who was Qin Baobao's boyfriend. It was so clear and reasonable that Qin Baobao wondered if she had really unintentionally dated a huge number of boyfriends. Occasionally, Suyu and Wang Zijin would accidentally appear in the photo. Because they were with Qin A, they were suspected of being his girlfriend. Qin Baobao never cared because those long-distance photos were not credible. They didn't even hold hands. How could the editor say that they were dating? She would occasionally follow the trend and say, "Editor, your mother exploded." This time, they didn't hold hands. They kissed directly. There was also a photo of them entering the hotel hand in hand. This was irrefutable evidence. Qin Baobao imagined countless times that her brother was lonely and went out to find a girlfriend. She prevented Qin Zhe from taking in a goddaughter, but she didn't allow him to have a girlfriend. In fact, she had a bottom line in her heart. If he really wanted to play with her, as long as he didn't let her know, she would at most turn a blind eye. But it was absolutely impossible to have a girlfriend. But she knew that this was not a long-term solution. People had to grow up. They couldn't escape the fate of marriage and children. How long could they be frozen like this? Before returning from America, Qin Baobao refused to plan for the future because she felt that the future was shrouded in a layer of fog and full of rugged roads. Maybe in a few years, when she was sensible or tired, she would let go of her obsession and find a man who was not bad to marry. People had to mature after all. But deep in her heart, she hoped that the salted fish would disregard everything and step on the colorful clouds to find her. After returning from America, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the future might be rugged and difficult, but the fog that shrouded it had dissipated. We have hoped to hold hands together, even if we stagger. Giving you a sweet date and then giving you a slap. Reality seemed to like to play this trick. It wasn't just a slap, it was a wake-up call. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe had feelings for each other. Qin Baobao was not stupid. She could actually sense it, but she was too confident. She was confident in her charm, confident that she could control the wolf in the room, and even more confident that Qin Zhe could control himself. But she didn't know how scary it was when an adolescent man went crazy. He was like a wolf, a tiger, a leopard, and a swallow in a plane. He would lie down on the ground and *ck the ants. Day cockroaches, day wasps, day worms that crawl into holes. A hole in the door, and a pit in the ground. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and held her breath. The conversation between the assistant and the makeup artist, as well as the faint movement outside the door, gradually became inaudible and left her. Then, the world fell into a despairing silence. President Qin, President Qin? Qin Baobao was woken up by his assistants. The 2 assistants stood beside him, looking panicked. What's wrong with you? Qin Baobao looked at them blankly, like a lifeless paper flower. You looked like you were having difficulty breathing just now. Do you want to go to the hospital? The assistant asked anxiously. I'm fine. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and said in a very low and weak voice, buy me a plane ticket. I'm going back to Shanghai tonight. Back to Shanghai? The assistants were stunned. Even the makeup artist was dumbfounded. The concert was about to start, and now she was going back to Shanghai. The assistant kindly reminded her, President Qin, if you're not feeling well, you can postpone the concert. Why don't you go to the hospital? Why do you want to go back to Shanghai? Clang, Qin Baobao swept all the makeup on the table to the floor like a furious female leopard. Since when did I need you to teach me how to do things? Get out, now. Qin Baobao, who was known for being approachable in the entertainment industry, suddenly exploded. The assistants were caught off guard and didn't dare to breathe loudly, including the makeup artist. They should be thankful that their boss didn't put on airs and had a bad temper. If it had been someone with a bad temper, they wouldn't even have had the chance to write a resignation letter. The three of them looked at each other for a moment and quietly left the dressing room. Qin Baobao held onto the dressing table and stared blankly at herself in the mirror. She thought to herself, I can't cry, I can't cry, I can't cry here. However, the sadness that flowed like a river carried with it an irresistible force. It easily destroyed her strength and invaded her tear ducts. Qin Baobao slowly slid down the dressing table and sat on the floor hugging her knees with tears streaming down her face. After a while, a few concert managers heard the news and came over. What's going on? Why does she want to go back to Shanghai? The two assistants said innocently, I don't know. She suddenly exploded. What do you mean exploded? The manager said unhappily, speak clearly. What happened to her just now? The assistant said, she was fine just now. We were chatting when she suddenly looked very uncomfortable. We suggested that she go to the hospital, but she wanted to go back to Shanghai. Then she chased us out. The other assistant added, Boss Qin looked very scary just now. I've never seen her like this before. The two of them would never have thought that the news would cause Qin Baobao to explode. To them, the news about Xianxia was just gossip. So, while they were chatting, Qin Baobao suddenly exploded. Both of their faces were filled with question marks. One of the managers leaned close to the door and listened carefully. There was a faint sobbing sound coming from inside. The concert was about to start. The singer suddenly threw away the burden, especially a top singer like Qin Baobao, the queen of popularity, would definitely cause a national sensation. If an ordinary star, no matter how famous, dared to do this, the entertainment company would immediately let him know who the boss was. However, Qin Baobao was the one who threw away the burden. Qin Baobao was not an ordinary star. She was the father of everyone present. Oh, no, mother of everyone present. The other manager approached and raised his hand to knock on the door. He was stopped by his colleague who was eavesdropping. The latter shook his head with a serious expression and asked the assistant, help her buy a plane ticket. Why buy a plane ticket? Get out of the way. I'll talk to Boss Qin. What about the concert? It's hard to explain to the audience how big the loss is. That person said angrily, what's there to talk about? Not letting you in is for your own good. After talking, I'll let you go home and farm. After a pause, he continued, just tell the audience that Qin Baobao suddenly had a physical condition and was sent to the hospital. The concert is cancelled. Change the refund to the money and change the compensation to compensation. Then, the two of you help her buy a plane ticket. He guessed that Qin Baobao must have encountered something sad, family matters, or something else. Who would dare to go in at a time like this? Did they think that the salary was too low and they didn't want it anymore? Tonight, Xianxia could not sleep. He was as steady as an old dog in front of Wang Zijin. In fact, his legs were soft, but a man couldn't show his weak side in front of his woman. He had to pretend to be more stable than an old dog. They kissed by the Huangpu River and entered the hotel hand in hand. In the face of facts, Almouthy King's verbal skills were useless. This was why he didn't dare to call his sister. She wasn't stupid. Even if you had a glib tongue and could make Suyu weak, it wouldn't help at this time. But his strong desire to survive told him that this was wrong and he should do something. So he was in a dilemma and couldn't sleep. He wanted to turn off his phone, but he didn't dare to. He looked at his phone every 10 minutes, but he didn't receive a call from his sister. His sister's unexpected silence showed that everything was slipping into an irreversible abyss. Half a day after Xianxia and Wang Zijin's relationship was exposed on the internet, his phone kept ringing. There were university classmates gossiping and even at him. They really didn't know what was good for them. One had to know that the salted fish boss could now rush into the University of Finance and Economics at any time. How dare they touch his sore spot in front of him? Then there were the blessings from some of the company's artists. Blessings my ass, boss, I don't know if I can live until the new year. Then there was the old man, who sent a short message saying, it's good that it was exposed. It's time for you to make a choice. It's not good to drag on emotional matters. It will delay them. No matter what you choose, you have to give an explanation to the other party. Dad, I'm now thinking about how to give an explanation to your daughter. His mother loved him the most. She called happily and her words were full of joy. She probably felt that her son and daughter were finally together and successfully solved a problem. Xianxia could only be the son of the Qin family, and not some other strange thing. Xianxia was very sad about his mother's happy expression. To some extent, it was even more panicked than when his sister came back with a 50-meter knife. When a card was laid out, it was like a domino effect, and all the cards would be exposed in broad daylight. His mother's flag. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia couldn't sleep. After thinking about it, he got up and went out. He gently knocked on Wang Zijin's door. "Sister Ziwei, are you asleep?" There was no response, but a few seconds later, the door opened. Sister Ziwei's haggard goose face shook her head silently. "I knew you weren't asleep, so I came to keep you company," Xianxia said. Wang Zijin pushed him out of the door and said in a tired voice, "Don't come in. I'm annoyed." The door closed, and Xianxia stood at the door miserably. Wang Zijin leaned against the door and rubbed her temples. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air in frustration. She was thinking about how to tell Qin Bao that she had a lot of ideas and had started preparing last year. When Qin Bao came back, she was going to use her flexible tongue to convince Qin Bao. From the day until now, Wang Zijin had been deducing the negotiation process in her mind. She guessed Qin Bao's various reactions, how she should deal with it, and how to subdue her. The worst-case scenario was that her best friends turned against each other. It was not worth it to fall out with Qin Bao over a man, so she had to avoid this situation. At this time, if Wang Zijin had a universe calculation system, she would be safe. Xianxia, who obviously had a cheating device, was in a mess at this time. He smoked in the room and then went to the living room to smoke. At this time, a phone call came in. Xianxia was shocked and quickly reached for his mobile phone. After holding the phone, he paused, took a deep breath, and took it out. "Caller, Nan Man Pei, damn it." Xianxia wanted to take out his 18 centimeters and teach this young woman how to be a woman. He answered the phone and said angrily, "Just say it." Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. "Suyu is drinking here." Xianxia, and then? And then? Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Aren't you her man? She's drinking, and you say then? Can't you come over and comfort her? TSK, every one of them is worry-free." Xianxia said tiredly, okay, I'll come over right away." In the room deep in the corridor, Wang Zijin was imagining the battle scene and gradually became sleepy. She didn't sleep much last night and consumed a lot of energy. She had bags under her eyes and her oval-shaped face looked particularly haggard. At the moment when she was about to fall asleep, her phone rang and pulled her back to reality. She took out her mobile phone from under the pillow and glanced at the caller. Suddenly, she was awake as if cold water had been poured on her head. It was a crying monster. Wang Zijin suddenly sat up. The first thing that rose in her heart was not her fighting spirit, but panic. She did not know why she felt so guilty. She was the one who should be strong. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and answered the phone. "Zijin, let's talk." On the other end of the phone, Qin Baobao said straightforwardly. Wang Zijin was very good at reading people's minds, but at this moment, she could not detect the emotional fluctuations in Qin Baobao's voice. It was very steady, very calm, and revealed a sense of determination. "Okay," Wang Zijin said in her heart. "I also want to talk to you. You have to come sooner or later. I will help you cure your psychological illness." So she said, "When you return to Shanghai, I'm already back." Qin Baobao interrupted. Wang Zijin was on guard. "At the airport?" Qin Baobao, "On the highway. Let's meet at home." "Our old home." She paused for a moment, and finally there was a fluctuation in her voice, with a hint of sobbing and sadness. "Don't let him come." The call ended here. There was no crying or abuse. Wang Zijin knew that this was the calm before the storm. The old home she mentioned was the 80-square-meter small house, which actually carried many sweet and warm memories of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin got dressed, washed her face in the bathroom, and pulled herself together to go to the living room. Xianxia just hung up the phone and looked at her in surprise. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment. "Your sister called me." Xianxia stood up. What did she say? Wang Zijin stared at him silently for a moment and said, she came back, to talk to me. Xianxia said without thinking, I'll go with you. Don't go. Wang Zijin shook her head and said in a low voice, some things are not suitable for you to say. I guess she's in a bad mood now. You'll only aggravate her emotions if you go. Leave it to me. This was a solo match between women. Men shouldn't talk nonsense at the side. At this point, everyone understood. Wang Zijin was just short of saying that her sister had a younger brother complex and that she would be responsible for ending it. Xianxia was not in the mood to hide. He knew that things were not over yet. He would either be killed 3 times by the old man or be killed by his sister. He no longer had the opportunity to develop wretchedly. His mother was even more pitiful. She was the dragon in the canyon. After a few seconds of silence, he said, all right, give me a call if there's anything. I'll be there right away. Oh right, what's the address? Wang Zijin said helplessly, don't try to get information out of me at this time. Am I that stupid? Xianxia said hesitantly, can you really do it? Wang Zijin patted her not-so-plump C-cup gently. Believe me, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. After tonight, your sister will obediently go home with me and be reborn. After that, she picked up the car key on the coffee table, changed her shoes at the entrance, and went out. Xianxia caught up with her and stood at the door. Looking at Sister Ziwei's back, he was in a trance for a moment. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that Sister Ziwei was like an old general on the stage, with flags all over her body. Ding! The elevator arrived. Wang Zijin entered the car and took the elevator to the basement floor. After she left, Xianxia also found a car key and went out. He was going to Nan Manpei's house to appease Suyu, who was said to have kicked off her high heels and danced on the balcony. Suyu was a person who had read half of the script. She had already seen his relationship with Wang Zijin, but even if she was an open-minded woman, when she saw those pictures of her beloved man entering and leaving the hotel with other women, she couldn't be calm. It was good to drink alone, it showed that she knew how to vent. Xianxia would be distressed and worried if she kept it in her heart. In addition, he had to lay his cards on the table with Suyu again. After all, he only read half of the script. These cards were really one after another. He didn't know if he could survive after laying his cards on the table. Tisk, human emotions are complicated because they are changeable. Thinking is a kind of brain chemical reaction. It is always reacting, so people's feelings and thoughts are changing all the time. The system sighed. Are you making sarcastic remarks? Damn low. If you work harder, I'm now Long Out Yin, with 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Xianxia walked out of the car and saw the black Lamborghini. He raised his hand and pressed the lock. With a beep, the supercar was ready to welcome him in. It's really an unscrupulous host who picks up the chopsticks to eat meat and puts down the chopsticks to curse. The system said, but no matter how your human thinking changes, in fact, the essence remains the same. I've checked Long Out Yin. If there is such a person in the world, then he must be a fickle and selfish scum. His so-called fickle but not fickle is actually just treating women as a tool for pleasure. We are always interested in the things we love, and we will even love it, but we will not really respect it. At any time, there will be another better tool to replace it, or the two can play together, just like the mobile phone. People should not consider the feelings of the mobile phone and choose not to change the mobile phone. I'm not looking down on scum. It makes no difference to me whether a scum is a hero. The talent and wealth you have now, aren't you a Long Out Yin? But you can't become the real Long Out Yin. You will never be that kind of person because of your thinking. But you also have the bad habits that 99% of men have. People can't love only one person in their life, otherwise there won't be so many exes. You're just lucky to grasp those loves at the same time. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Xianxia started the car. The Lamborghini's motor roared as it sped out of the underground parking lot. If you suddenly came back to life just to talk about human nature with me, then please die. Actually, I'm not talking nonsense. I detected an extremely strong desire in the depths of your heart. But when I wanted to give you a mission, I didn't know how to give it out reasonably. Xianxia was stunned. What do you mean? The system said, this is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. The desire is very strong, but I don't know how to give out a reasonable and complete mission. Xianxia said, I still don't understand. What desire? The system said, a strong desire to live. Xianxia was speechless. The system said, your life is not in danger, so why do you have such a strong desire to live? No matter how smart an intelligent system is, it can't completely understand a person's thinking, because it is an indefinite and constantly changing chemical reaction. Strange, strange. Xianxia said, you've finally exposed the fact that you're low. A real cheat system, can't you read a human's thinking in seconds? However, the system ignored him. Half an hour later, he arrived at Nan Man Pei's house. He pressed the doorbell a few times. The one who opened the door was Li Donglai, who stayed up late playing games. Pei Ziki was still a high school student, so she was already asleep. In the villa, Nan Man Pei's room was still lit up. The window was open, and Suyu's noise could be heard faintly. Qingge, you're here. Li Donglai looked at him with a gaze similar to Brother Funny. Xianxia was irritated and kicked him. Look at your sister. Li Donglai followed up with a mischievous tone. Do you want to look at my sister? She's sleeping in her room wearing suspenders. When Xianxia lifted his foot, he had already turned and fled. His desire to survive was quite strong. It was good that Qingge was here. Suyu's aunt was crying at home, so he couldn't concentrate on playing games. Also, he himself said that he would try his best to raise his pants for money, but he was trapped in a love triangle. Li Donglai also saw the news on the internet. On the second floor, Nan Man Pei's room was unlocked. He opened the door and saw the living room in a mess. It was full of paper towels, empty wine bottles, and some side dishes. In addition, Nan Man Pei's cherished ceramic teapot was broken. There was no one in the living room. Suyu was on the balcony. He entered the room and saw Suyu on the balcony holding an empty wine bottle in one hand and waving the other. She was shouting incoherently, Wang Zijin, that little bitch, one slap at a time, and then sneak her out the window. She waved her small hand vigorously. See? Sneak out like this. Nan Man Pei sat cross-legged on the floor of the balcony. She was barefoot and her hair was a little messy. She didn't have the slightest Buddhist aura. It was probably because she had been tortured miserably. Seeing Xianxia come over, Pei Nanman, who prided herself on being calm in the face of trouble, felt a kind of joy after the bitterness was over. Immediately after, she became even more furious. She stood up and sent a flying kick. Xianxia held Nan Man Pei's foot with one hand and her waist with the other. He threw Nan Man Pei on the bed a few meters away. She had no power to fight back. He walked into the balcony, took the bottle from Suyu's hand, and said softly, You were? Suyu stared at him and suddenly said, Oh, you came to pick up Wang Zijin? I threw her out the window. I don't know if she's dead or not. Xianxia was speechless. She's fine, Xianxia hugged her, but you're going to be in trouble. How much did you drink? Nan Man Pei lay on the bed and sneered, How much do you think I drank from night to now? My toilet is almost flooded with her vomit. She was so tired. She couldn't even hold a move. Why do I have to clean up your mess? Look at my room. What's wrong with it? Nan Man Pei said angrily. Xianxia comforted Suyu and apologized to her. But the one in his arms was still restless. She shouted, She's okay? That won't do. You pick her up. I'll throw her out again. She'll die. Xianxia held back his twitching face and knocked Suyu out with a knife. Suyu moaned and softened in his arms. Seeing this, Nan Man Pei was furious, You should be gentle. I can't bear to hit her. She looked for Xianxia to appease Suyu. She couldn't bear to do such a thing as one-hand knife. Otherwise, what did she want him to do? Sleeping is her best choice. Xianxia looked at Suyu's face with pity. Let's settle her down with you tonight. He helped Suyu to the guest room, helped her take off her clothes, covered her with a quilt, turned off the light and closed the door. Then he carefully and patiently helped Nan Man Pei clean the room. He threw the wine bottles, paper towels, and broken teapot porcelain pieces into the black garbage bag. Then he put the pillow back on the sofa. Finally, he spent 10 minutes cleaning up the toilet that smelled sour and alcohol. During the whole process, Nan Manpei stood aside to supervise, arms crossed, and said nothing. And then, do you want to go back? Nan Manpei sneered, after all, you have a real girlfriend at home. You sneaked out. If you're found, do you want to kneel on the washboard? The washboard is a joke from hundreds of years ago. Sister man, your vocabulary is the same as your age, old and low. Xianxia said sarcastically. Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows, and her jade-like face was murderous. You're looking for death. You can't beat me. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Before she could explode, he sighed and waved his hand. Sister Zine is going to kill first. I came here to farm for a while. Later, I'm going to kill someone. There's no rush. Let me have a smoke. Nan Manpei frowned, what's wrong with you? Xianxia didn't answer. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, exhaled, and said, Sister man, remember the story of the little boy I told you the other day? Nan Manpei was silent. So you fell asleep. I wanted to tell her, but you can be a listener. Xianxia looked up at the ceiling, and his pupils gradually spread out. Now I can tell you another story. After Sister Ziwei killed someone, this matter would not just be a secret between him and his sister. It didn't matter if he told her, and he didn't have to be so tired anymore. It was 1:30 in the morning, and the street lamps illuminated the wide highway. Wang Zijin was driving a red BMW on the highway. Her eyes were looking straight ahead, and the focus in her pupils would occasionally disperse and contract. She seemed to have a lot on her mind, but in fact, she was deducing the battle situation in her mind. Should she show a strong side or should she be gentle? The answer was the latter. Like her brother, Ying Monster was soft but not hard. But when it came to love, it was not a good thing to be too soft. When it was time to be hard, she still had to be hard. So she would adapt to the situation later. Wang Zijin felt that she was an undefeated general who was going to the battlefield alone. In fact, she had always been an undefeated general in this aspect since she was a child. Love was a battlefield for any woman, and every woman had to have the awareness and determination to guard their love. After getting off the highway, it would take another 10 minutes to reach the nest. When Wang Zijin was passing through the traffic lights, she almost collided with a Volkswagen on the side. Fortunately, both parties reacted quickly and braked. The window of the Volkswagen's driver's seat was lowered, and the driver stuck his head out and scolded her. Wang Zijin looked up and found that it was already a red light. She had unknowingly run a red light. She patted her face and pulled herself together. Ignoring the driver's chatter, she turned the steering wheel wildly, bypassed the Volkswagen, and drove away. Driving into the community, she turned on the roof light, pulled down the mirror of the visor, and tied her long black hair with curly ends into a ponytail. Wang Zijin usually did not tie a ponytail, because Xianxia said that a ponytail would make her face look big. Although it was a joke, she took it to heart. But a ponytail would add a concise and capable temperament to her, making her look strong. After doing all this, Wang Zijin slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, driving away all the negative emotions. She turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and locked the car door in one go. She strode towards the residential building. Her back looked like a female general heading to the battlefield alone. Pushing open the familiar door, the living room was brightly lit. Qin Baobao was standing by the window, silently overlooking the city full of lights. If Wang Zijin's back view was that of a general marching into the battlefield with determination, then she was that of a lost queen, lonely and desolate. Wang Zijin paused and looked at her silently. Qin Baobao gazed at the night scenery while she looked at Qin Bao's back. In Wang Zijin's mind, Xianxia's song Don't Talk suddenly appeared. There was a line in the song that was very appropriate for the situation: if you want, with a black pencil, draw a silent stage play. In such an atmosphere, she suddenly realized that all the lines she had prepared did not seem to be suitable for opening remarks. In this silent stage play, she felt somewhat depressed and inexplicably sad. At this moment, Qin Baobao turned around and smiled. "You're here." Her smile was the same as before, but Wang Zijin could sense the emotions hidden deep within. As if there was a needle gently pricking Wang Zijin's heart, she nodded silently. Qin Baobao walked to the sofa, sat down, looked around, and whispered, "I still think this place is good. It's not big, but it's warm. There's only a wall between me and him. When I'm hungry at night, he can hear me when I shout. When he first moved in, I often couldn't sleep. If I wanted to watch a movie in the middle of the night, no one would accompany me, so I just shouted. Shouting once was enough. No matter how reluctant he was, he would come over. But why is it that as the house gets bigger and richer, the distance between him and me starts to get farther and farther? I thought about it for a long time and figured it out. At that time, he and I were like this house, not big, but pure and simple. We didn't have so many things between us, money, fame, the company, and you. Looking at it now, do you think this place is very small?" Her gaze swept across the living room. "But the three of us would stay in this living room every night after dinner. You watch movies, he does mathematical modeling, and I always like to mess with him. I've liked to mess with him since we were young. There's no reason, I just think it's good. When you came to Shanghai, I thought you would only stay for a while, but in the blink of an eye, it's been a year and a half. Actually, I was quite annoyed with you after that. Is it really good to stay in someone else's house so shamelessly? Hurry up and leave. If you leave, this will be our territory again. But when I think of you saying that your family forced you to marry someone you don't like, my heart softened. I've been so good to you." Qin Baobao suddenly couldn't continue and stared at her. "When did it start?" Wang Zijin opened her mouth and answered honestly, "End of last year." "End of last year." Qin Baobao murmured and smiled sadly. "It's been almost a year. You've been hiding it from me for a year. It turns out that I've been fooled by you guys for a year like a fool." "Bao Bao," Wang Zijin calmed down and said, "I confessed to him at the end of last year. I love him very, very much. I've never thought of snatching anything from you, but this is how a relationship is. It's wonderful, beautiful, and selfish. When I first met him, I didn't feel that there was anything about him that attracted me. In my heart, he was the younger brother of a close friend. He might be very interesting because in the 3 years of high school, my deskmate always talked about her brother. She always talked about how bad her brother was, but when she talked about him, her eyes were always gentle. I thought that this brother must be very interesting and very different. After I met him, seeing him is not as good as hearing about him. In the beginning, he even showed his admiration for me, which made me feel a little annoyed. I thought to myself that if this brother of mine is like other men, I'll move out after I find a job. You might not believe it, but it was your brother who pursued me first. After getting to know him for a long time, I found that he was indeed different. He was obviously very talented, but he was very timid, as if nothing in the world could be difficult for him. He wanted to pursue me, but he didn't dare to take action. The longer we got to know each other, the more attracted he became to me. I was always so happy when I was with him. But do you know, the person who first made me have the idea of trying to be his girlfriend was not him, but you. Wang Zijin said in a deep voice, "You can't hide it from me. We've known each other for so many years, and we've slept on the same bed for so long. You've never hidden your feelings from me." Qin Baobao looked at her in a daze. After a moment, she smiled bitterly. "You're right. I like him. No, I love him. No one in the world loves him more than me." This sentence was like thunder exploding in Wang Zijin's ears. It was actually like this. She had already guessed it, but when Qin Baobao said it personally, Wang Zijin's worldview was turned upside down. Do you know what you're saying?" Wang Zijin was shocked. "Your brother and sister. As the elder sister, how can you say such things? Is it strange?" "It's quite strange. Maybe you'll think that I'm shameless to actually fall in love with my own brother." When she saw him chatting happily with another girl, her heart was filled with hatred. When I thought of him being intimate with another woman, or even getting married and having children, I felt like killing someone. There's no such elder sister in the world. Qin Baobao leaned back and slammed into the sofa. It was as if she had fallen into the river of time for 20 years. When I was very, very young, I knew that he wasn't my biological brother. He and I accidentally eavesdropped on my mother's phone call, but we didn't know who the other child was. I was older than him, so I was more sensible. I scared him not to tell anyone about it. Just treat it as a secret. That way, we could still be a happy family. He wasn't smart and was very ordinary. At most, he was good-looking. It was because he had such an excellent elder sister that his mediocrity was highlighted. However, he didn't hate his elder sister because of this. Instead, he cared for her and gradually accepted his mediocrity. Many times, my elder sister expected better from him. She hoped that he could pull himself together and become a boy with a temper. In the future, he would become a man with a temper. So I started to bully him, steal his things, and add insult to injury when my father beat me. But he was still so good to my elder sister. When he gave his favorite toy to my elder sister, his timid eyes, like a deer's, deeply hurt my elder sister's heart. Ace was very timid when he was young. He only knew how to play behind me. He didn't dare to say anything when someone stole his mother's new pencil case in elementary school. He even had to ask his elder sister to help him get back at them. One year, I was in the 5th grade and he was in the 3rd grade. He was just a little kid. On our way home from school, a group of boys bullied me. They pulled my hair, stole my bag, and poured out all the books inside. They said that if I didn't want to be friends with them, they would cause trouble for me every day. One of them even lifted my skirt. All I could do was cry. No one came to help me. I couldn't count on anyone. Could I count on a brat in the 3rd grade? But do you know, when I was most afraid, it was this brat in the 3rd grade. He stood in front of me and cried, telling me not to bully my elder sister. Then, he fought them to the death. Qin Baobao's mind flashed with images of the past. In the image, the short kid fell down after being kicked and punched again and again. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up, fighting with the boys who were a head taller than him. He was clearly scared and wanted to call for his mother. However, he refused to back down. He gritted his teeth and fought with tears streaming down his face. The girl behind him cried until her beautiful little face was ruined. Even though more than 10 years had passed, this image was still fresh in Qin Baobao's mind. It was one of the most precious memories of her and her younger brother. From that day onwards, my feelings for him started to change quietly. I didn't even notice it myself. After that, my younger brother's kindness to my elder sister was no longer pure familial love in my heart. It wasn't pure, but it was very sweet. He was always gentle and modest towards my elder sister. He let me do whatever I wanted and gave in to me. He often complained that his parents' doting caused me to develop a lot of bad habits, but he never reflected on himself. In fact, he was the one who doted on my elder sister the most. All these years, my elder sister became more and more dependent on him. When she was at her most infatuated, she even felt that it was enough for her to have him in the world. Nothing else mattered. A few years ago, when he had his first girlfriend, he came back excitedly to show off to me. Do you know how I felt at that time? It was painful. It was so painful that I wanted to die, just like today. Qin Baobao covered her heart and choked with sobs. It was so painful that I didn't want to live anymore. Wang Zijin was silent. At this point, all words were useless. She listened to the girl's endless recollection of the past, revealing her feelings honestly and affectionately. It was a feeling that had been fermenting in her heart for more than 10 years. The moment she opened the lid, what she smelled was not a fragrance, but a heart-wrenching pain. Any words and excuses were suddenly pale and powerless in the face of this feeling. At the same time, Wang Zijin finally understood why she was scared. She was the third party. She was abrupt and discordant in this love that shouldn't have been. It was so discordant that many times, even she herself felt that she was unnecessary. So subconsciously, she felt that she should be scared. Zijin, unknowingly, this heartless woman had tears streaming down her face. Qin Baobao used an almost pleading tone. 13 years. I loved him for 13 years. That was my whole life. Please, give him back to me. Give him back to me. At that moment, Wang Zijin almost couldn't breathe. She stared at Qin Bao blankly for a long time. Her eyelashes trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. What about me? What about me? He's my first man, and I hope he's my last. I love him very much too. I've never loved a man like this. I fell out with my parents for him. I said that I'd be happy even if I had to drink cold water with him. All of you shut up. Now you want me to give him back to you? What do you want me to do? Wang Zijin gritted her teeth and wiped her tears. So what if I give him back to you? Can you two be together? No matter how open-minded Uncle Qin is, can he tolerate his son and daughter getting married? Does he know about this? If he doesn't, where do you think I am? Let's take a step back. Even if he's willing, can the two of you really be together? You two are the center of attention in the entertainment industry. The whole country is watching you. How can you two be together? If you insist on being with him, you'll destroy him. Even if you don't care, have you thought about your parents? They'll struggle in the future. Do you want your parents to have such an old age? Uncle Qin is still a university professor. How will he face the teachers and students of the university? What will your friends and relatives think? You've been brother and sister for more than 20 years. Even if you're not related by blood, if normal people have been brother and sister for 20 years, blood relations won't matter anymore. They'll think that you were already in an incestuous relationship when you were still brother and sister. How can your parents bear it? It's useless even if you explain. If it's useful, will there still be cyberbullying? Would there still be rumors and slanders that could ruin one's bones? Do you know how many people are jealous of you and Xianxia? They alone can make you two unable to make a comeback. Did he want to become a joke and a negative example that was rarely seen in the entertainment industry for decades? Be criticized for the rest of your life? Have you thought about how your children will live in the future? At the end, she sounded very agitated. It's useless to go abroad. In this era of increasingly advanced communication, it's useless to go abroad. Reputation is irreversible. From the day you two became top public figures, there was no turning back. Unless he had to stay in a poor and backward village for the rest of his life. But would he be willing to do that? So, regret it. You can never be with him in this lifetime. Qin Baobao instantly lost all of her essence, energy, and spirit, like a withered flower. Big sister man, last time we were talking about a boy with no special features. One day, a beautiful goddess suddenly confessed to him. Actually, before that, there was another oval-faced goddess who confessed to him. But this one is different. She's a die-hard fan. It's just that they especially worship you and are willing to sing at the top of their lungs. You are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only legend. At that moment, his heart was filled with joy. Coincidentally, he also had a good impression of that goddess, although at that time, there was no such thing as love. Xianxia exhaled green smoke. Nan Man Pei held the tea, her expression unchanged. The teapot was replaced with a beautiful glazed blue and white treasure. The price was 10 times that of the first broken one. She had kept this teapot as a collection for many years. If it was broken because of this, Nan Man Pei would definitely hang Suyu up and beat him. She knew that Xianxia was talking about such a thing. Wasn't it about getting drunk that day and taking blood from each other with Suyu? She had heard it so many times that her ears were about to grow calluses. It was annoying to always show off their love in front of others. But before the two of them, there was actually a girl who loved him deeply. Xianxia paused for a moment and took a deep puff of his cigarette. The boy was born into an ordinary family. He has an extremely beautiful sister. His relatives and friends all praise him. He has received so many awards that his hands go soft. Compared to him, his younger brother, who has never even received an award from an activist, is particularly unbearable. But children also have dignity. The child's heart is more fragile and sensitive. So he began to try to please his sister. As long as he could play with his sister happily, when she enjoyed the praise of the elders, the boy could also rub her glory. He didn't want the elders to shake their heads and sigh at him after praising his sister. But stupid is stupid. There is really no way. The biggest gap in the world is the gap between IQ. It's innate. No matter how hard you work, it's useless. He longed to be a good person like his sister. He wanted to enjoy the praise of his parents and be praised by his relatives and teachers like her. If he can't become such a person, then get her. Xianxia bowed his head and looked at Nan Manpei. Yes, get her. You probably don't understand the pain of a mediocre person. No matter how mediocre a person is, he or she would also dream of being brilliant. He or she would go on stage at the school's spring festival party and play a sad piano song. Then, all the girls in the school and the female teachers would be infatuated with his melancholy back and be unable to extricate themselves. Or when he or she was returning home from school, a 5-kilometer-long car suddenly drove to the school gate. The butler, who was wearing an exquisite and well-ironed suit, combed his hair white and put a white handkerchief on his collar, bowed 90 degrees and respectfully said, "Young master, master asked me to take you home." Or a group of hooligans in the school are fighting over a beauty. At the moment when countless students are attracted to her, you suddenly jump out with a cigarette in your mouth. Indifferent. Your expression and tone must be indifferent. This will make you look cool. Indifferent, you say, "This is my woman. If you don't want to die, all of you should get out of here." Nan Manpei was speechless. She thought to herself, your inner thoughts are so rich when you're young. It's hard for me to complain. Do you think it's funny? But he really, really wants to. He wants to go crazy. But the real him can't be more mediocre. His grades are average, his sports are average, his personality is gentle. In fact, this is the helplessness of mediocre people to please the world. Xianxia's smile was bitter at first. Then, he suddenly thought of something and the corner of his mouth twitched. When he entered junior high school, the beautiful troublemaker sister caused trouble again. At that time, the hooligans who didn't study were fighting for territory in the school. When they saw a beautiful girl, they would ask to be their girlfriend. A big brother without a sister-in-law was an incompetent big brother. She was so beautiful that she became the hot cake that the big brothers had to fight over. The opportunity finally came. Sister stole 100 yuan from home. There were about 20 people. She said that as long as you helped my brother hold the line, she would give each of you 5 yuan. 5 yuan. At that time, a popsicle only cost 50 cents. 5 yuan could let you eat fish and meat in the cafeteria. Then, she found the hooligans and said that she was Xianxia's woman. If you're a man, you should draw your sword. Actually, at that time, as long as she explained the situation to the teacher, those hooligans wouldn't dare to provoke her. She was a top student, and the school valued top students very much. Nan Manpei commented, "She's young, but she's quite scheming. I've never been so flashy." In front of dozens of people, I had a one-on-one fight with the school's bad student leader. In the end, I won. A fight between children is very simple. As long as you're not afraid of pain and fight to the death, it's not difficult to win. Although I looked worse, I shouted at him loudly. I said, "Qin Bao Bao is my woman." Xianxia grinned. I've remembered this sentence for many years. Now that I think about it, I'm really excited. Nan Manpei was silent. After that, the boy's desire to get her became stronger and stronger. It was like a black seed buried in his heart, absorbing the negative emotions of the outside world and gradually blooming a black flower. From then on, he began to pay attention to his sister's beautiful figure and beautiful face. He watched as her breasts became fuller and fuller, and she had the charm of a young girl. He still treated her well, but it was no longer the affection of a younger brother trying to please his sister. It was a kind of love that was causing trouble. One day, when he was playing with his sister, the friction of their bodies made him have a physiological reaction. In his adolescence, he suddenly understood that it was difficult for him to treat his sister, who he had spent more than 10 years with, as family. At one point, he felt a huge sense of guilt. He felt disgusted as a creature in a dirty pigsty. Until one night, his sister knocked on his door while his parents were asleep. They slept on the same bed and talked about meaningless things. The younger brother was very well behaved. He felt that if he exposed his inner impulses, his sister would never get close to him again. However, God didn't close all the windows for this humble and ordinary child. He left a window open. That night, his sister kissed him. Nan Manpei was stunned. In the darkness where there was no light, he heard his sister's rapid breathing. He imagined his sister's blushing face and her moist and shy eyes. A huge sense of happiness exploded in his heart. He was sure of one thing: his sister liked him. It wasn't a simple brother-sister relationship, but the kind of love that a girl secretly likes a boy. Xianxia laughed bitterly. But so what? His life was so mediocre that there was no highlight to speak of. Such a person, other than going with the flow, what ability did he have to change his fate? He didn't even dare to be angry with his father. All he could do was to hide his feelings in his heart. In the years that followed, the two of them tacitly hid their secrets. A secret kiss could be sweet for half a day. They passed through junior high school, and university. No one dared to touch the feelings in their hearts. His sister stubbornly refused to go on blind dates and refused to date any boyfriends. Because she already had someone in her heart. That useless brother. The younger brother was more rational. He knew that he couldn't do it. Deep in his heart, he felt that he couldn't do it. He was so useless. His greatest achievement was the big house that was destined to be left to him by his family. So he started to try to find a girlfriend. Time always dilutes everything. No matter how solemn their love was, it couldn't beat time. The perfect ending for the two of them was that he married a local wife, and his sister married an outstanding man. Everyone continued to hide their secrets in their hearts, leaving behind fleeting time, and moving forward into the future. Later, the boy finally grew up. He started to show his talent and became a child praised by his relatives and friends. He became someone else's child. He could do whatever he wanted in the entertainment industry. He was undefeated in the business world and earned a lot of money every day. However, his cowardly nature was rooted in his heart. Even if their names were not related by blood, he still did not dare to lay his cards on the table with his parents. He did not dare to loudly tell his parents that baby Qin was his woman. He was terrified to the core. So he held on to his sister and didn't let go. At the same time, he yearned for love openly with other women. He became arrogant. Nan Manpei knew why Xianxia said these things to her. She also knew what Wang Zijin was doing. Everything stemmed from yesterday's news. Since he already got the love he wanted, why didn't he stop before it was too late? There are too many beautiful things in life. There will always be people who miss out. He shouldn't be obsessed with the fleeting past. If he knows that it's wrong, he should cut it off, Nan Manpei said gently. I can't kill him, Xianxia murmured. Others only see his brilliance, but who has ever seen his humble and weak side? Who would like that incompetent and useless version of him? Only my sister, he said. Nan Manpei was silent. She didn't know what to say. This confident, calm, and talented young man in front of her took off his heavy armor for the first time in front of her. Inside was a timid and humble little boy. Perhaps this was the real him? At 2:00 in the morning, Wang Zijin went out of the door in a daze. The moment she closed the door, she turned around and saw Qin Bao sitting on the sofa in a daze, like a delicate puppet that had lost its spirit. Murderous intent, every word that Wang Zijin said when she was excited hit Qin Bao's weak point. But she was not complacent at all, and she even lost the interest in pursuing the victory. At this time, if there was a bottle of wine, Wang Zijin would not hesitate to get drunk. There was no result from this conversation, and it was impossible for there to be a result. She tried to be strong, but when she saw Qin Bao's tear-stained face, she couldn't bear it in the end. It was really like the old saying that the battlefield changes rapidly. Before she had time to use the combo in her mind, Qin Bao took the lead. It was the first time that the girl had revealed her heart. Can you imagine that under her heartless appearance, there was such a deep-rooted love? No, it was not love, it was love. Wang Zijin was unable to refute, let alone deny it. She only felt that fate was like a naughty child, always playing some fatal jokes with adults, but she couldn't hit its butt. Stepping on the dim street lights, she returned to the car and sat alone in a daze. At this point, she couldn't cut off this love that shouldn't exist by waving a butcher's knife. When she finished listening to Qin Bao's self-description, she knew that the girl was deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. Deep in the forest, she saw a deer, and deep in the sea, she saw a whale. Qin Baobao was too deep in this love and couldn't turn back. What about him? If the elder sister was like this, what kind of mentality would the younger brother have? Thinking of this question, Wang Zijin fell silent. The fear in her heart was fermenting, and it was also the reason why she hurriedly ended the negotiation with Qin Baobao. It was like a general on the battlefield who suddenly received a secret letter about a secret deal between the imperial court and the enemy country. At this time, what the general should do was to continue fighting the enemy bravely, or stay still and wait for the imperial court's orders, or return to the imperial court to confront the fatuous emperor. After a long silence, she took out her cell phone. After some hesitation, she called Qin Zhe. On the other side, Qin Zhe finally finished pouring out the worries that had been bottled up in his heart for more than 10 years. He felt much better. Indeed, Nan Manpei was not a good listener and would not comfort him gently. But these words were better said to her than to Suyu. After Suyu knew about this, he didn't know if his mentality would explode. She had always thought that her enemy was Wang Zijin. Of course, that was not wrong. However, she did not know that there was a big boss behind the second boss. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. Nan Manpei was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. To be honest, in such a sad atmosphere, it was a little discordant to suddenly play such a cheerful nursery rhyme. Just like at a military parade, the solemn national anthem suddenly switched to a divine TikTok song. Let's learn how to meow like cats. Meow 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 meow. The caller was Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe got up and walked to the balcony. At the same time, he picked up the phone. Sister Ziwei? Nan Manpei quietly followed a few steps and pricked up her ears, desperately trying to eavesdrop. But Qin Zhe turned around and closed the door. He walked to the balcony and the sound disappeared. Nan Manpei was not satisfied. Why did you close the door? I won't eavesdrop. This is my room, okay? Qin Zhe ignored her and locked the door. I finished talking with Bao Bao. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat and he did not speak. How did it go? In the end, he squeezed out this sentence. She asked me to return you to her, Wang Zijin said. Sister Ziwei's tone was so calm that it made Qin Zhe panic. The sister complex that he had hidden for many years had been exposed in front of his girlfriend. No man could face it with a smile anymore. Before I met her, I was very confident. I thought that it was one-sided and not enough to affect us. What I wanted to do was to let her choose to accept it calmly. I went to appease her, but now. Wang Zijin paused and did not continue. After a moment of silence, she said that brother needs to be more rational and self-aware. He once tried to get a girlfriend to let her and her sister give up. She stopped him once, but she knows that she can't stop him forever. Qin Zhe, there's something I want to ask you. Answer me honestly. She called out Qin Zhe's name. Ever since the two of them became familiar with each other, she had never called him by his name. You said, we haven't known each other for long, but you took the initiative to pursue me. You seem to like me very much. Are you sincere or just acting for my sister? Wang Zijin said in a low voice. Don't patronize me. I'm sincere to you now, Qin Zhe said in a low voice. Wang Zijin said bitterly, yes, you've never been the kind of person who can't walk away when he sees a beautiful woman. I should have thought of it. But I didn't show that I was willing to give it a try at first for you. We're all the same. Neither of us is pure enough. Qin Zhe was silent. He didn't know what Sister Ziwei was thinking. At least, it didn't matter to him whether the affection was pure or not. There were many ways for men and women to fall in love. Love at first sight, love after a long time, he had never seen the former. The latter was like him and Suyu. As long as the two of them fell in love with each other, it didn't matter what the pattern was at the beginning. But when Qingnu might be a little obsessed with emotional cleanliness. So Qin Zhe couldn't say, bro, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's not bother about it. That's not important. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. Bao Bao, I know what's on your mind. What about you? If you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? This question was harder to answer than whether I should save your mother first when she fell into the water. Qin Zhe was silent. Wang Zijin waited in the car for a long time, but there was still no reply from the other end of the phone. Her heart gradually sank to the bottom. Wang Zijin was even prepared to be humble. She would say, "I won't be scheming or arrogant anymore. I won't keep you in suspense anymore. Please choose me. Although choosing me would make you bid farewell to that period of youth, I still want you to choose me. Please, you must choose me." She couldn't say those words. Qinzai's silence gave her the best answer. In the desperate silence, Wang Zijin chose to hang up the phone. The light on the roof of the car emitted an orange and dim light. Wang Zijin held back her tears for a long time. She finally collapsed. She leaned on the steering wheel and cried bitterly. She cried like a child. It was heart-wrenching. Nan Manpei silently guessed the conversation on the balcony. Her fake character as indifferent as Chrysanthemum and her real character as violent and irritable had never made her so obsessed with other people's gossip. Like Suyu, she always thought that her best friend's enemy should be Wang Zijin. She also noticed the unusual relationship between Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe, but she didn't care about it. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden reversal? It turned out that the brother and sister had such a complicated relationship. Damn, it's so exciting. She thought again of Wang Zijin's seemingly dignified but actually strong character. How could a proper official's daughter tolerate this kind of thing? Thinking of this, it was even more exciting. Nan Manpei was not a simple gossip. She was a little worried about her best friend's future. Wang Zijin was already difficult to deal with. What about Qin Baobao? Even if two tigers fought, one would be injured. However, it was easy for the injured tiger to turn around and bite a melon-eating teddy bear to death. Although a teddy bear was stable as a concubine, it was not a good empress who didn't want to be the emperor's concubine. She might not be willing. Nan Manpei pinched her temples. She was a little worried. In addition, there was a sense of irritation and loss rising from the bottom of her heart. Qinzhe listened to the busy tone on the phone and stood on the balcony in a daze for a while. He subconsciously wanted to reach for a cigarette, but then he remembered that the cigarette box was in the living room. He couldn't give the answer Wang Zijin wanted. It was useless to say too much on the phone. So he sent a text message to ask where she was. She didn't reply. When he called her again, her phone was turned off. Qinzhe left the room, picked up the cigarette box and coat on the sofa, and strode out. "Sister Man, please take care of Suyu. I'll go back first." Nan Manpei chased out of the door. "What's the situation?" "Qinzhe, it's none of your business." Pei Nanman took off her slipper and threw it at Qinzhe, who was on the stairs. It hit him right in the head. He left without looking back. "Go away, little boy," Nan Manpei shouted. Qinzhe returned to his home in Royalview Mansion. The light in the living room was dark and there was no one in the house. He sat in the living room. Hei's king's heart was not calm, but depressed and tired. In this messy relationship, there were many things he could do, but the final choice had nothing to do with him. This was also the reason why he did not answer Wang Zijin on the phone. He thought that Sister Ziwei was so smart that she should be able to get his meaning. He was thinking about how to communicate or how to talk later. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. He decided to frankly disclose his thoughts and feelings, which was his greatest sincerity. He smoked one cigarette after another. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zijin had not come back. Didn't she finish talking with his sister long ago? Did she sleep in the same bed with his sister again? No, it was impossible. Qinzhe was already thankful that they did not fight. His sister was either in the hotel or in the old house. Qinzhe put out the cigarette and called her. The voice message said that her phone was off, and it was off again. Sister Ziwei and his sister worked together to hang up the phone. He pondered for a moment and decided to go to the old house first. At this time, he should meet his sister first. Qinzhe went to the porch and put on his shoes. When he was about to open the door, he suddenly froze. The picture of the living room popped up in his mind. The items were restored one by one. One bottle of wine on the wine rack was missing. The shoes at the porch were more messy than before he went out. The things in the living room also had traces of being moved. Qinzhe's scalp tingled. He opened the shoe cabinet and took a look. Half of the high-heeled shoes were missing. Then he rushed to Wang Zijin's room and opened the wardrobe. The clothes in the wardrobe were also missing. She left and took away some of her favorite clothes. She ran away from home without a word. His gaze swept across the room, but he didn't see any messages from her, nor did he see any items. For example, the lady's wristwatch Xianxia gave her. Xianxia went out and drove to the house where he and his sister lived for 3 years. Wang Zijin left without saying a word. Xianxia couldn't find her, but he could find his sister. She must be in that house. Xianxia knew her too well. The Lamborghini drove in the dark. There were few cars on the road, and the bustling city during the day fell into a deep sleep. There's no time to make it more spectacular. Preserve the dignity of a farewell. I love you without regret and respect the end of the story. A breakup should be a dignified one. No one should apologize. The projection of the point store suddenly popped up, and the sound of singing filled the space inside the car. Only Xianxia could see and hear. Xianxia was speechless. Damn it, I'm going to swear. What a lowly system. Don't be so intense, I'm just playing a song to relieve your stress. The system said, just for the occasion. Other people's systems would help the host cheat, pick up girls for him, and dominate the world for him. My system kicked me in the head when I lost my footing and drowned. Xianxia was in a bad mood, so he couldn't be bothered with it. You don't like it? No problem, I'll change it for you. I have plenty of them here anyway. The system said considerately. The song changed. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. We agreed not to separate. We'll always be together. Even if I'm against time. Even if I'm against the whole world. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I really want to crack open my own brain, then pull you out and chop you into pieces. After kicking it, it even threw stones at you. System, asterisk, after Big Sister and Big Sister Xian had stabbed him in the back, the system had also stabbed him in the back. He was an actor. But it couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia could only bear with it. He drove to the neighborhood and looked up. From this angle, he could see the living room. The living room lights were still on, and it was especially conspicuous in the dark residential building. His sister was really here. Xianxia leaned against the Lamborghini, looked at the lights, silently finished a cigarette, stepped on the butt, and returned to the car. Don't you want to go up? Maybe she's waiting for you with the lights on. The system said. You don't know her. She must have forgotten to turn off the lights when she slept. She won't want to see me now. Xianxia started the car and left the neighborhood. I just came to take a look, and I'll be relieved. Fortunately, she's still in my sight. She's still waiting for me. Back at Royal View Mansion, it was late at night and he couldn't sleep. Sitting alone in the empty room, scenes of the past appeared in his mind, Sister Ziwei sitting on the bed with a blushing face, watching him sneak into the room in the middle of the night, Sister Ziwei dressing in front of the mirror, looking back with a smile, on the big bed, the two of them were entangled together. He sat on the edge of the bed dispiritedly. Time passed little by little. The sky outside the window gradually turned white, and then the sun rose. He unconsciously sat there for the whole night. At 7:10 a.m., a text message came into the mailbox, and the sound pulled Xianxia back to reality from his daze. I'm going back to the capital. The flight is at 7:40 a.m., and I've already boarded the plane. I didn't get your reply, and I'm very sad. Grandpa said that the art of controlling people is nothing more than a combination of kindness and power. But no matter how brilliant the art of controlling people is, it's useless in the face of love. I didn't understand it before, but now I do. After listening to Bao Bao's words, I was at a loss and very sad. There should be no sympathy or pity in love, but I know that she loves you more than me. What kind of feelings can be hidden in the heart for more than 10 years? The moment I opened the lid, I saw despair in her eyes. It was the sadness of a girl. At that moment, I was so sad that I couldn't speak. But I'm a selfish woman, and I still can't stand a third party in my love. I value it more than my life. The text message was very long, and she sent a few in a row. In the past year or so, I met an interesting boy and regained my love. You're different from all the men I've met. You're narrow-minded, indecisive, and sometimes, you're a damn child who makes people hate you. But because of your indecisiveness, you've maintained the happiness and stability of this family for more than 10 years. Bao Bao can't do that. She's too stubborn about love, and she's even willing to burn herself and the people around her. But your sadness isn't any less than hers. When you were silent on the phone, I knew it. You're just used to suppressing your emotions in your heart, just like when your parents and relatives were disappointed. You silently accepted it and licked the wounds in your heart. You're always like this, showing your kindness and gentleness to the world with trepidation, afraid of the disappointment in others' eyes. You have many shortcomings, and I'm not a good girl either. I'm two-faced, scheming, and smiling to others. But in my heart, I'm thinking, this idiot, let's see if I don't play her to death. You've already seen through my true nature, but you don't dislike me at all. I'm very happy. Because I know this has nothing to do with my family background. During this period of time in Shanghai, I've witnessed your growth. I've seen you, who had nothing, become a rising star. Some people say that being able to accompany a man from poverty to prosperity is the greatest happiness for a woman. This is also my happiness. At least my mark in your life won't be much lower than hers. I've met many sons of rich families, and I've also seen even more sons of poor families who became all-powerful in the end. The former think they're better than others, while the latter are arrogant and scheming. They're all inferior to you. You've always maintained your original heart, and I can see it from your attitude towards her. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to accept it. Shakespeare said, "The path to true love is not smooth." So we'll have to part for now. Forgive me for not wanting to see you now. Seeing you will only make us more depressed and sad. We'll give each other time and space to calm down. I want to be alone, and you need to be alone too. I don't want to call you. I'm afraid you'll ask me who Jingjing is. You're always like this. Sometimes, I like your frivolity, and sometimes, I hate it. I'll have to trouble you with purple crystals matters. I've left the bank card in the drawer. Initially, I wanted to go home with you during the new year. After the engagement, I've been planning how to use the money inside. First, I'll have to buy a house of my own. The renovations can't be as luxurious as the place I'm living in now. It has to be simple and stylish. Your study has to have an antique shelf to store some antiques. You also have to have a bookshelf. I have a lot of books that I want to buy, but I don't have a place to put them. Then, I'll steal Grandpa's most cherished bronze beast paperweight and give it to you as a treasure to guard your house. There's too much I want to say, but I don't think it's necessary to say it. When you've thought it through, no matter what your choice is, please give me a call. I hope it won't take too long. In the end, I don't regret meeting you in the best time of my life. Xianxia silently put down his phone. His eyes were red. Aren't you going to chase after her? Even if she's already taken off, it's only a 2-hour journey from Shanghai to capital city. You can still bring her back, the system said. Xianxia ignored it, in case it took the opportunity to add insult to injury. The system chattered on. Women say no, but in reality, they want it very much. Their words should be heard in reverse. Still ignoring it, the system said helplessly, go on, go on. I'll give you a mission too. How long has it been since you've done a mission? Xianxia shook his head. She's right. Chasing after her won't help, because she hasn't thought it through. She doesn't have an answer in her heart. There's no point in chasing after her. Give her some time. She needs some peace and quiet. Xianxia walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The warm sunlight poured in like water. His eyes were wet again. Man, cry. It's not a crime to cry. No matter how strong a man is, he has the right to be tired, the song came again. In the end, he still couldn't avoid the system's stone. At Hongqiao Airport, the plane rushed out of the runway. With its head held high, the wings of the plane swept across the blue sky. Wang Zijin sat in the first-class cabin by the window. She didn't sleep for the whole night. Tired, she leaned against the seat and dozed off. A tall stewardess walked past her. Her eyes swept across every passenger, checking if they had fastened their seatbelts. When she saw Wang Zijin, she was stunned. After a moment of careful observation, she said excitedly, you're Xianxia's girlfriend? The passengers in the first-class cabin all looked at her. Wang Zijin raised her head, looked at her, and smiled. She looked down at Shanghai silently. The plane rose higher and higher, and the city became smaller and smaller. The moment it rushed into the clouds, the whole of Shanghai disappeared in front of her eyes. She closed her eyes and tears fell silently. Goodbye, Shanghai. December 12th, the weather was clear and the wind was cold. A week after Wang Zijin left, Xianxia stayed in the big house in Royal View Park for a week, alone. His sister had moved back home. She had planned to hide in the small house by herself, but the news of Qin Baobao's concert being interrupted spread all over the internet. The official reason given was that she had a sudden physical condition and needed emergency treatment. Qin Ma and Grandpa Qin saw the news and were scared out of their wits. Bao Bao was the apple of the Qin family's eye, the apple of their parents' eyes. Qin Ma said that she wanted to move in with them so that she could take care of her daughter's daily needs. Qin Baobao couldn't explain why she moved back to the small house. She said that she didn't need to and that she was in good health, but her parents were worried. They had to keep an eye on their daughter to be at ease. Qin Baobao had no choice but to move back home from the small house and live the life of a rich young lady. She went to work as usual. Xianxia went to Tianfeng once to try to coax her, but his sister kept a straight face the whole time. She didn't talk to him or look at him. It was as if the person beside her was no longer a brother who kissed and hugged her, but a stinky and disgusting salted fish. He didn't know what his sister was thinking now. If she was a volcano that could erupt at any time, Xianxia couldn't pester her in the company. There were too many people and it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. In addition, he had just signed the game development agreement. Purple Crystal Technology had a lot of work to do. He could only accept his sister's Cold War. It was useless to coax her now. He could only wait for her anger to subside a little before they could talk. However, Xianxia always paid attention to his sister's mood and state. He called Qin Ma every day to ask about it, or checked the surveillance at home. Every few days, he could see his sister returning home when he was at work. She would move her cosmetics, clothes, and perfume. Wang Zijin had completely cut off contact with him. Her phone was turned off, and the chat app seemed to have been blacklisted. Xianxia tried to call Zhao Taizhu to get some information from him, but Zhao Taizhu, who was his brother on the surface, did not give him any face at all. He said, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Xianxia said, "Brother Taizhu, it's me, Xianxia." Zhao Taizhu said, "Sorry, I don't know a little wolf dog named Xianxia." Xianxia said, "Brother Taizhu, don't be like this. You didn't block my number, which means I still have a chance." Zhao Taizhu said, "Little wolf dog, you're thinking too much. I just don't want to be unable to find you when it's time for the bonus." Zhao Taizhu is Wang Zijin's #1 henchman. You can't expect him to help you at any time. Xianxia helplessly discovered this fact. And Zhao Taizhu is like this. Who can he count on Wang Zijin's friends in the circle, so you didn't seem to know that his real girlfriend and sister had a showdown. He thought that Nan Manpei would tell her the story of the night, but she didn't. Xianxia deliberately called and carefully asked about it. Nan Manpei coldly snorted, "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You don't have the confidence to tell Suyu, so let me be the messenger? What if she goes crazy again? Am I your mother? Should I help you carry the thunder?" Xianxia knew that she was helping him hide things. The two countries were at war. No matter how fierce the war was, it was always better than the romance of the Three Kingdoms. It was hard to imagine how he would deal with Suyu's crying, and hanging in the current situation. Xianxia whispered, "Thank you." Nan Manpei muttered, "I'm not helping you. I just don't want you to make a choice that you will regret for the rest of your life under impulse, and I don't want Suyu to be like this." Sister Man was rarely arrogant. Xianxia thought about it. He didn't know what her expression was like at this time. Would it be cute? On Friday, after getting away from the complicated affairs of Amethyst Technology, Xianxia dragged his tired body home. It was not Royal View Grand Court, but his parents' home. He came to see his sister. At 7:30 in the afternoon, after a long rush-hour traffic jam, he finally got home before his parents finished eating. Taking out the key to open the door, his father's frowning and dissatisfied tone came from inside. "You don't know how to sit, put your feet down." Sister's voice was coquettish. "Mom, I'm not feeling well, my head hurts. Dad still has so many rules." "Chin Ma, don't worry about him. Where are you uncomfortable? Go to the hospital." The family of three was alarmed by the sound of the door opening and looked at the door. Xianxia took off his coat and hung it on the hanger, put on his slippers and said, "Mom, is there still food?" Seeing that he had come home, Chin Ma was very happy. "There's not much in the pot, you eat first. If it's not enough, Mom will cook noodles for you." "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" The old man nodded slightly, and sister, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, immediately put on a straight face, put her feet down, got up, and walked to the room. "Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished eating yet." Chin Ma said. "I don't want to eat." Chin Baobao didn't even turn her head. "That's good, we don't have to worry about not having enough food." Xianxia sat down on his sister's seat and picked up her half-eaten bowl of rice. Chin Baobao's footsteps paused, and she went back to the room expressionlessly. "This child," Chin Ma muttered. Her daughter had left, but she still had her son. When Chin Ma looked at her son again, she found that he was much more haggard. The most obvious were the two bags under his eyes, and his eyes were much dimmer. Whether a person was tired or not, the eyes were a direct indication. "Is work so tiring? You don't have any spirit in your eyes," Chin Ma said with heartache. The old man also looked at him and said with a frown, "You can't make enough money, take care of your health." Xianxia nodded and said, "Sister Ziwei has returned to the capital. There are a lot of things to do in the company, she's a bit busy." Wang Zijin had returned to the capital for a week. The reason that Xianxia gave was that something had happened to the old man of the Wang family, and she went back to visit. Anyway, the old man couldn't hear, so he probably wouldn't send someone to invite him to eat peanuts. "When will she come back?" Chin Ma asked. When the old man gets better." Xianxia said, "It's possible that the old man can lie in bed for a year and a half." "Let's not talk about this. How's my sister?" Xianxia changed the topic. "Much better, I guess, although I don't know what's wrong with her." Chin Ma was confused and said, "For the first few days after she came back, she was in a daze and didn't come out of the room. She was listless. Once, I asked her to wipe the sink, she wiped it with a towel. She often left things everywhere, and when she couldn't find them, she lost her temper. She's much better now, she can smile." Then, she frowned and whispered, "She doesn't look like she's sick, she looks like she's heartbroken." "Tell me, what's going on?" Xianxia's heart trembled. "She doesn't look like she's heartbroken, she's clearly sick." "Yes, she's sick. By the way, Mom, don't tell me the towel she used to wipe the sink is mine?" Chin Ma was stunned. "How did you know?" Xianxia, Chin Ma and the old man looked at each other and frowned slightly. They sensed that things weren't simple. Of course, they knew what kind of person their daughters were. If both of them were like this, something must have happened. Then, they thought about how their daughter claimed to have found a boyfriend and said that she would bring him home for them to take a look. How long had it been? That was why they shouldn't plant flags casually. It wouldn't end well. Like I said, how good can her taste be if she doesn't have a boyfriend at this age? She's just a troublemaker. How did she grow up to look like this? Chin Ma murmured. Chin Ma was more worried. She felt that her daughter must have met a heartless man who was attracted to her. If she knew that the other party was her son, how would she feel? That was why it wasn't a good thing for a woman to be too beautiful. Xianxia shrunk his head and pretended that he was eating attentively. After dinner, Xianxia said that he had a bad headache and went to bed. While the old man was watching TV in the living room and his mother was washing the dishes in the kitchen, Xianxia tried to open his sister's door. The door was locked. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. His sister ignored him. Xianxia could only go back to his room. He was indeed very tired. Work was one reason, and another reason was that he couldn't sleep these few days. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. People with a lot on their minds would be like this. With a knot in his heart, he had insomnia and dreams. His strong body couldn't take it anymore, and he was especially tired. He lay on the bed, smelling the smell of the sun on the bedding. He felt inexplicably at ease, like a wandering child who had finally returned to his home. Xianxia gradually fell asleep. Qin Baobao went out to the toilet. She glanced at her brother's door and walked in the direction of the smell from the kitchen with a gloomy face. Qin Ma was stewing chicken soup with wolfberry, bird's nest, ginseng, and some spices. Qin Baobao didn't have enough for dinner. She swallowed her saliva when she smelled the aroma. She smiled and said, "Mom is the best. You're giving me special treatment. Give me a spoonful." Qin Ma glanced at her. "You're not full? I'll make noodles for you later. The chicken soup is for your brother." Qin Baobao said angrily, "I'm the biological. Am I not the biological daughter?" Qin Ma said impatiently, "It was meant for you, but you didn't drink it a few days ago. Who's to blame? If you want to drink it, wait until tomorrow. There's no more chicken at home. This is for A's. He's too tired from work. Look at him, he's lost a lot of weight." Qin Baobao said lightly, "He deserves it." Qin Ma knocked her on the head and said unhappily, "He's not working so hard to earn money. Without him, would you be so comfortable? You're fattening at home all day." Her mother obviously misunderstood. Qin Baobao couldn't explain and said angrily, "I won't drink it. I won't drink it even if I die, okay? Don't mention him in front of me. It's so annoying." Pitter-patter. She took off her boots and walked away, swaying her hips. Qin Ma shouted from behind, "Go get Ace to drink the soup." Xianxia was a light sleeper. It was hard for him to fall into a deep sleep when he was in low spirits. He vaguely sensed that someone opened the door to the room. She walked to the bedside and stood for a while. Then, she reached out her cold hand and gently touched his face. It was his sister. Xianxia woke up immediately and opened his eyes. "Sister." As soon as the word left his mouth, his sister was obviously shocked. Her hand that was touching his face trembled. Then, with an extremely fast hand speed, she stopped shaking back and changed her touch into a series of consecutive moves. "Pa!" A loud slap sounded. "Get up and drink the soup." Qin Baobao said coldly and walked out of the room. Xianxia covered his face. His sister had never slapped him in the face before. Xianxia rubbed his face and looked at the mirror on the wardrobe. Although his sister did not hit him lightly, it was not too hard either. There was no slap mark. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to answer if his mother noticed it and asked him about it. In the kitchen, Qin Ma was scooping soup. Her sister looked at her eagerly and said coquettishly, "Mom, I don't want the soup. I want the chicken." Before Qin Ma could say anything, Xianxia walked into the kitchen and said happily, "It smells so good. Mom's cooking is getting better. Give this bowl to Sis first. I only need a little." The chicken soup was boiled in a small clay pot. Excluding the chicken, ingredients, and herbs, there were at most 2 bowls of chicken soup. With a man's appetite, drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup would be child's play. So, Qin Ma did not include her daughter's share. Qin Baobao immediately pulled a long face when she heard this. "Who wants to drink it? I'll wait for Mom to cook it for me." Qin Ma was stunned. "Weren't you drooling just now? It's best if you don't drink it. Son, you drink it. It's all yours." After being a little princess for so many days, she was suddenly embarrassed by her mother in front of her younger brother. Qin Baobao bit her lip and said angrily, "I don't have a mother like you. I won't eat noodles either." She then ran to the living room. Qin Ma was confused. "What's wrong?" "Xianxia. Maybe Aunt Flo is here." "Qin Ma, your sister's period is not right." Xianxia carried 2 bowls of chicken soup to the living room. His sister and Grandpa Shen were sitting together in the living room watching TV. He placed a bowl of chicken soup in front of her and said ingratiatingly, "Sister, have some chicken soup." Qin Baobao was expressionless as she watched TV. Grandpa Shen glanced at her. "Ace is talking to you." Qin Baobao said coldly, "No." Since she didn't drink it, Xianxia would drink it himself. The soup was very rich. The fragrance of the herbs and spices didn't overwhelm the taste of the chicken soup. After more than an hour of simmering, they blended together harmoniously. Goji berries were top-notch goji berries. They were plump and full. After swallowing them, one would chew them and feel sweet. The living room was filled with an alluring fragrance. Qin Baobao had always been a coward, especially when she was hungry. She secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and pushed the blame to Xianxia. I already said that I don't want to eat, but you still brought it over. You're so annoying. With a look of disdain, he pretended to be in a difficult position as he picked up the bowl. Seeing this, the old man took the bowl and said, "It's okay. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Dad will help you drink." Your mother's cooking is amazing." Qin Baobao, seeing the two bulging veins on his sister's smooth forehead, Xianxia's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "Dad, it's fine if you don't help me, but you're hitting me when I'm down. You're the same as the system." He wanted to wait until his sister was full and in a better mood before saying a few sweet words to see if it could ease their relationship. But now, there was no hope. At least, there was no hope for today. It was cold. Fortunately, Qin Ma's cooking skills were not bad. The soup was fragrant, with diced meat and shredded carrot. A poached egg was placed on top, and oil was sprinkled on both sides. Qin Baobao pounced on the coffee table and wolfed down the food. It was delicious. After Qin Ma finished cooking the noodles, she cut a plate of fruit and brought it over. The best thing about having a full-time mother was that there was no need to worry about not having food on the coffee table in the living room. There was also no need to worry about not having someone to wash the clothes or dry the blankets. Qin Baobao was halfway through her meal when she stopped and took out a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Mom, do you have a suitable blind date?" Xianxia's eyebrows twitched violently. Qin Ma and the old master looked at each other, thinking that their daughter had indeed fallen out of love. "There's no need to be so anxious," Qin Ma said. She had just fallen out of love. Although she had always thought that her daughter would become an old leftover woman in 2 years' time if she didn't get married, Qin Ma hoped that her daughter would think carefully and face her feelings seriously instead of having such a casual attitude. "That's funny. You've always been the most anxious, and now you're not anxious? Are you making fun of me?" Qin Baobao said unhappily, "I'm anxious. After the new year, I'll be 27. If I don't get married, am I going to be an old maid? If I have a boyfriend now, I'm confident that I can get married before 30. Xianxia said in a low voice, "There's no need to rush. You're only 25. It's still early." Qin Baobao said lightly, "Sister wants to get married. Is that bothering you?" Xianxia was speechless. "I'm full." Qin Baobao stood up and said, "Mom, keep an eye on him. He doesn't need to be rich. He just needs to be a good person. Don't be a half-hearted jerk. I have no taste. I'm blind. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him." I'll go talk to her. She's not in a good mood." Xianxia found an excuse and followed her. After their son and daughter left, the old couple had fewer scruples when talking. Qin Ma said worriedly, "She's really fallen out of love. It seems that she was dumped." The old master's face fell and he said angrily, "Didn't they say that he's very powerful in the entertainment industry? How could he just watch her get bullied? I'll ask him about it some other day. Baobao likes to get into a dead end. Why don't you help her find a blind date? Distract her." Qin Ma rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "Are you stupid? You like to get into a dead end. That's why you need to slow down. I'm afraid that she'll have a playful attitude." Xianxia turned the doorknob before his sister locked the door. She tried hard to stop him from coming in. But how could a maggot Baobao compete with him? He pushed the door open easily. In the room, the siblings looked at each other silently. Xianxia whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? What blind date? Mom will take it seriously." Qin Baobao said coldly, "I'm not joking." Okay. You're not joking. I'm the one who doesn't want you to go on a blind date." Xianxia said, "If you go on a blind date, what should I do?" "You?" Qin Baobao sneered, "Go and find your sister Ziwei." I was so angry that I went back to the capital. This week must be very hard. Mom said that you've lost a lot of weight. If you miss her, go and find her. I didn't stop you. Good sister, don't be angry. It's my fault. Xianxia took her hand and hugged her sister's small waist. Slap. Unexpectedly, Qin Baobao slapped him away. She looked agitated and said in a sharp voice, Xianxia, do you think that I can't live without you? Her reaction was very big. She glared at Xianxia fiercely. Her eyes suddenly turned red with a trace of hysteria after being wronged to the extreme. She was not afraid of being heard by her parents. Xianxia was stunned. He had never seen his sister like this. He was a little at a loss. In the silence, Qin Baobao's eyes slipped down 2 lines of tears. She quickly wiped them with the back of her hand and looked miserable. Wang Zijin is right. I'm used to being selfish. I've been selfish since I was a child. What I want and what I like are all based on my heart. I don't care about other people's feelings. I've never thought about what Mom would do, and I've never considered your feelings. I don't want you to find a girlfriend. I don't want to pester you and restrict you. If I had a little conscience, I wouldn't be so capricious. I shouldn't have stuck to you. It's the same with being a star. Because of vanity, I ignored Mom, Dad, and you and became a star. I didn't expect that I would come to this position today. Do you know how much I regret my debut? I regret it so much that my intestines are turning green. It was I who pushed us into the abyss step by step. Step by step, we walked on this road of no return. There's no room to turn back. But there's no medicine for regret in this world, and time can't be turned back. These days, I've been thinking about what I should do. Can't I stop being a star? Can't I go abroad? But these methods are useless. I also wonder if this relationship was destined to be wrong from the beginning. Its existence will only hurt me and the people around me. This is all my fault. I admit it. Aze, let me go. I'm so tired. Qin Baobao looked at him and cried. I've never restrained you. You're the one who refused to let go of yourself. I understand this feeling. Xianxia reached out his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Qin Baobao took a step back like a frightened deer. His hand paused in midair as he said bitterly, there was a child who liked his sister since he was young. He knew that he wasn't related to his sister by blood from the start. The child naively thought that his sister was the one he had picked up from the streets. Even though she was doted on by her parents and relatives, he still had to take care of her because she was picked up from the streets. He really fell in love with his sister when he was in junior high school. From the moment he realized that he had fallen in love with her, he was obsessed with her. She was so beautiful and so outstanding. She had all the conditions that a child yearned for. Fortunately, that sister also loved him. Although she wasn't very brave, she could pounce on him like crazy when he was bitten by a dog. She hated fighting, but as long as anyone bullied her brother, she would immediately get back at them. She would never stay until after school. She didn't look for a boyfriend from university until now. She didn't flirt with any men. After graduating from university, her monthly salary wasn't enough for her to spend. But she always remembered to give her brother living expenses and leave him money for 4 sets of clothes a season. The boy loved his sister very much, but he didn't dare to say it. The happiest thing was when his sister acted coquettishly and rewarded him with a kiss. He was happy even if she scolded him as a pervert or a black-hearted maggot. The thing he looked forward to the most was when his sister came to school to look for him. Because then he could pretend to be his sister's boyfriend and not her brother. In fact, after his brother became successful, he wanted to tell his parents. He couldn't let go of the unforgettable love that was engraved in his heart. That was his youth. But later, he finally found out that the child who was picked up was himself. He was a child who was looked down upon even before he was born. His mother got pregnant out of wedlock, and there was still no news of his father. The townspeople even used the most malicious guesses to speculate about his mother's pregnancy. According to the original trajectory of his life, he should have lived in a small town in the countryside. He should have been looked down upon by his stepfather and lived a mediocre life like him. No, maybe he didn't even have that. Because compared to the child, his mother loved her brother more. Her lifelong wish was to support her brother through university and change his fate. In order to change his fate, she sacrificed her entire life. She wasn't stingy about sacrificing another child. It was his mother who adopted him. She took him out of Xianxia town and suffered for 24 years. She gave him a complete family, gave him the best education, and raised him as her own son. When he was very young, he would touch his mother's earlobe when he slept. When he was sleepy, his mother would put down everything to accompany him until he fell asleep. In the third year of junior high and senior high, she was afraid that the school food wasn't nutritious enough. Every day, she would prepare the food in advance at noon and take the bus for an hour to deliver it to her son. My mother might have done something wrong back then. She told a big lie and deceived her husband for 20 whole years. Maybe it was because she felt guilty, or maybe it was because she was unwilling to accept it. Maybe it was because she was seeking comfort in her heart. No matter what she thought back then, I only know that without her, I wouldn't be who I am now. You know our father's character. Even if I had 1,000 reasons, I shouldn't have treated her like that. So. Xianxia lowered his head and said softly, I'm sorry, I might not marry you. Qin Baobao covered her mouth tightly. Qin Baobao knew that her brother was not her biological brother when she was in elementary school. She started to like him when she was in the 5th grade of elementary school. When she was in the 2nd grade of middle school, she understood her feelings and confirmed her love for him. She followed this love through junior high school, through high school, and until now. From the time she knew what love was until she was 26 years old, a whole 13 years had passed. As she said, that was her life. She liked him for so many years and waited for so many years, but all she got was an I'm sorry. Xianxia personally put an end to this taboo relationship. Even if she already had the answer in her heart, Qin Baobao still had expectations for her brother. She had no way to break the deadlock, because this was a dead end. But she hoped that her brother could be reckless and strong, like the great sage, heaven's equal, sweeping away all obstacles. But she forgot that the great sage, heaven's equal, was also scared and compromised in the end. Won't marry me. Won't marry me. If love had a color, it must be blood red, which was the color in her heart now. In an instant, sadness flowed like a river. Qin Baobao opened her mouth and burst into tears. Her tears were like a flood breaking the dam. At this time, Xianxia was taking out a cigarette from his pocket. He took a puff to calm down first, and then continued to talk with his sister. On the spot, his little hand trembled and the cigarette fell to the ground. Don't cry. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of trotting came from the corridor outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. This old house with a history of more than 20 years was not as good as that of the rich residential area like Royal View Mansion. His sister cried so loudly that it could be heard in the living room. Speaking of which, when Xianxia was very young, he could vaguely hear the sound of the rocking bed in his parents' room next door. He even asked his sister, "What's that sound?" The first to come in was Qin Ma. Seeing her daughter standing by the bed, crying heart-wrenchingly, without wiping her tears, she was suddenly frightened. Her baby daughter was the pearl of the palm since she was a child. She was afraid that she would melt in her mouth. Her mother passed it to her father, and after her father, her brother still had to hold it. The whole family was tight. She had only fought twice in her life, so her daughter had always been a happy little princess. When had he ever felt so heartbroken? The second one to come in was Grandpa Sheng. He came in a few seconds later, but his reaction was bigger than Qin Ma's. His old face instantly darkened. What's going on? Qin Baobao didn't care. She just cried, tears streaming down her face. Xianxia's body stiffened. His sister's mentality had collapsed, but his desire to live was still there. At this moment, he did not have the time to comfort his sister. He continued, "Dad, Mom, I'm comforting my sister. After all, she has fallen out of love. Don't worry about it. Just cry it out and vent it out." Qin Baobao cried, "He doesn't want me anymore." Qin Ma asked, "Who? Who is it?" Just as they had expected, their daughter had fallen out of love. After so many days, they thought that she had recovered, but they did not expect that she had been holding it in. "Which bastard bullied you? A's, tell me." Grandpa Sheng's face was so ugly that he wanted to kill someone. His desire to live exploded at this moment. Xianxia said loudly, Dad, Mom, you guys go out first. Why are you guys crowding around? How can my sister endure this? I'll tell you guys later. I was just having a heart-to-heart talk with her when you guys came in. What are you doing here? He glanced at his sister and saw her lips moving. He was so scared that his anus tightened. Sister, even if others don't love you, I'll love you forever. When Qin Baobao heard this, she swallowed back the words that she was about to blurt out. I'll tell you guys later, I'll tell you later. Xianxia pushed his parents to the door and closed it while his parents frowned. With his back against the door, he could hear his heart beating wildly from the 100-meter dash. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and his anus was slowly coming out of its tight state. He gestured for his sister to keep quiet and blinked fiercely. Qin Baobao looked at him with tears in her eyes and continued to throw a tantrum. Why don't you want me anymore? Before she finished speaking, he roared, that damned dog, I'll make him pay the price later. I, Xianxia, have 100 ways to make him unable to stay in the entertainment industry. He'll never be able to make a comeback. Qin Baobao was shocked and stopped crying. Don't worry, I won't let him have it easy. Sister, don't cry, I beg you. It was another round of quick-witted answers. During the conversation, Xianxia had already rushed in front of his sister and covered her mouth. Dad, Mom, and Dad are listening at the door. Do you want to die with me? Qin Baobao stared at him with red eyes and nodded seriously. Her voice came through his hand. I'll tear your waist apart. Xianxia said, I haven't finished speaking. He lowered his eyes and said softly, Sister, I won't marry you. I don't want to continue to coax you with sweet words. No matter how much you like it, no matter how happy you are, you still don't feel safe. A man who knows how to sweet talk can bring happiness to a woman, but he can never give her a sense of security. It's the biggest regret of my life that I can't marry you, but I'll protect you for the rest of my life. I'll love you like a husband loves his wife. I'm not afraid to make the whole world my enemy, but I can't make Mom my enemy. Please, don't make a fuss, okay? Qin Baobao looked at him deeply. After a moment, she pushed him away and sat on the edge of the bed. She turned to her side and sobbed softly. This was the habit after crying. At this moment, she was no longer as disheartened as before, but she couldn't stop crying immediately. It was hard to describe her feelings at this moment. Great sadness and great joy intertwined. She felt happy and sad at the same time. There were so many things she wanted to ask. For example, what about Wang Zijin? She didn't want to settle the score between you and her. She also wanted to know what to do in the future. She couldn't be single forever, and so on. However, she also knew that her parents were definitely eavesdropping outside the door. Maggot Bao Bao, who had calmed down a little, lost the courage and decisiveness she had just now. She began to panic. Xianxia walked over and gently pulled his sister into his arms. The latter twisted her body symbolically. If you don't want it, then don't. Who cares? I'm not crying because of this. It's not like I can't find a man, she added while sobbing. Yes, you're right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. We don't need one more. After saying that loudly, she paused and said softly with a sad face, Sister, Dad, and Mom are listening at the door. Please don't say any more. We can still be saved. We won't die together. Qin Baobao's chest heaved up and down. She sobbed and didn't say anything else. Xianxia hummed fairy tale in her ear. His voice was so low that only Qin Bao could hear it clearly. About 10 minutes later, Qin Ma and Grandpa Shen, who had been eavesdropping outside the door for a long time, looked at each other in confusion. And whispered, She's not crying anymore? She's not making any sound. A's voice is very soft. What is he mumbling about? I can't hear clearly. But it's fine as long as my daughter doesn't cry. My heart aches so much. What's this? He's always making things difficult for me. Sigh. Don't worry. A's will teach that guy a lesson. Fortunately, my son is good. Otherwise, he'd be bullied to death by others. Why are you still so proud of this at a time like this? Ask him what's going on tomorrow and tell me later. By the way, tell him to keep this a secret. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death by the students in class. The voice disappeared and the person left. Xianxia and Qin Baobao both breathed a sigh of relief. Sister silently pushed Xianxia away and turned her back to him. Where's Wang Zijin? Xianxia, she went back. Sister turned her head and said coldly, did they break up? Xianxia was silent. Qin Baobao kicked him in the waist and said with a straight face, get out. I'm going to sleep. Xianxia stood by the bed for a moment, sighed, and quietly opened the door and went out. Qin Baobao lay on the bed, not sleepy at all. She thought about a lot of things about the future. It was easy to hide it now, but difficult to hide it forever. She would have to have children in the future. Or should she just have one? Then she would lie to her parents and say that she met a scumbag and left the orphan and the widow behind. It was always like this on TV, and there were many examples in real life. At most, it would make her parents worry for a while. But what about A's? It was impossible for him not to marry for the rest of his life. Grandpa Shen, who valued his family more than anything, would explode on the spot. Also, sister and brother were not married, and they were still living together. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. Or should Wang Zijin take advantage of him? Bah, don't even think about it. If I don't marry, A's and I will be exposed one day, and it will be over between us. Thinking of this, a chill from the bottom of her heart shrouded her. Qin Baobao slowly shivered. How was she doing in Beijing? Stubborn people like her must be wiping tears every day. She must have lost a lot of weight. Our friendship was over. That night, Qin Baobao didn't sleep at all. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a white Audi R8 stopped at the entrance of Yute building. Two men in black suits got out of the car. They went straight past the ordinary elevators and went inside, where there was a VIP elevator. The elevator door opened, and the attendant in black stood in the elevator respectfully and smiled at them. Please show your membership card. The man with the oily hair took out his membership card. The attendant swiped it on the elevator sensor and handed it back with a smile. The elevator took them upstairs. This elevator could only take people up to the 19th floor. The other floors couldn't light up. Guests came here and took out their membership cards. After the attendant confirmed it, they were taken upstairs. Old Sue, 300,000 yuan is a beginner membership, 500,000 is an intermediate membership, and 1 million is a senior membership. There are a lot of benefits for membership. For example, the dealer and the attendant girl can choose from an intermediate membership card. They don't need to pay. But these are all insignificant benefits. The real top gambling tables can only be played by senior members, the middle-aged man with the oily hair said. This guy's surname was Chen, and he was a small boss in real estate development. He and a group of peers divided the small profits that leaked out from the big developers' mouths. Of course, in an industry like real estate, even if there was a little profit, it was enough for ordinary people to easily reach the peak of life. Su Guang nodded and said, let's talk about it later. If my nephew made this kind of membership card for me, he would be angry. Boss Chen, I'll have to trouble you to take me upstairs next time. When he said my nephew, Su Guang couldn't help but puff out his chest and raise his head. No problem, I'll be there anytime. Boss Chen patted his chest and smiled sincerely and modestly. Su Guang hadn't known him for long, and it was a friend who introduced him. The two of them were gambling friends. Su Guang had been wandering outside for many years, and Shanghai was no longer the same as before. P.S. Germany actually lost. It must be fake. Trash, trash, how can they live up to the previous champion? From now on, I'll be black for life. Bah, give me back my royalties. Throughout history, there were two industries in the world that had spanned thousands of years and remained standing. One was the casino, and the other was healthcare. For the past few years, Shanghai had been cracking down on these two industries every year. In the past few years, the crackdown was the heaviest. There were very few professional clubs left, and the few that were still standing were not places that ordinary people could afford to enter. Only a big shot like Huang Yizong had the ability and the means to go in and save the young ladies. The other closed clubs had lost their territory and were generally relying on the hotels to survive. Keep quiet, I won't tell the average person. The casino was the same. Its stronghold was even more secretive. Some were in private villas, while others were in hotel buildings. Those who had connections and were confident. But ordinary people could never find the door in their lifetime. Su Guang had been down for many years. Without an acquaintance to lead the way, he could not find such a place. To reach the 19th floor, he had to pass through the front desk. After bypassing the front desk, countless gamblers were excited and wanted to settle down here. Entering the hall, the smell of smoke mixed with alcohol and perfume assailed his nostrils. The hall was connected by a few rooms. Different games were divided into different areas. Sensual and tall waitresses shuttled between the tables with drinks in their hands. There were also blonde foreign beauties. For Su Guang, who had seen Macau's casino with no end in sight, the scale of this place was relatively ordinary. But after all, the mainland was not Macau. There were not many people, but each of them was definitely worth a lot of money. And the scene in front of him was not the entire casino. There were also some VIP rooms that ordinary guests could not enter. Su Guang had heard that it was common to lose or win millions in a day in a game there. This was Su Guang's third time here. He sat at the baccarat table with ease. Boss Chen sat down with him. I'll play a few rounds with you today. You're not afraid of losing money, right, old Su? Su Guang curled his lips. The most popular games in the casino were baccarat and blackjack. Su Guang either played baccarat or blackjack. He did not touch the others. There were wins and losses. After a few times, he did not enjoy the thrill of getting rich overnight or enduring the pain of losing money. He just wanted to satisfy his cravings. People of the previous generation were more or less addicted to gambling, whether in the city or in the countryside. The way to play baccarat was very simple. The dealer dealt the cards. Everyone had 3 cards in their hand. There were places where 2 or 5 cards were played. The flower cards and tens were counted as 0. Finally, whoever had the most penalty points in their hand added up to 9 would win. Su Guang's luck was especially good today. Half an hour into the game, he won 200,000 yuan. When he won 500,000, old Chen scolded him in a low voice, "Old Su, did you find a master to consecrate you? Why are you so lucky?" There were 9 people at the small table, and each of them had their wins and losses. Su Guang had won the most so far. "Old Su, let's change to Texas and have some fun?" After losing more than 100,000 yuan, Boss Chen said, "You're lucky today. It's more exciting to play that game. I'm done warming up. If you want to stay here, we can continue." According to the saying among gamblers, when one's luck is good, one must not get up and change seats. Otherwise, the feng shui will be gone. However, Su Guang thought for a moment. This was a small table, so it was indeed not a big deal. He nodded and stood up with Boss Chen. There were not as many people playing Texas Hold'em as baccarat, but it was a big deal. It looked more glamorous. They smoked cigars, drank champagne, and had beautiful female companions beside them. The table was not full. Su Guang and Boss Chen waited for the first round to end before sitting down. The dealer dealt the cards. Everyone had 2 face cards, and then the dealer dealt 3 face cards. Everyone at the table put in their chips one by one, either hating or discarding. In the first round, everyone chose to follow. The dealer flipped the 4th card. Tisk, bad luck. Boss Chen gave up his face card in anger. The 4th card was an ace. There were 2 aces in Su Guang's card, which meant that he had 3 of a kind. Su Guang calmly followed. When the 5th face card was dealt, he did some calculations. First of all, excluding the flush and straight, he had a high chance of winning with 3 of a kind. 100,000 yuan. Su Guang pushed out a pile of chips. Among the remaining 3 people, one of them gave up, and the other 2 followed. 100,000 yuan. Su Guang pushed out his chips again. Another person gave up. 200,000 yuan, open, Su Guang said. Su Guang's 3 aces won against his opponent's 3 nines. "Boss, you don't look familiar. Did you just come here?" The man who lost the money smiled faintly, as if a few 100,000 yuan was not worth mentioning at all. I used to play in other places, so I rarely come here. Su Guang bit on a cigar and said with an arrogant manner of I'm a big boss. Of course, he couldn't say that he was a newcomer. Now that he was a big boss, he waved goodbye to the loser of the past. That dark history was also hidden in the deepest part of his heart. Acting cool was a necessary quality for a boss. It was the same for cigars. Su Guang didn't know how to smoke cigars at all, so he just held it in his mouth without lighting it. This thing was simply not for people to smoke. He once tried to smoke a whole cigar like smoking, but then he got drunk and vomited for a long time. Boss Chen flattered, Boss Su is Qinzai's uncle. Everyone at the table looked at Su Guang in a different way. They were surprised and a friendly smile appeared on their faces. Su Guang's posture with the cigar in his mouth was even more arrogant. When fortune came, it couldn't be stopped. Su Guang's luck today was like the water of the Yellow River, flowing endlessly. In 2 hours, the chips beside him were piled up like a mountain, at least 2 million yuan. In this round, Su Guang and the man were left to compete. Their cards were 2 8s, a 7, and the rest were jacks and aces. The 2 cards under Su Guang's hand were 8 and 7. He was a calabash for this round. The middle-aged man looked at Su Guang and smiled, I don't believe you can keep winning, all in. He pushed out all the chips in front of him. Su Guang frowned. Looking at the cards, he was almost certain to win, unless the opponent had a straight flush. The odds were like dog sh*t luck. At this time, Boss Chen whispered in his ear, his surname is Zhang, and he has several finance companies under his name. He's a rich man, so he knows about naked loans. Su Guang had an unresolvable resentment towards those who lent him money. Back then, he was almost drowned in the Huangpu River. He was already in a gunny sack when a fishing boat took him to a remote area. If it wasn't for his last pleading and finally agreeing to give him half a month to raise money, he would have been a skeleton under the Huangpu River. That year, his son had just learned to walk, his daughter was in elementary school, and Qinzai was in the first year of junior high school, which was about 10 years ago. Su Guang owed a lot of money, and that group of people was the worst to provoke. When he borrowed money, someone warned him that this group of people liked to drown people in the Huangpu River, and it wasn't a bluff. There was an example. They never hit people, nor did they threaten to push you off the rooftop. They liked to pack up the old people who owed money and throw them into the Huangpu River. When the person died, the debt would be cleared. The other party had a very deep background, and there was no other way. His sister could only sell her house to help him pay off the debt. After that, Su Guang ran away because he still had other loan sharks to pay off. Su Guang laughed coldly. He was trying to scare him. He was trying to put on a confident front to scare him. Rich people had this kind of confidence because a few $1,000,000 was really nothing to them. Hence, their imposing manner was very good at scaring the poor and short-sighted country bumpkins. In fact, it didn't matter if they lost. They enjoyed the pleasure of gambling at the gambling table. Su Guang thought to himself, I'm not the same person anymore. All in. He expressionlessly pushed out the chips in front of him. Both of them flipped over their hidden cards. The dealer took a look and said, straight flush, guess number 4 wins. He used a small stick to push the chips to Boss Zhang's side. Admit it, admit it. Boss Zhang looked at Su Guang with a contemptuous smile. Su Guang's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the other party's cards. Dog sh*t luck really happened. Just like that, he lost all the money he won previously. He came from the gambling table and returned to the gambling table. Boss Zhang lit a cigarette and didn't even look at the chips in front of him. It was as if a few million was nothing to him. He chuckled and said, Yo, Boss Su is out of money. Why don't you give up your seat and let the friend next to you play? His arrogant tone made Su Guang very uncomfortable. His face was ashen as he exchanged for more chips and continued to play. When fortune came, one couldn't stop it. But when it left, one couldn't stop it either. Su Guang's fortune was like a woman's period. It was bleeding. In the next half an hour, he lost 5 million. Including the money he won previously, it was close to 7 million. Of course, Su Guang didn't have that much money. Although Qinzai was very good to his uncle, Dongfeng Technology had started to make a profit. It hadn't even been a month. Su Guang didn't even have 5 million when he sold his kidney. But it didn't matter. The casino had always been generous to customers with good reputation. Su Guang didn't have money now, but he would have a lot of money in the future. Because his nephew was Qin Zhe, he was the nominal leader of Dongfeng Technology. Boss Su, I'm all in. The man surnamed Zhang once again pushed out all his chips and looked at Su Guang with a smile. The look in his eyes was very annoying, and it was filled with arrogance and condescension. This time, Su Guang, who had a straight flush in his hand, didn't dare to call. His forehead was sweating. At the gambling table, everyone looked at Su Guang. Su Guang was silent. His straight flush was basically a sure win. However, in the past few rounds, his cards weren't small either. He had a gourd and a straight. Every time he felt that he had a sure win, the man surnamed Zhang would always be able to kill him. Su Guang's mentality collapsed. Even if he had a straight flush in his hand, he didn't dare to go all in again. Boss Chen muttered, with this name card on the table, whoever wants a straight flush will win. Su Guang had a straight flush, but the words of his companion, Old Chen, struck him like a bolt of lightning. Thinking back, he had been poisoned by Old Chen several times. I had such good cards before, but I was suppressed by him every time. This was the first time I met this Zhang guy, but he seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally targeting me. A loner, although Su Guang was pompous and unreliable, and he didn't accomplish anything in the first half of his life and only caused trouble for his family, he had been in the underworld for more than 10 years and had dealt with all kinds of people. This experience was real. He quickly came to the conclusion that he had been tricked. Was this the casino's trick? Did they think he was a fat sheep? In the next second, Su Guang denied this idea. Everyone knew how casinos worked. 9 out of 10 gamblers would lose. If they really let you win so easily, how could they run their business? But why were there still so many people who liked to gamble and never got tired of it? Because casinos did have many examples of people getting rich overnight. Not everyone would lose. Casinos won because of the general trend. They wouldn't catch a fat sheep and kill it. To make an inappropriate analogy, all shareholders knew the dirty tricks of the stock market. Big fish ate small fish ate shrimps, and shrimps ate individual investors. Yes, individual investors were even worse than shrimps. But there were still people who were keen on trading because it was indeed very profitable. Big fish, small fish, and shrimps wouldn't catch an individual investor and kill it. Su Guang was an experienced driver who had been to Macau. He could tell the difference between casinos and individual investors. And his current situation was that he was being killed. If Su Guang was smarter, he would remember that Boss Chen had specially introduced him to Mr. Zhang. The fact that he had an irreconcilable feud with the lenders had long been known. The man surnamed Zhang stared at him and said in a slightly provocative tone, "Boss Su, are you hesitating over a small amount of money?" Su Guang decisively folded his cards and became a coward in a second. "Ah, I'm scared. Boss Zhang is the god of gamblers." "Amazing." The man surnamed Zhang was taken aback. He seemed to be at a loss and a little surprised. This person was still acting like he could take on 10 people at once, but in the blink of an eye, he admitted defeat. The switch between Jin Bullet and Lu Meizi was so fast and perfect. This shrewdness wasn't simple. But it didn't matter. People who lost red eyes couldn't stop. He would definitely eat up Su Guang tonight. After the dealer pushed the chips in front of him, he motioned for the dealer to deal. Su Guang sighed. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not lucky today. I'll play another day." As he spoke, he stuffed 1,000 chips into his female companion's chest. Then, under Boss Zhang's astonished gaze, he got up and left. The woman took out her chips, and her beautiful face was filled with disappointment. Girls who could be female companions were all high-quality beauties. Originally, according to Su Guang's luck, she could get at least 10,000 chips in the end. Of course, she would have to be injected afterwards. The bosses were not stupid. On the contrary, those who could become big bosses were all shrewd. Well, except for the coal boss. Old Chen caught up and asked, "Why aren't you playing anymore?" Su Guang chuckled and said, "Didn't you see that guy's luck is even better than mine? If we continue to play, we'll just be giving money away." Old Chen asked tentatively, what about something else? Su Guang shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. Another day. Oh right, do you still want to play? Elder Chen shook his head. I lost a lot too. Forget it, let's go together. The two of them went downstairs and parted ways. As Su Guang drove into the traffic, he saw Old Chen standing beside the car and taking out his phone from the rearview mirror. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Su Guang fiercely said, "What a useless son. How dare he set a trap for me?" After losing all his savings and owing the casino more than 1 million, Su Guang thought for a moment and carefully dialed Xianxia's number. "Ace, I have something to tell you. If you have something to say, then say it." Xianxia's tone was not very pleasant. His sister had moved back to Royal View Grand Park, but she didn't like to talk to him, let alone reward him with a kiss. Xianxia felt like a husband who took his wife back from her mother's home after having an affair, and continued the Cold War. To put it bluntly, the knot in his heart had not been untied. His sister was such a possessive person, how could she accept the fact that her brother was raped by her best friend? "Get out of my way, you defiled man." His sister often scolded him like this these days. But just like those wives who finally chose to go home with their husbands, whether because of love or family, they still wanted to continue their life. Su Guang hesitated and said, "Ace, I have to apologize first. I went gambling again. And then? And then I was cheated. Not only did I lose all my savings, but I also owe more than 1 million. Su Guang finished, waiting for Xianxia's scolding. At the other end of the phone, Xianxia muttered, "A wolf travels thousands of miles to eat meat, while a dog travels thousands of miles to eat shit." Huh, he didn't seem to be as angry as expected, Su Guang immediately said, "Aze, you don't know this. Uncle was careless and got tricked by someone." He cursed as he recounted what had happened in the casino. "Fortunately, your uncle is experienced and knowledgeable. I managed to withdraw in time." Xianxia was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He wanted to hang up, but after listening to him, "Wait a minute," Xianxia's tone became serious. "How do you know that boss Chen?" "A friend introduced him." Su Guang said. "Send me his information, the more detailed the better." "And that Zhang guy, do you know him?" "I don't know him, but I know he's a lender." "A lender?" Xianxia pondered and said, "Give me his full name." Sister Man seemed to be in this business in the past, and it was quite big. Although she gradually withdrew from this gray industry, her contacts and knowledge should still be there, so he asked her to help check. It didn't matter if it was a coincidence or someone was deliberately targeting him, there was nothing wrong with being careful. The gaming eye patch officially began to be promoted, and the development of other areas of VR equipment began. The future was bright. At this time, his uncle fell into a trap. "Ace, I really cheated this time," afraid that Xianxia would take away his position in the factory, his uncle emphasized again. "Just this once," Xianxia said, 30% of your commission will be deducted." "Anything else?" Yes, I still owe the casino more than 1 million. His uncle said. "Ask my sister, I don't have money now," Xianxia said. "Then I'll give it a try," his uncle said and hung up. About a few minutes later, Xianxia heard a roar from his sister's room. "Su, if you dare to gamble again, I'll ask someone to break your legs. Choose between your legs or your money." Xianxia nodded, satisfied. He found a punching bag for his sister to vent her anger. Suppressing one's anger was not good for one's health. While Su Guang and Xianxia were on the phone, Boss Chen also dialed a number. When the person on the other end picked up, Boss Chen said apologetically, "Mr. Huang, Su Guang seems to have figured it out and didn't fall for it." "Got it." The other party's tone was calm. Boss Chen didn't dare to be careless and apologized again. "I'm sorry, I didn't complete the task you gave me. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. This gambler has some brains." Huang Wei clicked his tongue. Once bitten, twice shy. He's not stupid. He had investigated Su Guang, and he was indeed a bad person. He squandered his family's fortune and left home for years to avoid debt. If this kind of person didn't become a chicken and dog and ascend together, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback in this life. A leopard can change its spots, but a leopard can't change its spots. This kind of person is an obvious weakness for the opponent, so Huang Wei thinks it can be used. Contact him again in a few days. If he doesn't want to gamble anymore, this chess piece can be thrown away. Don't be stubborn, Huang Wei said. Got it, Boss Chen said. Huang Wei, who was in Beijing, hung up the phone and thought for a long time. He was optimistic about the future of Dongfeng technology. The most important thing was that the core technology was very important. It was different from anything before. There were also differences between the second generation of businessmen. It was nothing to rely on family connections to make money in a profitable industry. This was what most of the second generation did. There were very few who could rely on their family's resources to do something that was beneficial to the development of society and promote the progress of the industry. This kind of second generation was a promising second generation, and the elders would usually give them high praise. Huang Wei saw this point. He wasn't just doing it for money. Dongfeng technology had the potential. Originally, he had already given up on Dongfeng. When he saw Wang Zijin at the last meeting, he guessed that Qin Zhe was the Wang family's white glove. Later, he found out that Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were a couple, but the Wang family didn't seem to have a good impression of this son-in-law. Recently, he heard that Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe had broken up. Although the parties involved didn't say it explicitly, Wang Zijin suddenly returned to Beijing from Shanghai and didn't say a word about her boyfriend. She was still in low spirits. News of her breakup was well known in her circle of friends. Although the circle of the second generation in Beijing was large, as long as one paid attention, it was easy to get information. But even without the Wang family's support, it was still very difficult for him to control Qin Zhe. Although there were many ways, there were very few that would work. For example, the second generation liked to suppress resources. He could restrict the supply of materials to Dongfeng technology as long as they were willing to spend money and cooperate with the government. Dongfeng Technology had signed cooperation agreements with many companies in the industry. He could restrict Dongfeng, but he couldn't restrict so many companies. Su Guang was just a chess piece. It didn't matter whether it succeeded or not. But it didn't matter. He had other ways, and he couldn't delay. Although Qin Zhe wasn't the Wang family's white glove, he had an affair with the Wang family's daughter. If they fell out now, he would have a chance. But what if they reconciled in the future? So he had to pick the fruit quickly. He wasn't afraid of the Wang family snatching it away. Actually, there was no need to go through so much trouble to give his uncle the money. All he had to do was call the finance department of Dongfeng Technology and ask them to transfer the money to his uncle. Qin Zhe just wanted to make things difficult for his uncle and spread the news so that his sister could vent her anger. After another week, the companies became busier and busier. The new year was approaching and this year's spring festival was in January. Most companies would enter a frenzied update mode in December. They would work hard to make a few more deals and have a prosperous new year. Then, they would spend the rest of the time settling various debts. Near noon, Qin Zhe drove to Tianfeng Entertainment with a lunchbox, like a husband who was busy trying to please his wife after doing something wrong. During this period, he had taken care of his sister's lunch and made one for Suyu as well. The silly woman was overjoyed. Every time Qin Zhe delivered food to her, she would smile happily and say, "Hubby is so nice. I feel like I'm the happiest person in the world." His sister still did not give him a good look. When the food was served, she would eat a few mouthfuls and did not insist. If Qin Zhe wanted to stay and eat with her, she would throw down her chopsticks and say, "If you don't leave, I'll leave." Qin Zhe wondered if Suyu, who was in the dark, would give him a cold shoulder like his sister if she knew what had happened during this period. Qin Baobao was not in the office. The ordinary-looking assistant said that she had gone to practice singing. At the end of December, Qin Baobao was going to release an album as the end of the year. Originally, she had agreed to film a New Year's movie with Qin Zhe. Things were unpredictable and it was teary to talk about it. Qin Zhe said, "Okay, I got it." He took the lunchbox and left. The ordinary-looking assistant hesitated for a moment and stopped him. She said timidly, "Boss Qin said that if you came to deliver the food, I should leave the food behind. You don't have to go." Qin Zhe glanced at her expressionlessly. "You're too arrogant. Help me." The ordinary-looking assistant looked embarrassed. I remember that your year-end bonus should be very good. It's almost the new year. If you're not careful, your year-end bonus might become a letter of resignation, Xianxia said. The assistant knew what to do. Boss Qin, I have something else to do, so I won't bother you. Please. Sensible. Xianxia strode away. In the recording studio, Qin Baobao was recording a song inside. There were 2 sound engineers sitting outside. There was no one else. Xianxia walked in and waited for his sister to finish her song. It's time for dinner. Let's go out and eat. Get rid of the 2 sound engineers. Sis, it's time to eat. I know that you don't have a good appetite recently, so I made it lighter. When she came out, Xianxia politely opened the lunchbox, handed her chopsticks, pulled out a chair, and said, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. Qin Baobao moved the food to his side and said, Get lost. I don't want to eat with a defiled person. She tucked her loose chestnut curls behind her ears to prevent them from falling into the food, revealing a sharp oval face. She snorted and lowered her head to eat. He could understand his sister's feelings. From a man's point of view, it was like raising an adorable Lolita at home. They would usually kiss and cuddle her, waiting to raise her into an adult. Yet, the Lolita that they had painstakingly raised ended up sleeping with another man. Xianxia was the big D**ck loli. If it were a petty woman, she would remember this for the rest of her life. His heartless sister couldn't remember it for that long, but she wouldn't forget it so easily either. She was actually very anxious and in pain. Bah, scumbag, get lost. That was how most women would deal with their cheating boyfriends. The Lolita who had been raised from a young age was definitely in pain because her best friend had slept with her. She wished she could be as arrogant as other girls. She wished she could have a female version of don't bully a poor young man, but she couldn't bear to do so. She couldn't bear to draw a line between her and her younger brother. When you fall deeply in love with someone, you've completely lost. Qin Baobao had recently come across this sentence on a relationship counseling website. To be able to say such philosophical words, the hat on the person's head must be glowing green. Xianxia sighed. Even such a filthy younger brother would want to get close to his angelic and holy sister. Qin Baobao didn't buy it. She curled her lips in disdain. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. The phone rang. His sister, who was eating, subconsciously reached for her pocket. Xianxia did the same. This time, it was his phone that rang. A stranger was calling. Xianxia didn't pick it up. He hung up. His phone rang again. It was the same number. This time, he picked it up. Who is this? President Qin, it's me, Huang Wei. The person on the other end of the phone reported his name. President Huang, what's the matter? Xianxia was stunned. Have you considered the investment I mentioned last time? Huang Wei's tone was gentle. Not considering, thank you. Don't be so full of yourself. Xianxia hung up immediately. He thought to himself, are you crazy? So what if you're the second generation? You're really something. But I can also ignore you. Half a month after the short call, it was early January. Chinese New Year was approaching. There were only 3 days left before the official holiday. Some companies were already on holiday. Many things happened during this period. First, the technical manager of Dongfeng Technology resigned and took on a huge amount of compensation. Then, a few companies that signed contracts with Dongfeng Technology announced their withdrawal. After that, pirated VR game blindfolds appeared on the market. These VR blindfolds could be connected to the game, but they couldn't be updated. Even so, it was enough. Updating a game wasn't something that could be done overnight. Developing a new game was even more so. For a long time in the future, Dongfeng Technology was going to suffer huge losses. The game blindfolds couldn't be sold anymore. Obviously, the VR core blueprints that Xianxia gave to Dongfeng Technology had been stolen. The thief was the technical manager who had resigned. He was the only one who had the password and could copy the blueprints. This guy was Su Yao's man, but he was definitely not the mastermind. After Dongfeng Technology called the police, this guy had already fled. Xianxia received another call from Huang Wei. Boss Qin, there are so many pirated copies. It's so abominable. It's seriously hurting my interests. Oh, I forgot. I haven't invested yet. Qinzhe said, why don't you do something illegal instead? Huang Wei said, you're hurting my feelings. I'm a person who hates pirated copies. The national situation is different now. China should start boycotting pirated copies. I can help in this regard. Qinzhe said, no need. Get lost. TSK, don't you feel bad about the money? Do I look like someone who lacks money? Qinzhe sneered. Haizhe King's heart ached so much that he found it hard to breathe. As long as I survive this wave, I'll still make a lot of money. Your call proves that you know the limits of your despicable tricks. How about this? Huang Wei said, I'll take a step back. I only want 20% of the shares. Get lost. Qinzhe hung up. His face was gloomy. He said to Qin Baobao, who was sitting on the sofa, Sister, I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? I have something to ask Sister Man, Qinzhe explained. There's a guy who wants to mess with me. He's not an ordinary person. I'll ask Sister Man about it. Qin Baobao thought about it and didn't throw a tantrum. She said in a deep voice, go to hell. She knew about the core technology leak and had been paying attention to it. Qinzhe contacted Nan Manpei first, then called Suyu and made an appointment at Nan Manpei's house to discuss countermeasures. In the villa. In Nan Manpei's living room, Qinzhe and his sister sat together. Nan Manpei and Suyu each occupied a single sofa. Qinzhe looked at the laptop screen and frowned. The computer contained Huang Wei's personal information, family background, businesses under his name, the position of his father, and so on. These things were not difficult to get, but there was no more detailed information, unless he asked Wang Zijin, Sister Man, can you deal with this guy? Qinzhe asked. Nan Manpei, who had been looking at Qinzhe and Qin Baobao with a strong interest in gossip, shook his head. It's not worth it. She thought about it and explained, his business in Shanghai is of course not a problem, but it's not painful for him. And you see the assets under Huang Wei's name. They have a wide range of implications. And there's no technical content. They're all semi-monopolized industries. There's almost no chance to play dirty. She didn't say that Qinzhe was involved in too few industries. He didn't have enough contacts in all walks of life. To put it bluntly, his power was too small. If he encountered a guy with a strong background, he could only protect himself at most. In terms of the social hierarchy, what was a star? There was no position for a star at the top of the pyramid. Even in the entertainment industry, they couldn't be ranked. Suyu was dissatisfied and said, you go to Wang Zijin. Isn't your girlfriend the daughter of the Wang family? Let her fight. Qin Baobao glanced at her. They broke up. Don't you know? Broke up? Teddy Sue's face lit up instantly. Was this for real? I haven't even used my full strength yet, and Wang Zijin is already so scared that she doesn't want her man anymore. Ha ha ha, Qinzhe and I are indeed a match made in heaven. We are destined to be together. Pei Nanman coughed and forcefully changed the topic. Although the Wang family has deep roots and a strong background, Huang Wei's family isn't weak either. If it's not because of political differences, they won't fight easily. Your company scale is nothing. No matter how good your future is, it's nothing in their eyes. Didn't Huang Wei do this because he wanted the two of you to break up? It's easy to solve. In fact, it's just a matter of Wang Zijin giving a call. I'd rather beat Huang Wei up than talk to Sister Ziwei. No need. Qinzhe shook his head. He came to find Pei Nanman to find out if there was a way to fight back. It didn't matter if it didn't work. Qin Baobao suddenly said, at most, we'll just lose some money. It's useless to steal the technology. It can only be limited to the game. In the future, when the version is updated, we can pair it up in advance. Set a code or something for every legitimate game device. Otherwise, it can't be connected to the game. After a pause, she said, it should be possible to operate it that way. She didn't know how to operate it. She only knew the concept. As for the use in other fields, legitimate companies won't dare to produce it. Otherwise, they'll be sued. Pirated companies don't have the ability to produce it either. Even if it's intentional, hospitals, industries, and schools won't dare to buy it. If they bought it, they'd be sued. Xianxia looked at his sister in surprise. He didn't expect her to say something like that. Well, she wasn't just a flower vase. Before Salted Fish Lake evolved into Hai's king, he had always looked up to his sister. His sister was right. This was the benefit of patent protection. Why could America ban the sale of chips to China during a trade war? No matter how advanced the chips were, couldn't China copy them? Of course they could. But if you copied them, you'd be infringing. Copying chips to manufacture electronic devices was fine if it was limited to domestic use. But it couldn't be exported. This hit their weak spot. Most of China's electronic devices were exported, such as a certain mobile phone brand. Therefore, with patent protection, legitimate companies wouldn't dare to produce devices without authorization. Pirated products were very limited. They would take away a portion of the profits, but it wouldn't hurt them. This was why Xianxia didn't panic. But this is also very disgusting. Suyu said, harming others without benefiting ourselves. It's not letting us make money. And we can't do anything about pirated products. What a dirty trick. Nan. Manpei glanced at Xianxia and added, I'm not afraid of you taking revenge. Because you can't take revenge at all. Xianxia said helplessly, if it was a few years ago, I could take revenge. Manpei was stunned. What do you mean? Xianxia said, a few years ago, the market conditions allowed it. Seeing that no one understood his joke, Xianxia scratched his head. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I'll always have a chance. I won't just stay in the entertainment industry. If anyone else said this, they would feel that they were bragging. But when he said this, the three of them felt that it was normal. The conclusion of their discussion was to swallow this loss and get through this wave. This was the answer that Manpei gave him. No one's life could be smooth sailing. Even the main character had to go through the shock of breaking off an engagement. He had to be a dog and develop wretchedly. Those successful people in politics and business had also been slapped in the face countless times. As long as they persevered, there would be a time for them to show off. Xianxia was about to leave when Manpei said, Qin Bao Bao, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Xianxia paused and couldn't help but look at his sister. His sister was stunned, then nodded. Then I'll go with Xianxia first. Suyu said happily. Turning around and closing the door, Suyu couldn't hide her excitement. She jumped on Xianxia. After Xianxia's hands held her plump buttocks, her legs wrapped around Xianxia's waist. She whispered excitedly, really? Did we really break up? Wow, I haven't shown my killing skill yet, and she has already retreated? I didn't expect that I had bad luck all my life, and finally my luck turned. Her so-called killing skill was to run to Wang Zijin with a child. Do you see the embryo in my belly? Go back to Beijing quickly. Unfortunately, her stomach was not very good, and the killing skill had not yet taken shape. Suyu often thought that when the child was born in the future, she must beat him to vent her anger. Why are you so kind to send me lunch every day? Suyu wrinkled her nose and said proudly, you have to be good to me. I am your only girlfriend. You have to be obedient and bring me food every day. Otherwise, I'll leave you all alone. Xianxia opened his mouth and chose to be silent. Suyu didn't notice and said to herself, but don't worry, as long as you are a little better to me, I will love you more. By the way, what are Sister Man and your sister talking about? Do we want to eavesdrop? Xianxia was shocked. No, let's go first. He had already guessed what Manpei would say to his sister. In the living room, Manpei leaned on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked at Qin Bao Bao with a queenly posture. Qin Bao Bao frowned and suddenly found that this woman actually had a very strong aura, which was very similar to the feeling of facing the head teacher in high school. They rarely met, and occasionally they met when Xianxia was present, so she didn't have any private contact with Manpei. She didn't know much about this woman. Suyu's best friend, her brother's friend, that's all. Beauty is a woman's capital, but the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is to be delayed by others, because you can't tell whether those men who pursue you are interested in your beauty or your inner qualities. A woman is afraid of marrying the wrong man, this is a famous saying. This society was actually quite good to women. At least compared to men, there was a lot less pressure and burden. That's why women are more emotional while men are more rational. Half of it is due to the environment, Nan Man Pei explained. Qin Baobao said blankly, what are you trying to say? Even if you're angry with Qin Zhe and don't want to forgive him, you're more afraid of cutting off all ties with him. Love and hate, emotions are a woman's biggest weakness. Nan Man Pei said, therefore, no matter how angry you are with Qin Zhe, you can't leave him. Nan Man Pei's words hit Qin Baobao's heart like a battering ram. She was dumbfounded. She knows about me and Qin Zhe. Other than being dumbfounded, he also felt a little ashamed. She had no choice but to lay her cards on the table and express her feelings to Wang Zijin. But how did Nan Man Pei know? On the night you met Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe came to find me. He was sad and disappointed like a child who didn't dare to go back to see his parents after scoring a 0. He had a lot of things in his heart and wanted to find someone to talk to, but he didn't have a suitable person. I had no choice but to play the role of a caring sister and listen to his nagging for half an hour. Nan Man Pei unconsciously raised his image. It was as if he was really Qin Zhe's caring sister and not Qin Zhe who came to pick up a drunk mistress and complain to him. Qin Baobao secretly gritted her teeth and felt a little embarrassed. Damn little red man, how is it respectable for an elder sister to fall in love with a younger brother? You have the nerve to compare yourself with others and even nagged for half an hour. Qin Baobao's face darkened. You're talking to me about this because you want to persuade me to repent? Nan Man Pei said, if I can, I really want to persuade you. If I persuade you to leave, Wang Zijin will also leave, my Suyu will be the only winner. But she added, but after listening to his story, I chose to be silent. Because any persuasion would be useless. He said that he loves his sister deeply. She is so outstanding and so fascinating. He said that even if he is useless, his sister will still love him. I have never seen him like that, not even for Wang Zijin. So if he really has to choose, you will definitely not have a good ending. She said in her heart, of course he will choose you. But in that case, Suyu will be a tragedy. Qin Baobao's face darkened. She hated it when people said this because it was the truth. Don't mention it. Big stars, public figures, if this kind of thing is exposed, you can't explain it clearly even if you have 7 or 8 mouths. Ordinary people may be able to get away with it, but you two can't. Let's talk about Qin Zhe. His future achievements will not be limited to this. The higher he climbs, the more opponents there will be. After all, there are only so many positions at the top. If you get to the top, others will have to go down. I know this well. You may be able to hide it from the media, but there are many people who are more difficult to deal with than the media. At that time, you will be a burden to him, and even destroy him. Qin Baobao was silent. My ex-husband cheated on me, and I decisively chose to divorce him. I was full of anger. I left my hometown and came to Shanghai. But when my anger dissipated, I found that I didn't hate him. After thinking about it for many years, I figured it out. It turned out that I didn't love him. He was my senior brother, my father's favorite student. I had feelings for him, but it was a brother-sister relationship. So when the anger dissipated, he was more clear and profound in my heart. He was like an elder brother. So I couldn't hate him like a woman hates a man. And it was precisely because I didn't love him that I could resolutely choose to leave, Nan Man Pei said, but you can't. You love Qin Zhe so much that you can't extricate yourself. What are you going to do? Regardless of this, you want to be with him? Qin Baobao was still silent. I have an idea. Qin Baobao finally spoke. Go ahead. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, if you want to live a good life, you have to wear a cuckold. Qin Baobao was speechless. You can consider finding a mistress. If you can't accept Wang Zijin, then consider Suyu? Nan Man Pei probed. Goodbye. When Qin Baobao went downstairs, she did not see Suyu. Qin Zhe was sitting alone in the living room, waiting. Beside him were Nan Man Pei's nephews. The girl was more aloof and did not pay much attention to her. The boy was very shy. When he first arrived, he even asked for her autograph, but Qin Baobao ignored him. "Ziki, let me ask you a question," Li Donglai said. "Speak. Do you use your left or right hand to wipe your butt when you go to the toilet? Get lost. Answer me quickly. I just want to know if you're left-handed." "Right hand." "Haha, we both use paper." "Li Donglai, you're courting death." "Haha, master, am I getting better and better?" "Ouch, don't hit my head." Qin Baobao looked at the siblings in surprise. She thought to herself, are they retarded? Finished talking? Qinzhe immediately stood up and stared at his sister nervously. He knew what Nan Man Pei wanted to talk to his sister about. He guessed that she was a little gossipy, and he wanted to help Suyu to sound her out. Qinzhe was reluctant. His sister was not well stimulated now. But since Nan Man Pei helped him hide it from Suyu, it was not good to disobey. He observed his sister's look and was careful, fearing that her mood would be hit again. Qin Baobao passed by him and whispered, "Let's go home." Qinzhe nodded, said goodbye to Pei Ziki and Li Donglai, and left the villa with his sister. On the way to the car, his sister suddenly said, "Is that your apprentice?" Yes." Qinzhe was stunned and nodded quickly. "It's very interesting." Qin Baobao smiled slightly. Qinzhe was stunned again, and then ecstatic. His sister did not take the initiative to talk to him for many days. Only when there was any request or when he took the initiative to speak, she would respond indifferently. She looked like a little wife in a fit of pique. There was absolutely no way she would chat and talk to him like how she usually did. It didn't matter whether Li Donglai was interested or not. Even his sister thought that he was a fool. His sister just took the initiative to talk to him, which meant that she was willing to end the Cold War with him. It meant that she forgave him a little. A smile appeared on Qinzhe's face as he excitedly said, "What can a little brat do? Let's not talk about him. Sister, let's go home for dinner. I'll cook for you." Driving home, Qinzhe made a hearty dinner and served his sister. Looking at the joy between his eyebrows, Qin Baobao had a complex emotion of sadness and joy. It's almost the new year. Tomorrow is a holiday. I told Mom that I will go back tomorrow. Qin Baobao found a topic and said, "Dad said that you have to buy the New Year's goods, red envelopes, and gifts for visiting relatives until you get married." Qinzhe didn't understand the meaning behind his sister's words and nodded. The New Year celebration in the big cities was actually not that heavy. Visiting relatives for 2 or 3 days was enough. Almost no one outside the 5 generations would visit. Some young people even stopped visiting after 3 generations. It was far from comparable to the lively atmosphere in the countryside. At the end of the meal, they talked about a lot of common things. Sometimes they laughed, sometimes they were silent, but there was no longer the tacit understanding and harmony that they had in the beginning. Once something is exposed, it can no longer be hidden in your heart. When it is hidden, you can play and be happy as much as you want, treat it as a kind of enjoyment before it is exposed. But when it is exposed to the light of day, you have no choice but to face it head-on. At this time, you will have an additional burden on your shoulders, a responsibility. Qinzhe had a premonition that it would be difficult for him and his sister to return to their previous state. After the meal, Qin Baobao sat on the sofa and watched TV as usual. She crossed her legs and leaned against the sofa in a lazy posture. The older sister, who was wearing a white sweater and had tied her hair into a bun, looked particularly young. Her skin was fair and her eyes were clear, reflecting the light of the television. People would believe that she was a university student, but a high school student would not be so broad-minded. Qinzhe sat next to her. After the end of the Cold War, he felt relieved. He refreshed his circle of friends. Sister Ziwei had not moved for more than half a month. Her phone was still turned off. He guessed that her SIM card had been changed. The chat software blacklisted Qinzhe. When Suyu was not paying attention, he used her mobile phone to contact Wang Zijin. There was no reply. The update content of her circle of friends also stopped on the day she left Shanghai. It seemed that they were going to break off their relationship. Damn it. While refreshing his circle of friends, Qinzhe suddenly burst out a curse. Xianxia, that short girl, posted a picture. He clicked on the picture. The background was dark. After scrolling for a long time, a beautiful Sadako suddenly jumped out. The most touching picture of the year. She added the caption like this. Many people fell into her trap. The replies were filled with scolding. There were Huang Yuding, Li Wei, Yi Lu, and many other artists under the company. Xianxia was also shocked. Qin Baobao turned her head and asked, "What are you doing?" Xianxia changed his mind and smiled. "I saw a very interesting picture. The most touching work of the year. Do you want to see it?" Qin Baobao leaned over and Xianxia handed the phone to her. Sister did not know that she fell into a trap. She looked at it seriously and scrolled down the picture with her fingers. She screamed and threw the phone away. "Are you crazy? You're showing me this kind of thing." Qin Baobao seemed to be angry. After throwing the phone away, her face turned cold and she did not leave the living room. Xianxia did not pick up the phone. He sat on the sofa with a lonely expression. She was angry, but she did not do anything. The sister in the past would definitely pounce on him and fight him. As expected, they could not go back to the past. 10:30 p.m. Xianxia turned off the TV and went back to his room to rest. He stood at the door and looked back at his sister's closed door. She did not talk to him this night. During this time, she came out of her room 4 times and passed by him twice. She did not even look at him. Xianxia scratched his head. He was not annoyed, but guilty. Sister was such a heartless girl, but she was forced to be like a resentful woman. It could be seen that what happened between him and Wang Zijin had a big impact on her. At 12 p.m., Xianxia lay on the bed and did not fall asleep. Recently, he had not been sleeping well and he could not fall asleep easily. A while ago, the system said that his body functions were declining. Sleep was very important for humans. If you carry so much pressure every day, you will become mentally weak and impotent. Recently, the system would occasionally come back to life and jump out to nag him. Now, it was Xianxia's turn to ignore it. He was very disappointed with the system. If God gave him another chance, Xianxia hoped to walk the path of reincarnation. There was a soft sound of the doorknob being twisted. Someone came in. Other than him, there was only his sister in the house. Without a doubt, it was his sister who came in. Late at night. Night attack, she forgave me? Xianxia felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Qin Baobao walked to the bed with light steps. Xianxia felt the bed sink. She sat down and touched his face with her cold little hand. "A's," Sister said. This time, he did not dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that he would be slapped by his sister again. Qin Baobao sighed faintly. "Today, Nan Manpei told me to find a mistress. Find a mistress to marry you. That way, you can fool your parents and others. And I'm a celebrity. There are many celebrities who are still single in their 40s. It's not strange that I don't get married. Even if I have a child in the future, as long as I don't say anything, it will be an unsolved case. But this mistress must be someone I know and know about our relationship. Otherwise, a woman's intuition can't be hidden. That's why she said that Wang Zijin is the best choice. I was so angry that I wanted to hit her. I didn't argue with her because of you. Otherwise, I would have done it." Xianxia continued to pretend to be asleep. He thought to himself, "Sister man can beat 10 of you with one hand, sister. But I agree with her in my heart. Because this is the only way. I don't want to share you with others, but I'm more afraid of destroying you. I'm more afraid that we won't be together for the rest of our lives. But even if I'm willing, will Wang Zijin be? Does she love you so much that she can't extricate herself from it like I do? So Nan Manpei said that I can still consider Suyu. She said that Suyu likes you and would be willing to accept you. She's ridiculous. No woman would be willing to share her husband with others unless she loves you as deeply as I do. But I don't want to give you to others. Fate made us meet, know each other, and love each other. Fate also drew an insurmountable gap between us. I'm glad that I'm your sister, but I also hate this identity. I have to bow to reality and compromise with fate. I planned to reconcile with you, but I found that there was an invisible barrier between us. You're no longer as good to me as before. You scared me with the photo at night, and I was angry. Why didn't you come to coax me? I turned around in front of you twice, but you ignored me. You used to be good at coaxing me. She was silent for a moment, and then there was a soft sob. Can we never go back to the past? I don't want to be like this, I don't want to be like this. Xianxia was stunned. He opened his eyes in the darkness. The curtain reflected the faint light of the street lamp. He saw his sister's tear-stained face. Tears rolled down from her thick eyelashes and across her face. Other girls were at most pitiful, but she was as seductive as a fox girl. It turned out that she was just like him. Don't be silly. We can't go back to the past, he said calmly. Qin Baobao stopped crying and looked at him blankly. She was caught off guard. In the past, we were brother and sister. We could only be brother and sister. But now, we are not. Although we may have to experience a long, long life in the dark, I don't want to be like before. Xianxia sat up and hugged his sister. I'm sorry. Wah. She burst into tears and cried. Qin Baobao hugged her brother's waist tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, her brother would no longer be hers. She kept repeating, don't be brother and sister, don't be brother and sister. She cried for a long time and sobbed for a long time. Her tears and snot were all smeared on Xianxia's pajamas. This was the third time she cried since she came back from the capital. After 3 times, she finally vented all the resentment, anger, and sorrow in her heart. Xianxia could only give her a hug. He hugged his sister and smelled the fragrance of shampoo in her hair. It was late at night. When her emotions calmed down, Xianxia whispered something in her ear. His sister's face instantly blushed and her delicate body stiffened. Xianxia was not in a hurry. He waited and gently stroked his sister's back. The relationship between the two of them was destined to make her feel insecure. Xianxia whispered in her ear, be my bride. When he said these words, his heart was filled with tenderness, pity, and admiration, but there was no lust in it. At any time, love was always higher than desire. Qin Baobao's expression changed a few times. It was not that she resisted, but that she was nervous and conflicted. After a long time, she nodded vigorously. But when Xianxia pressed her under his body, she went back on her words. Take a shower, I want to take a shower, haven't I already taken a shower? Let's take another shower. You're not going back on your words, are you? In the dim light, Xianxia woke up from his dream. He had been suffering from insomnia recently and would be woken up from time to time. The system was right, he was indeed a little mentally weak. He was hugging his sister from behind. Their bodies were pressed together seamlessly. Their skin was soft and smooth, as if he was hugging a jade beauty. He could clearly feel the beautiful curve of his sister's body pressing against his lower abdomen. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and blocked out the nightmare from his mind. In the dream, he and his sister were forced to separate due to pressure. They lived their own lives. Fortunately, the dream was the opposite. This relationship was very tiring, very tiring. The uncertainty and fear about the future had accumulated in his heart and had become something like a heart disease. It seemed that his sister was the same. And now, there was no need to be conflicted. They were honest with each other, both mentally and physically. Xianxia's heart was filled with happiness. He finally knew the depth of his sister's feelings. He was the happiest brother in the world. They had been through their youth and adolescence. Now that they had reached this point, they did not end up in a forgetful relationship. This was good. May all the lovers in the world eventually become lovers, Jia. Qin Baobao mumbled and woke up slowly. She rubbed her eyes and turned to look at Xianxia. What time is it? Xianxia whispered in her ear, 5 o'clock. It's still early. Stop fooling around. I'll sleep for a while more. Qin Baobao moved to the side to avoid the murderous aura under the blanket. Let's do it again, then you can sleep. Xianxia was excited and did not feel sleepy at all. Qin Baobao's delicate body stiffened. She was shy and embarrassed. She had not completely broken free from the awkward emotions. The man behind her was not only the person she loved deeply, but also her brother. Although after puberty, the identity of her brother became less and less important. But after all, they had lived in the same house for more than 20 years. They called the same woman mother and the same man father. It was impossible to say that there was no kinship. One day, she rolled in the sheets with her brother. The strange emotions in her heart were difficult to express in words. There was awkwardness, shyness, sweetness, and a little stimulation. "I'm tired." "You don't look tired at all," Xianxia complained. "Why are you?" He paused abruptly, almost saying the wrong thing. "I wanted to say that you're just like Wang Zijin. You want to fall in love but you're afraid of being f***ked." At this time, if he mentioned Wang Zijin, his sister would probably get angry. For a long time, he couldn't take the initiative to mention Sister Ziwei. Once he did, it would offend his sister. Even if her sister was rolling on the same bed with him, having the most normal interaction between husband and wife, and her entire body was covered in his scent. That wasn't the right description. Yes, that's it. "I'm just tired. If you touch me again, I'll go back to my room." Qin Baobao struggled to pry his hand away from her chest. His rough palm was burning hot. If she continued to let him tease her, she would probably succumb. Xianxia didn't believe that his sister's physical strength was weak. A woman of her age had already developed well. She could endure the wind and rain. When they first met, she pushed him in pain, mainly because Xianxia's Ding Zhong Long Feng was really extraordinary. His sister's physical strength was definitely much stronger than Wang Zijin and Suyu. Her physical quality was far better than the latter too. Qin Baobao was reluctant, but Xianxia was no longer the salted fish of the past. Today, he finally became the tough Hei's king. "You're young, aren't you?" You curled up your body and turned your back to me. "Can't I do anything?" "I'm afraid you haven't seen the Tathagata staff technique that attacks from behind." Qin Baobao snorted. When they woke up again, it was already 11:40 at noon. Xianxia and his sister were awakened by the ringtone of the mobile phone. His sister looked tired. She opened her eyes and got up grumpy. She said angrily, "Is it your little bitch again? Give me the phone and scold her." Xianxia squinted his sleepy eyes and reached for the bedside table. He grabbed the phone and looked at the caller ID. "Caller, Mom," Xianxia quivered. Qin Baobao said, "Are you stupid? Hang up the phone. It's so noisy. I haven't slept enough." Xianxia said in a deep voice, "The little bitch you're talking about is our mom. Are you sure you want to hang up?" Qin Baobao quivered. The brother and sister sat up from the bed suddenly. Their movements were uniform, and they both looked panicked. Qin Baobao got up and pulled the quilt. "I'll answer the phone. Don't make a sound." Xianxia unconsciously lowered his voice, like a thief who had done something wrong. His sister nodded hard and stared at him nervously. After taking a deep breath, he picked up the phone. "Mom, what's the matter? It's lunchtime and you're not back yet. Are you going to eat or not?" "Bao Bao, she won't even answer the phone." Qin Ma complained over the phone. "Your Bao Bao is on my bed." His sister's mobile phone was in her room and she didn't bring it with her. Xianxia coughed. "Well, my sister isn't feeling well, so she won't come over." "What's wrong now?" Qin Ma raised her voice. "Is she not feeling well? Or is she not feeling well? This girl is really annoying." In the past, she refused to find a partner no matter what. Now that she finally found one, she was dumped again. "Do you know that your sister is a troublemaker? She's already so old, but she still can't eat or sleep because of her." In Qin Ma's mind, her daughter must have been hurt by love again. She probably tried to reconcile with him, but was rejected. Xianxia and Qin Baobao looked at each other awkwardly. "When you go home tonight, tell me who her boyfriend is." "She won't tell me even if I ask her. She's so mysterious," Qin Ma said. Xianxia was about to say that he would go home tonight, but his sister shook her head fiercely, her hair flying. So he changed the topic. "Come back another day." "Sister, she's really not feeling well." "Is it serious?" Yes, it's quite serious." "Okay then." After ending the call, the siblings' tense nerves relaxed and they exhaled at the same time. Although they were dozens of kilometers away, they were in the same bed and talking to their mother on the phone, which made them feel very guilty. Sleep, again? Xianxia saw that she looked tired. How could she not be tired? They went to sleep after 9 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the messy sheets, one could tell how crazy it was. Mom's phone call woke me up. Qin Baobao muttered, sleep for what? Then why didn't you go home at night? Are you afraid to face Mom and Dad? Xianxia thought for a while and comforted, although we hid it from them, we'll have to meet them sooner or later. Sister, don't feel burdened. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Baobao hit his head with a knife. I'm in pain. I'll be found out when I go home. It was her first time doing it. Last night, she was tormented until the wee hours. In the morning, she was unrestrained. She didn't know if the iron pestle had been ground into a needle, but her whetstone couldn't bear the burden. I'm going to take a shower. Qin Baobao bent over to pick up the clothes on the ground, groping on the ground with one hand and holding the quilt with the other. Her smooth back was in full view in Xianxia's eyes. The arc was graceful, and the tight waistline was sexy and beautiful. Half of her snow-white buttocks were exposed, and the other half was wrapped in the quilt. There was no comparison. Whether it was Suyu's tall and slim figure or Sister Ziwei's perfectly proportioned delicate body, they were inferior to his sister, a seductress. Xianxia looked away and chanted Ba a few times. His sister was more than a little seductress, she was a juicer. Her body was too tempting for Xianxia. In front of Suyu and Wang Zijin, he could restrain himself, but in front of his sister, he could only be slightly stiff to show respect. He couldn't do it again. Even if Haizei King was getting stronger, he had to cherish it. Besides, his sister's body couldn't take it anymore. The bathrobe that Qin Baobao hooked was Xianxia's. Her own was in the distance. Last night, Xianxia threw it a little far away, so she had to lift the quilt and get out of bed. With one hand on her chest, she ran to pick it up. When she squatted down, the curve of her back was sexy and seductive. Xianxia simply covered his head in the quilt. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Baobao put on the bathrobe. Her phoenix-like eyes were fixed, and she pondered for a moment. I'm pregnant. What should I do? Xianxia covered himself in the quilt and said in a dull voice, you think too much. It's hard to say. Qin Baobao blushed and kicked his butt with her foot. You came in so much. It's not so easy to have a baby. Xianxia said in a bad mood, go take a shower. Suyu had been waiting for more than half a year, but there was no movement in her belly. If it was so easy to have a baby, there wouldn't be so many infertility hospitals. Instant success was a plot in a novel, and it didn't conform to physiological knowledge at all. Even if she had a baby during conception, it was not 100% successful. The probability was about 60%. Hey, what's there to explain to a group of single dogs like you? After waking up at noon, Xianxia went to Baoza Investment. Tomorrow was the holiday, and the company was preparing to give out bonuses on the last day. He and Suyu would meet with the department managers alone when the bonuses were given out. The annual meetings of Amethyst, Baoza, and Tianfeng companies were held 2 weeks ago. At that time, the pirated game blindfolds were released. For Amethyst Technology, it was the worst news. The big sister boss had not come to work for a month. The employees of Amethyst Technology were worried about the company and its future. But fortunately, Xianxia showed his rich financial resources and background at the annual meeting, stabilizing the morale of the employees. His sister was resting at home. Before coming out, she asked him to buy some anti-inflammatory pills. It was not that serious, but she was afraid of pain and wanted to recover as soon as possible. The reason why she did not dare to go home was that she walked a little awkwardly with her legs between her legs. The pain of broken gua could be easily seen by experienced people. Qin Ma's mind was delicate, or else he would not be able to see the feelings between the brother and sister that should not be there. When he took the anti-inflammatory pills, he muttered in his heart, Wang Zijin was bullied by this thing, Baoza Investment, General Manager's office. Xianxia and Li Linfeng sat drinking tea. Suyu was playing computer games behind the desk. Her legs and stockings were long and round. Her feet were out of women's leather shoes. Her heels rested on the leather shoes, and her toes were fighting with each other mischievously. There are 80 people in the company now. Xianxia said, when Baozi was first established, you were the only manager. Back then, it was only a year and a half. But thinking of the situation back then and looking at the scale of Baozi today, Li Linfeng felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Yes, when I left Julie, I thought I would have to go back to the securities company to find a job. I was worried. Boss Qin, you pulled me in. I thought that since the treatment was okay, I would try it with you. Li Linfeng sighed. Who knew it would be on such a scale? Our Baozi is one of the top companies even in Shanghai, where the financial derivatives industry is everywhere. We are well known in the industry. In more than a year, Li Linfeng changed his house twice. His car changed from a BMW of more than 300,000 to a Mercedes-Benz of more than 1 million. It was all because of the man in front of him. When they met back then, he was a nobody. But now, he was already a big shot. He had witnessed with his own eyes the young and tender fresh graduate grow step by step into an all-powerful man. He had witnessed the birth of a legend. Because of this mentality, there was a sense of vicissitudes in the words back then. Where did that ingrate Xianxia go? It's like he vanished from the face of the earth. F***ck, he got off easy, Li Linfeng cursed. 300 million in exchange for him living in the dark for the rest of his life, it's hard to say whether it's a loss or a gain. Let's not talk about him, Xianxia said. Even if Xianxia ran away with the company's money, everyone thought he was living in seclusion abroad. In fact, he was thrown into the Huangpu River by Sister Man Nan Man Pei thought that no one knew what he had done, but in fact, Xianxia had heard it all in the car that day. No matter how high Zhe King's martial arts were, he was still a law-abiding citizen. At that time, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Other people's catchphrases were really just catchphrases. Sister Man was simply too social. Xianxia still had a psychological shadow, so even if Sister Man was mature and intellectual, and the best wife, Xianxia still didn't dare to have anything with her. Moreover, Big Sister Man wouldn't like him. She was very clear about his messy feelings. How could Queen Man like a scumbag like him? To be honest, a woman like Sister Man was even better than his sister. Her figure was plump, and she had the charm of a wife. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bonus was given out, and the meeting with the manager ended. So you stretched out. This game is getting worse and worse. All of them are a group of primary school students. Xianxia, you are getting more and more rude. You just open your mouth and swear. So you rolled her eyes, I learned it from you. Last time you fed me cigarettes. The last time was a long time ago. When Xianxia smoked after sex, so you said, is it cool to smoke after sex? Xianxia encouraged her to smoke one. He didn't like women who smoked, but he couldn't help but want to encourage her to smoke one for herself. It was like the old saying, men like clean women, but they can't help but dirty her. So you put on her leather shoes, walked over, straddled him, and put her arms around his neck. You haven't hurt me for a long time. I have a hunch that I will definitely get pregnant. Xianxia sneered, there are 3 great illusions in life, killing under the tower, and killing with residual blood. I can get pregnant. So you pinched his face and glared angrily, Qin, don't poison me. If I can't have a baby, your old Qin family will have no descendants for a lifetime. Xianxia, Suyu, today you will cry for daddy. Lifting the round, plump buttocks under the suit, Xianxia stood up, and Suyu's legs wrapped around his waist. He locked the office door from the inside. There was not much ammunition in the warehouse. It was estimated that it would be difficult to come out. Suyu would definitely cry for mercy and call for daddy. Ring, ring, ring. The landline phone on the general manager's desk rang. Suyu jumped down from Xianxia, frowned, and complained, it's a holiday tomorrow. So much nonsense. She grabbed the phone and said in a bad tone, what's the matter? The call was from the front desk, saying that there was a guest called Su Tong, who claimed to be Boss Su's father. When the company was small, the front desk would knock on the door. Now the company was big and far away, the front desk would call. Suyu's face suddenly became ugly. What's the matter? Xianxia asked. Just say I'm not here. Suyu hung up the phone, her face as usual, it's okay, let's go home and have a baby. Let's go home first. Xianxia, who had a sharp ear, said directly, your father is here. Suyu's pretty face changed slightly, nothing, just let me go home for the new year. I don't want to go. Then, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia glanced at her and got up to open the door. Su Tong and the front desk girl were standing at the door. The front desk girl said helplessly, Boss Qin, he insisted on breaking in. I asked the security to drive him away. Xianxia waved his hand and smiled, Dad, why are you here? When Su Tong saw him, his face darkened and he snorted, Who is your dad? Don't call me that. Xianxia was surprised and confused. He and Suyu had confirmed their relationship and met their parents. It was normal to call him dad. He called him that in the hotel room, and Su Tong did not object. Suyu said loudly, he is my husband. What's wrong with calling you dad? Su Tong heard this and his face became angrier, are you still on his side? Why didn't he think that he was your husband when he entered the hotel with another woman? It turned out to be about this, Xianxia came to his senses. He should have thought about it. It was such a big thing that the internet had been buzzing for more than half a month. The Su family was not new to the internet, so they naturally knew about it. It was just that at that time, he was mentally and physically exhausted by his sister and Wang Zijin and neglected the feelings of the Su family. Who cares about you guys? You guys are not good to my wife at all. Suyu said coldly, that's my business. I care about your business. Su Tong was furious and shouted, your surname is Su. Suyu was tit for tat, have you ever cared about me? You didn't like to talk to me since I was a child. Anyway, I'm just a daughter of your ex-wife. You can just take care of your son and pretend that I don't exist. Su Tong trembled with anger, is this scumbag worth it? You didn't answer my calls for him. You didn't open the door for me when I went to the community to look for you. You tried every way to avoid me. Do you know that you are degrading yourself? As long as I'm your father, I won't allow you to continue to be with him. Suyu's eyes were red and she suddenly exploded, since you know that you are my father, why don't you treat me better? Why don't you care about me? When that woman bullied me in private, why don't you help me and protect me? You only have your son in your eyes. Why don't you think that I'm also your daughter at that time? Do you know how lonely and wronged I am? My parents don't take me seriously. I only have him. What else do you want? Get out. This might be the first time in more than 20 years that his daughter roared at him and said the word get out to him. Su Tong was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Suyu bit her lip and tears were rolling in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to flow out and held on. Xianxia suddenly thought of the day when his sister returned to Shanghai. Suyu was drunk at Nan Manpei's house. Did she also have several disputes with her father and mother in such an environment? She stubbornly spoke up for the man who let her down and suffered grievances? She had no friends, so she could only go to her best friend's house and get drunk. No wonder she said so many excessive drunken words and said that she would throw Wang Zijin out of the building to her death. She chose to throw Wang Zijin to her death instead of a half-hearted scumbag. In the end, she still couldn't bear to do it. Xianxia's heart ached. He remembered that when he and his sister traveled to Hangzhou last year, they asked for a lot in the temple in the mountains. The sentence when I was young, I always made empty promises. Now I regret my rash. Words left a deep impression on him. When Sister Ziwei left a message and left Shanghai sadly, Xianxia sat for a night. He knew that the sentence was right. He was young and inexperienced in relationships. He was not cautious and steady enough in relationships. He told Wang Zijin that he wanted to get engaged, get married, and grow old together. He told his sister that he would not let her down when he was young and absurd. He told Suyu that they would have children together. He didn't know how many tears Wang Zijin shed when she typed the farewell letter. But he knew that when he said, I may not marry you, something in his sister's eyes collapsed. He also knew the pain in Suyu's heart at this time. The scene suddenly became silent, and Su Tong's face changed. Suyu tried to hold back her tears and refused to show her weak side in front of her father. Xianxia rubbed his face and rubbed his sour nose. He whispered, you go out first. I want to talk to Uncle Su. Suyu bit her lip and pretended not to hear. Xianxia said softly, go out first. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded silently and passed by her father with no expression. She went out and closed the door. Uncle Su, I apologize for what happened on the internet. But I can assure you that if Suyu follows me, she will be happy, there will be someone to take care of her, and there will be someone to love her. I dare not say that she will be happy every day, but I can guarantee that she will not be alone in the future. Xianxia's eyes were sincere. Su Tong's mouth twitched. She's not alone now. You don't have to say something nice. You're a two-timer. How shameless can you be? Xianxia sneered, yeah, you're a two-timer. How shameless can you be? Su Tong's face turned livid when the last thing he wanted to talk about was exposed in front of him. He was about to explode. Since I've said it, I'll be frank. I won't agree to you or being with you. A scumbag like you can't be my son-in-law. Su Tong said, you can refute me or even mock me. I'll accept it. But Yor is my daughter. If she wants to be with someone like you, I won't agree. He should have told Xianxia earlier, but after thinking about it, he didn't have any advantage. If it were a poor boy, Su Tong would have taken out a check without hesitation. You can fill in the number yourself, as long as you leave my daughter's world and get out of here. Obviously, this trick wouldn't work. Xianxia was richer than him. Su Tong didn't have his contact information, so he couldn't ask him out alone. I'm also happy to be honest with you, Uncle Su, Xianxia said. Being honest with each other. Something felt strange, Xianxia thought to himself. He felt strange about any idiom he saw now. Ahem. Xianxia said, a man like me isn't good enough for you, right? Or do you think the son of your best friend is more suitable? Sorry, forgive me for not remembering his name. We're men, so it's better for us to talk about it openly. Is your friend's son a virgin who keeps his chastity like jade? Won't he be two-timing in the future? Won't he have a mistress or a mistress? At least I'm not married, so how can you belittle me when you don't understand that I'm having an affair? Su Tong said angrily, because I am her father. If you weren't her father, would you be sitting here talking to me? Xianxia smiled. Haizhe King exuded an extremely powerful aura, which was a kind of great confidence in his financial resources and ability. Even an experienced and successful man like Su Tong felt a little pressured. Speaking of it, I want to thank you as a father. Because of your indifference, you pushed Suyu into my arms. She's actually a very lonely person. You divorced her mother a long time ago and only cared about being angry. Have you ever thought about her feelings when she was young? Her stepmother made things difficult for her behind her back, making her feel like she was living under someone else's roof. Her sense of belonging to her family and her love for you gradually disappeared. It was normal for a mistress to take over a magpie's nest and harshly treat the ex's child. The person she hates the most is not her stepmother, but you. Uncle Su started from scratch and established a huge business. With your intelligence, do you really not know anything about it? Xianxia shook his head. You just don't want to care about it. What's wrong with scolding and beating her? You'll lose a piece of meat. Why should you let the rebuilt family have a lot of conflicts because of your daughter? Besides, this woman also gave birth to a son for you. The son is definitely more important than the daughter. After all, the daughter is the water that has been poured out, and the son will inherit your expanding foundation in the future. Your ex-wife is really the same as you. It's true that you're a family. No wonder you liked each other back then. After finding a new lover in the United States, she also gave birth to a son. She was very satisfied with the new family and the democratic and free environment in the United States. She didn't think about the sad things of the past. After Suyu went to college, she flew all the way to the United States to find her. She just wanted to get some warmth from her that her father couldn't give her, but she was suddenly hit by her own mother. Mother didn't like her either. When she saw her, she thought of you as a heartless man and hated the house, so she hated the house and its crow. But after all, she was her own daughter. Mother couldn't be cruel to her, so she kept a distance that was neither estranged nor intimate. She gave her cold treatment for 4 years. Suyu said that her mother was not as warm to her as her stepfather. After so many years, she finally became a very, very solitary girl. Because she felt that the world was so big, but she didn't have a home. What's the difference between a person without paternal and maternal love and an orphan? So she loved me very much, because I was all she had. She regained love and warmth from me, like a sailboat that had drifted for many years and found its harbor. Uncle Sue, marriage is a matter of two families, but I hope you don't interfere in the relationship between me and her. If your ex-wife comes to me, I'll answer the same way. Suyu is the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. I have the final say in her affairs. I don't allow you to interfere. Reflect on Suyu's attitude towards you and what you've done over the years. Since this daughter is dispensable, why do you want to extinguish her hope? I'll be very grateful for your mercy. I don't dare to say that I'm devoted, but I can guarantee that she won't be lonely for the rest of her life. Su Tong was silent. He had no expression, but the look in his eyes was complicated. Xianxia said coldly, "Don't add to her heart. If she's sad, I'm sad too. If I'm sad, you have to be sad. Uncle Su, you don't want your son to have nothing in the future, do you?" Hei's king was different from Salted Fish Lake. The former had a sharp edge and a strong aggressiveness. He represented a boss with a net worth of tens of billions and was an unreasonable cheat. A cheat should have the edge and dominance of a cheat. Su Tong left without agreeing or objecting. When he passed by Suyu, who was standing at the door, this strong, domineering, or even headstrong man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After he left, Suyu entered the office and said in surprise, "What did you say to my dad?" "All right, let's go." Xianxia was even more surprised and disappointed. "Didn't you hear it?" Suyu blinked. "Our office has a special soundproof door." "What can I hear?" Xianxia was speechless. Add one more to the three major illusions of life, I thought I could act cool. Forget it. Close the door and... Let's have a baby. No, I'm not in the mood. Suyu sat behind the desk. Are you coming to my house or going home tonight? Xianxia hesitated a little. Let's go home. Suyu, then it's time to get off work. You can go. I have to go home after dealing with some things. After a kiss, Xianxia picked up the coat on the sofa and left Baoza. Suyu sat alone in the office chair, looking through the glass wall at the most prosperous area of Pudong, crying and laughing. P.S. Is it because you didn't get full marks in reading comprehension, or I can't express it clearly? The so-called brainless harem is a harem text in the style of Long Out Yin. What I wrote is a realistic harem text, which is destined to be intertwined with sadness and joy. Well, there is a harem in reality, and there are many of them. As a single dog, isn't it heartbreaking? I'm heartbroken. I've been trying to write it realistically, so the male protagonist will seem scumbag. In reality, any man who has a harem is a scumbag. This is a fact. There should be another chapter in the evening. Suyu's family didn't need to be considered. Their relationship was weak. As for her father, except for Su Tong, her stepmother and brother basically didn't care about her life and death. As for her mother, there was a large group of poor relatives. They didn't dare to come to the door. Even if they came to the door, they couldn't speak with a straight back. Xianxia didn't need to come forward. Suyu could deal with them alone. She was a very pitiful girl. An unhappy family experience was a plus in some aspects. For example, if the old man knew, he wouldn't be so calm. He would pull out a big magic weapon from his waist, a belt. He would teach Xianxia how to be a man. The old man had been a teacher for most of his life. It was estimated that he couldn't change his bad habit of taking care of everything. Xianxia could only endure it. After all, he was his son. As a man who had been a teacher for decades, he shouldn't be too obsessed with mental cleanliness. If he knew that his son wasn't his biological son, he would explode on the spot. If he knew the love between his son and daughter, he would explode with the whole family. Triple kill. It was reasonable for her sister and Xianxia to be scared. Everything was the choice of the stone of fate. But fortunately, Qin Baobao had a detailed plan. First of all, her brother had to get married. Although the old man loved his daughter more, he still valued boys over girls. It was inevitable that his daughter would be worried if she didn't get married, but he could accept it. But his son must get married and have children. Otherwise, the Qin family's bloodline would be cut off. Qin Ma's words actually carried the least weight at home. Her protests were easily ignored by the whole family. So in the future, Qin Baobao could be single for many years. Then when she was about the age, she would be ready to have children. At that time, she would break up. She could kick a man or be kicked by a man. It was normal for single mothers in big cities. She would leave the children to her parents and let them be grandparents and grandparents. Anyway, they were. The plan was perfect. Qin Zhe went home to cook for his sister, who had a perfect plan. After Wang Zijin left, the meal became much simpler. Usually, it was 3 dishes and a soup, but Qin Zhe cooked a lot today. They were all nutritious. Before dinner, please have a small bowl of lotus seed, longan and egg flour soup. It's sweet. Before serving the dishes, Qin Zhe filled a small bowl for his sister. It's delicious, isn't it? Qin Zhe watched her finish the drink. It's sweet but not greasy. It's delicious. Qin Baobao nodded vigorously. Qin Baobao's eyes were full of smiles. In the past, although her younger brother was very obedient to her, he had never taken care of her so meticulously like today. Getting on base was indeed different. Then the dishes were served. The richness of the dishes surprised Qin Baobao. The first dish to be served was turtle soup, which was rarely seen in home-cooked dishes. Sprinkled with wolfberries, it was steaming hot and emitted a seductive aroma. Next was a bowl of black chicken soup, donkey-hide gelatin stewed chicken. Then there were garlic scallops, stir-fried sea cucumbers, chive scrambled eggs. She widened her bright eyes and opened her mouth slightly. So many dishes, I fed you until you're white and plump. Qin Zhe smiled. Qin Baobao's lips curled. She felt sweet inside but deliberately found fault with him. You're not sincere. It's chicken stewed with mushrooms. That thing doesn't nourish the kidneys, Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao was stunned. She stopped smiling. What do you mean? Looking at the dishes on the table, she felt that something was wrong. It's nourishing the kidneys, Qin Zhe said frankly. It's nourishing the kidneys for you. Women need to nourish the kidneys too. Otherwise, they'll age quickly. If your kidneys are weak, what about me? Do you think last night was just my extraordinary performance? Tonight, I'll show you something even better. Qin Baobao, the sweetness and feeling suddenly disappeared, as if Wang Zijin had stolen them. Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. The sweet soup just now, Qin Zhe gave her a thumbs up. It's the best nourishing the kidneys. The dishes on this table, donkey-hide gelatin stewed with chicken soup. It's nourishing and beautifying. Turtle and wolfberry soup. It's nourishing for the kidneys. Dried scallops and sea cucumbers are nourishing for the kidneys. Chive scrambled eggs are amazing. It's suitable for both men and women. Hurry up and eat, sister. I'm looking forward to tonight. Qin Zhe was enraptured. Qin Baobao, no, I'm still in pain. I asked you just now. You said it doesn't hurt anymore. You've also recovered your walking posture. I'm in pain again. Then I'll be gentler tonight. So, he fed me until I'm white and plump. It's all for himself. Qin Baobao was so angry that she wanted to pour the chicken soup and turtle soup over his head. Just like a young couple, the wedding night was just the beginning. In the next few years, the husband would inevitably ask for sex every day, and they would hate the unreasonable menstrual period. After a few years, they would fall in love with the menstrual period, which was a holiday set by God in consideration of the man's hard work. Before marriage, the menstrual period was a hindrance, but after marriage, the menstrual period was a savior. His sister, who had just had sex, was much more shy and resistant. She was not like most girls, who might marry a few times or even a dozen times. Therefore, she was in a state where she wanted to refuse but was too shy to say it out loud. But in the end, she was still willing and happy. Therefore, when Qin Zhe shamelessly asked for a couple's bath, his sister blushed and said nothing, but she did not lock the door. In the bathtub, steam rose. The air was filled with the faint scent of perfume and the faint fragrance of flowers. Qin Baobao sprinkled half a bag of dried roses in the bathtub to cover her body. Together with the steam rising in spirals, it formed a natural mosaic. Xianxia shamelessly asked to help his sister bathe, but his hands only lingered on her sexy buttocks and full breasts. At first, Qin Baobao was still resisting. Later, she felt quite good. She collapsed in his arms, eyes blurred and panting. Then I'll do it? Xianxia lifted his sister's buttocks in the water. Qin Baobao, whose legs were weak, immediately shook her head. After the bath, go back to the room. I don't have the strength now. You just have to come up. Xianxia bragged. Qin Baobao looked at him. What if it breaks? She actually took it seriously, Xianxia said, it's not that weak. The great sage, heaven's equal, has been beating female demons for 100,000 miles without breaking, right? If necessary, he can beat male demons too. The calm surface of the bathtub rippled, and then small splashes splashed. The small splashes became big splashes, and the entire surface of the bathtub rippled. The process lasted for about half an hour. His sister's singing echoed in the bathroom for half an hour. At this moment, Xianxia, who had good hearing, heard the heavy anti-theft door close with a click. The sound was very loud, but ordinary people would not be able to hear it in the bathroom. Instantly, he woke up from the extreme pleasure. His body stiffened. Someone's here. Qin Baobao's eyes were like silk. Her red lips parted slightly, and sweet moans came out of her mouth. She did not hear anything. She was still in the happy atmosphere. Someone's here. Xianxia said in a low voice. He gently patted his sister's face to wake her up. Someone's here? Qin Baobao immediately became alert. The blurriness in her eyes quickly faded. When she pushed Xianxia away, she could not help but say, is Wang Zijing back? Xianxia said, Sister Ziwei left the key in the drawer in the room. Qin Baobao said, then, Xianxia said in a serious tone, other than the three of us, only our mother has the key. The siblings looked at each other in silence. They saw the strong desire to live in each other's eyes. His mother came just like that, without the slightest bit of precaution, and without the slightest hesitation, she appeared just like that. Xianxia was speechless. Will there be any sequelae? This thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't have time to think about it. His mother was here. If she saw it. He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about it. The consequences would be unbearable. No matter how healthy she would be so angry that she would have a heart attack or a cerebral hemorrhage. Why is Mom here? His sister looked like she was about to collapse. Her seductive manner was gone, and her eyes were full of panic. His sister held his hand, and her knuckles were trembling slightly. She must have called at noon and heard that you were sick, so she came to see you. Xianxia's face was pale. Why didn't she call? Sister, you must take back the key later. You can't give it to Mom. Qin Baobao was about to cry. Is this the time to talk about this? Get out, quickly. As soon as she said that, her mother's voice came from outside. Baobao? Ace? Qin Baobao shivered. Run, run, why run? Xianxia's face was dark. Mom is outside. Aren't you courting death if you run out? Then what should we do? His sister frowned in panic. Just say that you're taking a shower. Calm her down first. Xianxia glanced at the bathroom door nervously. Hey, his sister responded and tried to suppress her trembling voice. Mom, I'm taking a shower. You, why are you here? Are you trying to kill me? Qin Ma heard the sound, walked over, and asked at the door, taking a shower? Where's Ace? Qin Baobao was about to say that he was in the room, but Xianxia covered his mouth hard. Say that I'm not at home. I'm entertaining. How could Qin Ma not know that there was one less person at home? Saying that he was in the room was courting death. Qin Baobao reacted and tried to sound normal. He's outside. I don't know where that chick is. Who cares? Outside the door, Qin Ma said, Oh. Mom, why did you come over? Why didn't you tell me? Qin Bao complained. Didn't Ace say that you weren't feeling well? I came to check on you, Qin Ma said gently. I'm fine. My body isn't too good. I can eat 3 bowls of rice every meal. Qin Baobao said. Qin Ma didn't say anything. She only said, are you almost done? Come out when you're done. Mom has something to talk to you about. There's nothing to say, Qin Baobao said loudly. Nothing? I mean, yes. Qin Baobao's voice gradually weakened. Qin Zhe gave her a look, and her sister immediately became angry. Mom, you are so annoying. I don't want to talk to you. If you have something to say, let's go home tomorrow. Get out of here. I beg you. Qin Ma said in an irresistible tone, hurry up. I'll wait for you outside. There was silence outside the door. Qin Baobao looked at her brother. What do we do now? You sneak out? Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Don't mess around. Everyone in the living room can see. You're showering in the room. If Mom sees me sneaking out, how do you think she will react? Qin Baobao thought for a moment. Stupid, I'll go out. I'll send her home. Both of them were almost scared to death. Qin Baobao walked out of the bathroom. Qin Baobao put on a bathrobe and said softly, I'm going out. Qin Zhe was about to nod when he suddenly saw the hickeys on his sister's neck. He was shocked. Sister, please. Qin Baobao was confused. She said in a sneaky tone, what's wrong? Qin Zhe pointed at his neck. Qin Baobao walked to the mirror and looked at herself. Qin Baobao was speechless for a moment. Qin Baobao, his sister shrank back into the bathtub and stomped her feet in the water. She was about to cry. You've killed me, you black-hearted maggot. Why did you kiss me? Qin Zhe said, I didn't notice. Who would have thought of that in that situation? Wasn't it you who kept pressing me against your neck? Qin Baobao felt as if 5 lightning bolts had struck her head, extinguishing her will to live. She suddenly realized that her plan wasn't perfect. It was all talk on paper. Just having an affair with her brother behind her parents' back was already difficult enough. There was the risk of being discovered at any time. There was movement beside her. Looking down, Qin Baobao was furious. You're still in the mood for that? Qin Zhe ignored her and continued to use the 5 dragons pillar technique. There was still no response. He looked up in despair. It's over, Qin Baobao, sister, help me try. I think I can still be saved. Qin Baobao said straightforwardly, why you can't get it up? Qin Zhe, in that instant, sorrow flowed like a river. When his mother entered the room, he was almost at the critical moment. He was shocked. He had long heard that a man would have problems when he was stimulated at the critical moment. He didn't believe it before, but now he had to. Qin Baobao panicked. Do we go to the hospital? I'd rather die than go to the hospital. I have to find a private doctor. Qin Zhe's expression changed several times. He pushed his sister to the side of the bathtub and flipped her over so that her back was facing him. Rub against me. Maybe I'll be fine after a little rub. His sister's position would make any man angry. Qin Zhe needed this kind of stimulation to heal the wounds in his heart. Qin Zhe was relieved and patted his sister's butt. Sister, your days of happiness are still long. I'm sick, but I'm not impotent. Thank goodness. After a little rub, he felt like he had gained a new skill. Bao, Mom's coming in. The bathroom door was knocked twice, and with a click, the door opened. Because they didn't expect to be caught red-handed, the bathroom door wasn't locked since there were only the 2 of them in the house. Qin Zhe's face was sad. F***ck. He didn't have time to be sad. In a flash, he took a deep breath and dove into the water without thinking. Qin Baobao also grabbed a bag of dried roses by the bathtub and poured them all into the bathtub. Qin Ma came in. Qin Baobao threw the empty bag away guiltily. Then, she squatted in the water and pressed her back against the edge of the bathtub. Only her head was above the water. She used anger to hide her fear and loss of composure. Mom, what are you doing in here? I'm taking a bath. So what? You're my flesh and blood. Which part of you haven't I seen? Qin Ma was unmoved. She closed the door and walked to the bathtub. She pulled a stool and sat down. She glanced at the thick layer of rose petals floating on the water. Why are you sprinkling so many petals? It's a waste. Qin Baobao's eyes darted around. Petals whiten and nourish my skin. I'm a superstar. I have to take good care of myself. Qin Ma, then Mom will come down and take a bath with you. No. Qin Baobao screamed. She felt that she had lost her composure. How old are you? You're not a child. Mom is really taking a bath. You should go back first. Tomorrow. Thinking that the kiss mark wouldn't disappear even tomorrow, she changed her words. I'll go home the day after tomorrow. Your son is still in the water. Don't come down. At the thought of Qin Ma going into the water without a care, Qin Baobao's forehead was almost covered in cold sweat. Qin Ma's eyes swept across the spacious bathroom. Suddenly, she saw 2 bathrobes and 2 pairs of slippers by the pool. You threw the bathrobes everywhere and didn't even put the slippers away after taking a bath? Ace has become lazy. Qin Baobao, yes, yes. Ace is really getting out of hand. Her sister's little heart was about to jump out of her chest. She thought to herself that it was fortunate that her brother's clothes and underwear were not on the floor. Otherwise, she would be finished. Qin Baobao made up her mind. Mom, you didn't come to see me to check on my health, right? Qin Ma said in a bad mood, you know very well. If I didn't come in myself, would you take an hour to take a bath? Until I go back? Qin Baobao refused to admit it. I didn't. Qin Ma, I raised you for 26 years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Qin Baobao didn't say anything. Qin Ma sighed and said, I know you. You either don't fall in love or you insist. Mom was very happy when she found out that you had a boyfriend. Finally. She paused and didn't continue. But who knew that you would have problems again? Tell Mom, who is the man who bullied my Baobao? At the same time, under the water, Qin Zhe was holding his breath. The water was not a good medium for sound transmission. The conversation between his sister and mother reached his ears, but it was vague. It was easy for him to hold his breath. He could still hold it if they talked for 10 to 20 minutes. However, he wanted to know what his mother and sister were talking about. System, give me a hack. Is it 999 super invincible hack, or is it 999 super invincible hack? The system replied. The host is in a life and death situation. System, don't be naughty. How about giving me a radar? No problem, host. 100 points. Are you trying to rob me? 100 points? Take it or leave it. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the conversation between his sister and mother rang clearly in his mind. The sound waves were directly transmitted to Qin Zhe's mind through the medium of the system. Qin Baobao pretended as if nothing had happened. No one bullied me. I broke up peacefully. Yes, peacefully. Qin Ma whispered, don't pretend. When you just came back, don't you know what you were like? You didn't have a soul at all. When have you been like this since you were a child? Mom knows that my Baobao is a sentimental person. If you like someone, you can't wait to treat him well. But there are always people who don't know how to cherish you. So it's better to break up. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain, right? Did he come back to you again? Don't be silly again, my daughter. You are so beautiful. Mom is afraid that you will be bullied by others and waste your youth. In the end, you will have nothing. These words touched the bottom of Qin Baobao's heart. She felt a lump in her throat. Qin Zhe thought to himself, so Mom rushed over to give my sister psychological counseling. My Baobao is such a good girl, but she just doesn't know how to pick a man. The siblings did not understand the bitterness and deep meaning of their mother's words. As Qin Ma spoke, tears began to fall. Mom is worried sick about you. I don't want to judge your relationship, but you should at least tell us. If you worry like this, you won't be able to eat or sleep well. His sister's eyes reddened. Which parent doesn't want their children to be well? Mom feels better seeing you so sad. No matter how bad that man is, as long as Baobao likes him, Mom is willing to understand. Qin Baobao cried, Mom, he's not bad. He's not bad. Qin Ma said, then tell Mom who he is. As long as you really like him, Mom will accept him. Mom is willing to accept him, Qin Baobao said, he. Ouch. Qin Zhe pinched her thigh hard. Qin Baobao woke up from the pain. She woke up from the sad atmosphere her mother had created. What's wrong with you? Qin Ma asked. It's nothing. The brush is still in the bathtub. I accidentally used it just now and it stabbed me to death. Qin Baobao made up an excuse. Then, she squeezed her eyes and forced out 2 drops of tears. I know, Mom. I promise I won't have any entanglements with him anymore. If I find someone in the future, I will bring him back to you as soon as possible. The mother and daughter chatted for a while. Qin Ma tested her boyfriend's identity in various ways. Qin Baobao avoided the important points and focused on the trivial. She used her acting skills and made all kinds of promises. She said that she had gotten rid of her failed relationship, that she would definitely get married before she turned 30, and that her mother would definitely arrange a blind date for her. Qin Ma nodded helplessly. It's good that you know. Don't hold back when you feel wronged. Remember to bring your boyfriend home when you find him. Don't hide it from us. Oh right, why isn't your brother back yet? 2 minutes ago, Qin Zhe was already pinching his sister's waist. Qin Baobao knew what he meant. Hurry up and let Mom go. I'm King suffocating. It's just a social gathering. It's all like that. Mom, if you don't have anything else to do, you should go back first. It's very late. Qin Baobao chased her away. Qin Ma thought for a while. Mom, why don't you sleep here tonight? Qin Baobao, Qin Zhe, her sister was a smart girl after all. She played along and said, okay, Mom, you can sleep with me tonight. After a pause, she said with a bitter face, I'm hungry. Ace isn't home tonight, so I ate takeout myself. I only ate a little. Mom, can you go to the kitchen and cook some noodles for me? Qin Ma said angrily, you don't know how to take care of yourself at all. Wait for me. After saying that, she finally left. As soon as she left, Qin Zhe came out of the water and greedily breathed in the fresh air. He panted and said with lingering fear, Mom, I almost died. I almost died. Qin Baobao heaved a sigh of relief and sat down in the bathtub as if she had collapsed. You almost fell into Mom's trap just now. Do you know that? Qin Zhe was still scared. Qin Baobao said awkwardly, I know. I won't do it again. A mother's tears were a great weapon for children. If he was not careful, he would be led astray. Qin Baobao climbed out of the bathtub quickly and put on her bathrobe. I'll go to the kitchen and then close the door. You sneak out and then come in again. Remember to go to the room and put on your clothes. Be quick and be quiet, okay? I know, I know. By the way, sister. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao stopped at the door and looked back. What's the matter? Qin Zhe said, when Mom goes to bed tonight, we'll do it again. Qin Baobao was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Do you want to die? After saying the word idiot, she slipped out of the bathroom. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked sadly at the lollipop. He said to himself, it's okay, it's okay. Even if sister doesn't help you, your 2 ex-girlfriends can. You can definitely do it. P.S. Yes, Germany won. As expected of the previous champion. From now on, I become a fan. It's 2-1. I actually won. I'll write a few books and live on the World Cup in the future. I won the club's model, but I lost the balcony's number. Manuel funny, also, the match between Spain and Portugal was the best. Iceland was also very good. Out of 330,000 people, only 11 made it to the World Cup. In contrast, a certain country in Asia, more than 1 billion people couldn't even make it to the World Cup. I feel embarrassed for India. After this incident, Qin Zhe had a psychological shadow. In the next few days, he had to lock the door every time to feel at ease. And it was not limited to his sister. Once with Suyu, at a critical moment, Qin Zhe suddenly stopped, jumped out of bed without saying a word, ran out of the room, the living room, and locked the door. Suyu was in bed for a long time. What's wrong? I didn't hear anyone knocking on the door. Suyu was at a loss. This question was not easy to answer. Xianxia thought about it and explained, I just went out for a walk. After the World Cup, the players have to walk around the field a few times. He always said strange things. Suyu was used to it and said happily, I'm pregnant. Xianxia scratched his head and said, pregnant again? No, our child hasn't entered your stomach for a long time. Suyu hit him and twisted her slender waist. My period didn't come this month. Xianxia was stunned. Did you go to the hospital to check? Suyu, no. Xianxia, don't think about it, it's definitely an imbalance. Suyu said angrily, can't you expect better from me? Xianxia, you're almost 30, not like young girls in their early 20s. It's easy for them to get pregnant, so it must be an imbalance. Go back to the hospital and take care of yourself. Your stomach is not up to expectations, blame me? In the past, the country's population pressure was great, so it advocated late birth and late childbirth. It was best for women to be over 24 years old, but Suyu was almost 30. The older a woman was, the harder it was to get pregnant. The risk of childbirth was also greater. Bullshit, a 20-year-old girl's skin is not as good as mine. Suyu said, last year's physical examination, all my physical indicators were very good. Anyway, I have no problem. As she said, she looked at Xianxia suspiciously. You only found a girlfriend when you're 23. It will reduce that activity. When was it a low thing to find a girlfriend at the age of 23? This was the normal and reasonable age for human beings to mate. Not counting those born in 2000, they were atavistic. After the hickeys on their sister's neck disappeared, the siblings returned home with peace of mind. They remembered this moment and used it as a warning. He drove home with bags of tonics and gifts. There were all kinds of facial masks, wrinkle removal creams, and other skincare products for Qin Ma. There were also ties, pens, shirts, leather shoes, and so on for the old man. He was a university professor. Although he used to dress decently, his most decent clothes only cost a few thousand yuan. The old man was considered a simple and thrifty person in the professorial circle. He had no choice. In the past few years, his family had been in debt, and he had to clean up his uncle's mess. But now, Grandpa Shen's clothes cost at least 5 figures. His entire outfit cost more than 100,000 renminbi. All of them were bought by Qin Bao. Bao Bao, give it to me. Standing at the door, Xianxia turned around and looked at his tall and charming sister. She wore snow boots, stockings, a pleated short skirt, a pink coat, and a silk scarf around her neck. She was barefaced. I told you not to call me Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao felt a chill down her spine. She felt extremely ashamed and said angrily, call me sister, you bastard. You have no respect for your elders. The 2 words Bao Bao were nothing if it came out of other people's mouths, but when it came out of Xianxia's mouth, that kind of shame, it's just like how you can wantonly sway your body in front of your friends, make exaggerated gestures, and say, your friends were your parents, your 7 aunts and 8 uncles. You would probably only sing the song of the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind, the song of victory so loud. This was how Qin Bao Bao felt when her younger brother called her Bao Bao. It's just for fun. When we get home, I won't scream anymore. Xianxia took the things from his sister's hands, even though he was already covered in gifts. Then he waved his arm and said, come, hug your husband's arm. Hubby, hubby, Qin Bao Bao's pretty face turned pale, and she slowly shivered. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to hug Xianxia's arm obediently. They usually had this posture. After knowing each other's background, they subconsciously avoided intimate contact because of a guilty conscience. But if the change was too sudden, and it was seen by the attentive mother, the middle-aged woman's imagination couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, both of them already had a criminal record. The mother would think that the man that her daughter hid outside and refused to reveal his name, could it be her son? She took out the key to open the door and entered the house. At 2:30 after dinner, her parents were cleaning the house. Xianxia and his sister helped to paste the Spring Festival couplets and the word fu. Xin Baobao held the Spring Festival couplets in her hand and shouted to her mother, who was scrubbing the oil in the kitchen, "Mom, do you and Dad want to change houses? I will buy a new house for you." Qin Ma responded, "Do you still have a vacant house in your community?" Xinzai immediately glared at his sister. Qin Baobao said, "No, I mean to help you buy a villa in Songjiang." It was best for her parents to move further away so that they would be safer when driving and wouldn't have to worry. Qin Baobao felt sorry for her brother. He already had a psychological shadow. If it happened a few more times, wouldn't it be the real brother Wu Bo? Qin Ma was uninterested. Why buy it so far away? Forget it, the old house is more comfortable. Otherwise, your dad and I can move to your place. A should buy another house. You two can't always live together. Buy, Qinzai said. "Mom, if you want to buy it, then we will buy it." Qin Ma nodded in the kitchen. Qinzai pulled his sister and left. "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it good for them to live here?" Now that the two of them were living happily together, Qinzai had already moved to his sister's room. He hugged his sister to sleep every day. He didn't even think about his career or making money. Back in the days, Emperor Xuanzong and Li Longji were also obsessed with Yang Yuan's beauty. Beautiful golden hair ornaments, hibiscus tent warmth spent the spring night. The spring night was short and the sun rose high. From then on, the emperor didn't go to court early. Femme fatale. A little higher, a little more to the left, a little more to the left. Okay, just like that, Qinzai instructed his sister to stick the Fu character. Thanks to Qin Ma's usual cleaning, the cleaning was quickly completed. Qin Ma went out to find familiar aunties in the community to chat and listen to them boast about their daughter and son. Old Master Qin chatted with his son about economics. Old Master Qin was a very single-minded man. He was single-minded in both his career and his relationship. He was obsessed with lilies, Mother Qin, and economics. Qin Baobao was obsessed with her brother. Perhaps she inherited the old man's genes. Qin Baobao sat next to her brother and listened to the father and son talk about economics and economics. She looked down and played with her phone. Suddenly, Qin Baobao's body stiffened. Then, she flew into a rage. A dog's paw slid down her waist and stroked her buttocks. How dare he? Was he not afraid that his leg would be broken? Qin Baobao looked at her brother angrily. However, he was focused on talking to their father. His expression was normal. He didn't seem to know what he was doing, touching my buttocks subconsciously. At home, when the two of them were alone in the living room, Qinzai was like this. In other words, maybe he didn't even realize what he was doing. Qin Baobao glanced at her father carefully. They were close to each other. Qinzai's hand was stroking her sister's buttocks from behind. The old man couldn't see it at the moment. Her sister kept a straight face. She silently placed the pillow on her knees to block the gap between them. Then, she pricked up her ears and tried to listen to the movement at the door. Her father couldn't see it, but if her mother came back, from the angle of the door, she would be able to see her son molesting her daughter. Qin Baobao stretched her body. She felt the hand lingering outside her skirt for a moment. Then, she gently lifted the hem of her pleated skirt. Gradually, the old man couldn't keep up with his son's rhythm. He felt bored and asked, "Will Suyu come this year?" It was still interesting to chat with Suyu. Suyu never refuted his views like his son and threw out a lot of theories and data that he didn't understand for the time being. Qin Baobao didn't even think about it. She replied, "If she doesn't come, why would she come?" The old man looked at her. "Is the air conditioner hot? Your face is so red." Qin Baobao, "Yes, it's very hot." Her sister tightened the pillow. "Qinzai, I'll ask later. She's alone at home for the new year." The old man nodded. "Let her come home for the new year. By the way, Zijin won't return to Shanghai for the new year." The brother and sister were silent. "The living room is too hot. Dad, I'll go back to my room." Qin Baobao said, "Aze, come here. Let's discuss next year's new album." They left the living room and went to her sister's room. Qin Baobao closed the door. Without saying a word, she picked up a knife and chopped it. She scolded, black heart maggot, black heart maggot. I didn't react, sister. It's all familiar. When I reacted, it had already found its favorite pure land. Xianxia dodged and quibbled, don't hit it. My hair is messed up. Do you want to die? Dad will kill you. You have a strong desire to survive. Qin Baobao continued to chop. But it's exciting, isn't it? Xianxia said. Qin Baobao, you have to stay at home for at least half a month. I can't touch you for half a month. Just thinking about it is torturous. Xianxia sighed. What else can we do? The soundproofing at home is not good. You can't come here in the middle of the night. Qin Baobao said helplessly. They were in the honeymoon period and were inseparable. However, they had to keep a distance from each other when they returned home. The soundproofing of the old house was too poor. The chances of her having a baby without her parents knowing was almost zero. The soundproofing of our house is not good, but there are pros and cons. I can hear footsteps in the hallway. I can also hear things further away. For example, our dad is in the kitchen now. Why can't I hear anything? My hearing has been better than yours since I was a child. I heard the sounds in our parents' room first. Shut up. Don't mention such shameful things. I have a safer driving position. Turn around first and hold the wall. Yes, stick your butt up. You don't have to take off the short skirt. It won't make any noise if you wear it, is it okay? You'll know when you try. I'm coming. Don't scream. Okay. As it turned out, this driving position was very safe. The river crab and his parents did not notice at all. Coupled with Xianxia's powerful hearing, it was almost foolproof. Unless the mother installed a surveillance camera in her daughter's room, but Xianxia soon regretted it. Because he could not concentrate, the experience became worse. Although the psychological stimulation was very good, he did not fire at his sister until Qin Ma came back. Qin Baobao did not feel good either. Her legs were about to break from standing, and it was very tiring to lie down. However, the psychological stimulation almost came very quickly. She lay on the bed with her legs weak, panting. Qin Baobao whispered in her brother's ear, "It feels good." Xianxia did not say anything. He sighed helplessly and whispered back, "Let's be vulgar until the end of the spring festival." The older sister was surprised. Why? Isn't it very safe? Xianxia did not want to say anything. He just shook his head. It's safe, but you don't understand the sadness of a man not shooting an arrow. Just like how you don't understand the night, you don't understand my sadness. I'm going to take a cold shower. Xianxia deliberately emphasized. His sister did not understand his sadness. Instead, she rolled her eyes, "Take a shower yourself, and you expect me to do it with you? You're so lustful." Xianxia went into the bathroom to take a cold shower. His body was not afraid of dying in the cold winter. The gymnastics times are calling gifted by the system was good, but it made people impulsive. Their physiological needs were magnified countless times. This was very torturous. At the very least, you should have given me a manual on the art of sex or something. That way, my sisters and I could become immortals through dual cultivation. Trash, with your status and wealth, you could be the groom every day and change the bride every night. The system was disdainful. You're drawing a circle, who's to blame? Then wouldn't it become a stallion novel? Xianxia said. The system said, what do you mean? You want to talk to me about moral integrity? Xianxia, I still have integrity. In this era where everyone loses their integrity, you can easily pick up a few tons when you go out, but you have no integrity at all. You can't even feel the joy of having sex. The host and the system would often quarrel with each other. Humph, mortal. The system said, you will never understand my joy. Calculations make me happy, research makes me happy. Only foolish mortals would covet the pleasures of men and women. This guy doesn't even have a penis. He's so sour. The system was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, a mission was thrown over. Ding. Please mate with Sister Qin Baobao for a full 3 hours. Delivery is guaranteed. Mission time, before 2400 hours PM tonight, failure will be counted as failure. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 200 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Xianxia was caught off guard. #Oh, Xianxia said angrily, I object. You are abusing your position to avenge private wrongs and randomly assign missions. I refuse to accept this mission. The system said, you are not abusing your position to avenge private wrongs. This is your desire. You don't dare to deny it, do you? Also, doing it for 3 hours doesn't mean doing it for 3 hours at once. The night is long. Lastly, your safe driving is quite safe, so this mission is not impossible. It's just that the risk is higher. Xianxia said, it's too long, and it's not safe at night. What if my parents wake up at night? I don't care. The system said, you just need to know that this mission is legal and reasonable. Xianxia was speechless. The system said slowly, I'll let you know that you're still the boss. Xianxia gritted his teeth. I choose to give up. Sister was already very tired, and it was not good to do too much of such exciting things. After almost being caught by his mother last time, he was cheated of 200 points by the system because of similar things. A total of 300 points, what the F***ck, I endured the discomfort in my heart to act cool and earn points. Do you think it was easy? Why don't you take a look at the market? Acting cool is no longer popular. After taking a shower, Xianxia came back with the groceries for dinner. Where's Bao Bao? Xianxia asked. Sleeping in the room. Xianxia said. You didn't sleep well last night, lying on the bed as soon as you got home. Xianxia complained. Son, let me tell you, there will be a lot of people coming to visit us this year. Don't see those you shouldn't see, Mom and Dad will help you block them. The Qin family had a Qilin and a Phoenix, and they were now famous people. It was foreseeable that those distant relatives would come to visit this year. Those who were more reserved would first try to build a relationship and improve their friendship, and then borrow money or ask for help after a while. Those who were more direct would probably ask for money. Take advantage of them. It was a traditional Chinese virtue. They could take advantage of anything. When one of their relatives became successful, they would come over to take advantage of them and ask for some benefits. When one of their friends became successful, they would also want to take advantage of them and take advantage of them. In ancient times, one should not forget one's friends when one becomes rich. In modern times, one should not forget one's brothers when one becomes successful. I'm not short of money, it's fine, Xianxia said. Nowadays, hundreds of thousands of yuan were no longer in Hei's king's eyes. After all, this was the national situation. If one became successful, one would be unreasonable if he did not let his relatives take advantage of him. Others would only say, wow, you're so rich now, but you don't lend a little money, you're too rude. There was another national situation. Now that the basic needs of life were met, there was no need to worry about food or clothing, but it would be difficult to go further. For example, which girl in Shanghai would be willing to live with her parents-in-law? Who would marry you if you didn't buy a house? As for buying a house, take a look at Shanghai's housing prices. Parents had to work hard for their children all their lives. Just this year, there were 3 or 4 families who came to Xianxia to borrow a down payment. Xianxia chose to borrow from 2 families, but she could not afford to buy a house. Those families who were reluctant to sell their small houses and wanted to buy a big house did not lend them money. They might be criticized behind their backs. Xianxia said, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you're rich, you can't afford such generosity. I know that if you want to take advantage of me and ask for money, don't even think about it. If you're really in trouble, I'll still help you. It's not easy to refuse your elders. Just leave it to me and your dad. Don't say anything when you're outside. People won't be satisfied. In the future, if there's a lot of trouble from your relatives, they'll all come to you. Your grandfather was like this when he became rich. Later, your uncle was in debt and did not borrow much money from his relatives. Xianxia took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. You and Dad can guard the door yourselves. Your relatives can't see me. Relatives were also divided into distant and close relatives. Relatives who were close by blood were like his cheating uncle. Didn't Xianxia take him to show off and fly with him? Oh, in fact, they were not related by blood. But my future children are related by blood. Thinking about it, Xianxia got up and walked towards the room. I'll go and see my sister. Go with the cigarette. Xianxia put the cigarette away. He opened the door and stood at the door. His sister was holding a phone in her hand and had fallen asleep. The air conditioner was blowing warm air. Her thermal stockings had been taken off and thrown on the ground. There was also a black lace panties. Footsteps came from the corridor. It was his mother. Xianxia made a prompt decision and kicked the stockings and panties under the bed. If his mother saw this, she would definitely pick it up and take it to the bathroom. But there were wet stains on it. His mother was experienced. Qin Ma stood at the door and looked at her daughter. Remember to wake your sister up later. If she sleeps too much, she won't be able to sleep at night. Xianxia nodded. Got it. Qin Ma turned around and left. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. His sister was still too young. Xianxia decided to train her to be more experienced. When she woke up, he would seize the opportunity to train her. Tissue could not be thrown away, at least not in the trash can at home. Thinking of this, Xianxia sighed for no reason. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He had lost his tissue. Just as he was thinking about the tissue, he received a message from Zhao Taizhu that night. To be precise, Zhao Taizhu had posted a poem on his WeChat Moments and specially at him for him to see. Zhao Taizhu's latest post in his WeChat Moments: I'm in the mood to write a lewd poem while chatting. The fragrance of the red lotus leaves the jade in autumn. Taking off my robe, I get on the orchid boat alone. There was no way to get rid of this feeling. He frowned, but it came back to his heart. Li Qingjiao's cut plum blossom, a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. It was an ordinary poem. No one would find it strange after reading it. They would probably think that he was in the mood to write a poem. But this was a poem to express a woman's lovesickness. Zhao Taizhu was a straightforward man. Even if he was in the mood to write a poem, he shouldn't have posted such a poem. Besides, this guy must have been taught Chinese by a PE teacher. He couldn't even distinguish between poems and poems. The most important thing was that he specifically at him. What did he mean by posting a woman's lovesickness poem and then at him? Xianxia certainly understood. If he didn't, he would be wasting his title as the Hei's king. So he immediately called Zhao Taizhu. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. He called again. This time, it was hung up as soon as it got through. Xianxia didn't want to give up and kept calling. I don't buy insurance, I don't buy shops, I don't care about stocks. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. As soon as the call got through, Zhao Taizhu started talking like a machine gun. Brother Taizhu, you're joking again. It's me, Xianxia. Xianxia's tone was very gentle. Oh, Xianxia. Zhao Taizhu suddenly realized. Who's Xianxia? I don't know a little wolf dog named Xianxia. Xianxia smiled warmly. Brother Taizhu, can you give me some pointers? How's Sister Ziwei recently? He was smiling but cursing in his heart. She's okay. I heard that she was dumped by a little wolf dog in Shanghai. After crying and throwing tantrums at home, she finally realized the reality and decided to live a good life. Zhao Taizhu said lightly. Come on, then what's with your poem? I'm in the mood to write a poem. Why at me again? My hand slipped. Zhao Taizhu's tone was flat. Okay, don't call me if there's nothing. I'm busy and have no time to buy insurance. Goodbye. After that, Zhao Taizhu hung up. Xianxia held his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. Although Zhao Taizhu didn't give him a good look, that sentence and the slip of his hand had revealed a lot of information. There was no way to get rid of this feeling. Just as he lowered his brows, it rose up in his heart. This sentence already explained everything. Brother Taizhu was quite loyal. It was time to make a trip to the capital. With Wang Zijin's personality, it was almost impossible for her to take the initiative to reconcile with him. What is a female hipster? A female hipster is, you are cold, heartless, and heartless. I don't want to see you again. Get lost, you're cold, you're heartless, you actually didn't come looking for me. I'll die for you right now. Scram, she was the kind of person who could suffocate herself to death. Xianxia had already thought of this when she left Shanghai. The reason why she did not immediately follow her was because she needed to calm down. She was still angry. Secondly, he needed time to heal Sister Ziwei's wounds and ferment his longing for her. The female hipster was still angry. So what if he chased her all the way to the capital? If he could not give her a satisfactory answer, she would slap him twice and ask him to scram. Things would be even more troublesome. Once she calmed down, she would change her mind. When his sister was angry, she also had a cold war with him for half a month. Scumbag Zay had already thought of many scenarios. Although he was caught off guard by the showdown, he did not panic. It was not a big problem. If you want to start a harem, but you don't have the domineering aura of Lan Outyin, then you better think about it and play tricks. If you want to start a harem, remember to highlight the key points and write down notes. Ding. Scumbag Man's original wish, please reconcile with Wang Zijin before the Spring Festival. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 500 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. The system's voice rang in his mind without any warning. Finally, a proper mission. The system said, just like the national football team, you don't have much time left, only 1 week. This time, Xianxia was not mischievous. It was indeed a desire from the bottom of his heart, but his original idea was to go after the Spring Festival. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. This meant that he had the hope to chase Wang Zijin again. According to the system's rules, it would not issue an impossible mission. Of course, it did not mean that it would be completed. It depended on his fate with Tissue. I thought you would protest the prefix of the mission. The system said. I knew you were using your power to slander me. Xianxia gritted his teeth. I'm just telling the truth. Thinking about the mission in his mind, he was worried. At night, he received a message from Suyu, hubby, it's the holidays. I have nothing to do. I'm moldy at home. Let's do something we love. It's not convenient. Xianxia replied. What's not convenient? It's only 20 minutes away. I'm not in the mood today. There's still a long way to go. No hurry. Xianxia tactfully rejected the request of the harem concubine, indicating that he would not do it tonight. My surname is Suyu. My courtesy name is Feng Chang. Suyu said. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Sure enough, Suyu's style had collapsed. This was not the world's fault. It was his fault. The next morning, while his parents were in the living room and his sister was in the boudoir, Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped several times. Finally, he made up his mind, sister, I may have to go to the capital. Qin Baobao thought that he came in to drive safely. After hearing this, the smile on his sister's face gradually disappeared. She did not look ferocious, just expressionless. For a while, the room was filled with silent air. After a long time, his sister with her back to him said in a flat tone, traveling to the capital during the new year, right? Xianxia paused for a second and then said, ah. Yeah. How long will you be gone? A week, oh. You agree? Xianxia stared at his sister's back. She sat on the bed and did not turn around, so Xianxia could not see her expression. It's just a trip. Why not? His sister's tone was calm, don't stay too late. It's best if you can come back on New Year's Eve. Xianxia nodded. And? Qin Baobao still did not turn around, but her tone was a little anxious and serious, you're not allowed to bring anyone back. Okay. Nodding with difficulty, Xianxia suddenly realized something. They were once close friends, deskmates for 3 years, and sisters who could sleep on the same bed for half a year. They might never be able to go back to the past. His sister did not want that woman called Wang Zijin to return to Shanghai and step into this house again. It was because of her mistake that she almost lost her true love. Time passed. A year and a half of getting along with each other still seemed to be in front of her eyes, but the time of the past could not be reappeared. What had happened, just like how things that were broken could never be mended. what about Wang Zijin? Was she still willing to return to Shanghai? What kind of attitude would she have to face her former best friend? Thinking of this, Qinzai's heart sank. Qinzai's afternoon flight left. The plane's engine roared like thunder, leaving a white trail in the blue sky. At night, Qin Ma mentioned this at the dinner table. How's the old man of the Wang family? A said that he was sent to the emergency room. Zijin must be crying her heart out. In the past, Wang Zijin had mentioned to Mrs. Qin that she had grown up under her grandfather's care. The grandfather and granddaughter were very close. Now Qin Ma and the old man already knew about Wang Zijin's family background. When they first heard about it, they were shocked. They did not expect their daughter's best friend, son's girlfriend, and future daughter-in-law to be a noble from the capital. The third generation of the Qin family were good people, but the 18th generation and above were bumpkins. Obviously, they were not good enough for the girl. Fortunately, Qinzai did not disappoint. Although he was still suspected of trying to climb up the social ladder, he would not be called a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If it was in the past, Qin Ma would kneel to Wang Zijin without hesitation. She would cry and say, "Princess, are you blind? Please let my son go. After all, I'm old. I have to face the problems that I have to face." The old man sighed and said, "You don't have to worry. Old Master Wang will be on the news in the future. He has a professional medical team to take care of his health." At this point, the old man looked at his daughter. "Bao Bao, what's Zijin's phone number again? Our Ace has also visited her parents. Old Master Wang is critically ill. It's only right for us to call and ask about it. It's not good for others to think that we're uncultured." Qin Bao Bao was not in a good mood. Her eyes were listless and she was in a state of emptiness. When she heard this, she finally came back to her senses and waved her hands. "No need, no need." Qin Ma frowned. "I think that old Qin has a point. There's really no need." Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and ate. "Don't bother about it. She's a housewife and a university professor. Why are you butting in? They're relatives of the royal family." She thought to herself, what will happen after this call? Maybe Ace will be arrested and thrown into jail as soon as he gets off the plane. Maybe he will be sentenced to life imprisonment or something. The reason is that he maliciously slandered, cursed, the country's leader. Sigh, it doesn't feel bad. Then, the little red guy and the wolf in the house would be finished. Qin Bao Bao was ready to make a move. Qinzai had been to capital city several times. When he was young, he thought that the road in front of Tiananmen Square was huge and unbelievably spacious. Now that he looked at it again, he felt that it was not that impressive. As a person from Magic City, he should have the confidence and pride to look down on the infrastructure of cities in the country. In fact, capital city's infrastructure was not outstanding among the first-tier cities. However, as long as you walked around and looked around, you would be able to deeply experience the accumulation and vicissitudes of history. This was what Qin Bao said. Qinzai did not have time to look at the city in detail. He hailed a taxi at the airport and went straight to the Wang family. Capital City was not his territory, and his business scope had not expanded to this place. He could not expect to have a car to pick him up. Moreover, it was the Spring Festival holiday, so it was not easy to find an attendant. Nan Manpei was right. His ability was too shallow after all. If the world was compared to a pyramid, the top was for politics, the bottom was for business, and there were many more below. Creatures like the programmer ape should be at the bottom. I was a programmer in the past, and I'm still a programmer now. It's just that I've changed from programming to writing words. The place where a bunch of people at the top of the pyramid lived was not something he could enter. Qinzai was naturally stopped outside by the guards. They were different from the security guards in other residential areas. Their uniforms were more exquisite, their posture was straighter, and their expressions were more determined. Most importantly, the things on their waists were authentic. Without a guide, outsiders could not enter. If one lingered outside the door for too long, they would be arrested and questioned as suspicious persons. In the sentry booth, Qinzai blew on the heater. He shuddered and could not help but curse, "It's so **king cold in the north." After standing outside for half an hour, he was arrested. Xianxia could not contact Wang Zijing for the time being, so he called Zhao Taizhu. However, Zhao Taizhu did not pick up. It was obvious that he had developed the bad habit of ignoring him like the system. He stood outside in the cold wind, thinking about what to do. After a moment of carelessness, 2 guards came over to question him. Fortunately, with his face, there was no problem with swiping his card. After the serious guard saw Hei's king's true face, he believed that he had no ulterior motives and brought him back to the sentry post to warm himself up. 5 minutes at most. We have rules, the middle-aged guard said. How about this, why don't you help me contact the Wang clan? Xianxia rubbed his nose and said, I am the son-in-law of the Wang clan, trust me. The winter in the capital was cold and dry. If one stayed there for too long, their nose would feel uncomfortable. The clothes he was wearing were standard in Shanghai, which was obviously not acceptable in Beijing. His mask was not the kind that could keep out the cold. It was especially cold in Beijing this year. The lowest temperature during the day was -8 degrees Celsius, while the lowest temperature at night was -13 degrees Celsius. It would be even colder in late January. See, Swamp King's body could not bear it anymore. We know. We've seen it online, a young guard said. As one of the most popular young stars in the entertainment industry, his girlfriend's exposure had caused a sensation on the internet. Unless your family had just connected to the internet, you would have heard of it. And the reason why the guards knew about it was because the female lead in the photo was the daughter of the Wang family, and she lived there. When the guards chatted with each other, it was inevitable that they would talk about it after dinner. Of course, there was no problem with Xianxia's request. The guards only knew that the daughter of the Wang clan and Xianxia were in a relationship, but they did not know about their quarrel. The middle-aged guard asked, why don't you call her? Why don't you ask her to come out and pick you up? Xianxia smiled bitterly. We quarreled and she ignored me. So that was it, several guards suddenly understood. So they contacted the Wang clan. A moment later, the Wang clan replied that they did not know Xianxia. This was King awkward. Several guards looked at Xianxia sympathetically. In this kind of phenomenon where a man married a woman from a lower family, it was inevitable that the man would be angered by his wife. After marrying the daughter of a rich family, he would worship her like a bodhisattva. He would be her husband and grandson. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched awkwardly. Unable to stand the guard's gaze, he forced a smile. Forget it, I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. Can I trouble you to help me inform her again? The middle-aged guard said that it was no problem. As long as he did not violate the rules, he could do anything within the scope of his job. After leaving the sentry post, he smoked a cigarette outside and thought about checking into a hotel first before going to the mall to buy a few winter coats. Xianxia was ready for a long battle. He did not consider the 7 days time limit given by the mission. Compared to the 500 points, he was more concerned about Wang Zijing. The hotel had been booked in advance, and the plane tickets were also booked by someone. It was his sister's assistant, the ordinary-looking female assistant. The assistant was really stubborn, or rather, she had a grudge against him. When Xianxia called to inform her to book the plane tickets and hotel, the assistant, who claimed to be highly educated, retorted, Mr. Qin, it's a holiday now, which means it's not normal working hours. I'm on vacation. By the way, a highly educated person was a graduate from a famous school in the United States. Xianxia replied, oh, I'm really sorry. By the way, come back after the new year to write your resignation letter. After a moment of silence, the assistant said, Mr. Qin, you can't do this. You're violating the labor contract. Xianxia said, yes, I have a lot of money. I can afford it. The assistant's backbone was limited to those few words. She quickly gave in. Mr. Qin, I'll book the plane tickets for you now. As for the hotel, you'll need one in the capital. Xianxia said, that's very sensible of you. Have you become stupid after staying in the United States for a few years? Are you talking to me about democracy and freedom? Why don't you learn from the good and learn from the bad? Do you understand this situation in China? After a few seconds of silence, the assistant said in an aggrieved voice, got it, Mr. Qin. After smoking a cigarette, Xianxia put on his mask and called for a taxi with his mobile app. At this moment, a BMW drove out. It was not expensive and was a means of transportation that even a small bourgeois could afford. It obviously did not match the status of the people living in this place. There were 2 young men and women in the car. Xianxia knew them. They were Wang Zijin's cousin and cousin. What's their name again? Xianxia forgot. When Wang Zining saw that Xianxia was about to leave, he immediately honked twice. When Xianxia stood still and looked back, he stopped the car and got out of the driver's seat. He strode over aggressively. You still have the cheek to come? Wang Zining glared at him. That's right, Yang Ping followed behind and echoed. Xianxia looked at him. Why wouldn't I have the cheek to come? You know very well what you've done, Wang Zining said. What have I done? Xianxia probed. Wang Zining was speechless and then became furious. Are you going to leave or I'll ask someone to beat you up? Xianxia was relieved. It seemed that Sister Ziwei didn't spread the news about him and her sister. She didn't even tell her family what happened in Shanghai. That was right. She wouldn't tell anyone. Wang Zining took a deep breath and said, Qin Haodong, I'm warning you. Don't come to my sister again, or I'll kill you. Do you think you're the king just because you wrote a few songs and made a few movies? I have 100 ways to make you unable to stay in the capital, and you can't do anything about it. Don't be so shameless. If I didn't know your surname is Wang, I would have thought your name is Yi Liangchen. Xianxia thought that the other party was Sister Xian's cousin, which meant that he was his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law's existence was to stand up for his sister when she was wronged and fight with her in-laws on behalf of her family. He was indeed the one who owed Wang Zijin money. He deserved to be scolded by his brother-in-law. He was silent and didn't refute. Yang Ping rolled her eyes and smiled. Xianxia, why don't you tell us what happened between you and your cousin? We can help you when we go back. Xianxia still didn't say anything. This time, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this girl didn't give him any face when he first stepped into the house. Wang Zijin said that she and Zhang Ling from the Zhang family were like sisters. Therefore, it was natural for them to become a couple. Oh right, what was her name again? You kids don't know about adult matters. Xianxia looked at Wang Zining. I'll come back tomorrow. Wait. Yang Ping sneered. Xianxia, it was actually my cousin who asked us to come out. Xianxia stopped and looked back at her. Yang Ping said slowly, my cousin will give you 2 choices. 1, you'll stand here until tomorrow morning. If she's not angry anymore, she'll come out and meet you. 2, if you can't do it, go back to Shanghai and don't come to the capital. Wang Zining looked at her and wanted to say something but stopped. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Go home and tell your cousin that I'll come back tomorrow. Yang Ping took 2 steps forward and said loudly, Xianxia, you dare to leave? Xianxia turned around and said helplessly, if you want to sow discord, why don't you think of a better excuse? Cousin-in-law has eaten more salt than the men you've slept with. Don't play tricks in front of me. Oh right, cousin, what's your name again? Cousin-in-law has a bad habit. I can't remember the names of girls who aren't beautiful. Yang Ping's face was ashen. Her eyes flickered. Seeing that her prank didn't work, she said, my cousin didn't say anything. She didn't even care about you. When she heard that you came, she turned around and went back to her room. Think about it again. What will I say about you when I go back? What bad things will I say about you in front of my cousin? Will she believe it? Xianxia said lightly. It doesn't matter if she believes it or not. It's fine as long as uncle and aunt believe it. It's fine as long as grandfather believes it. Yang Ping smiled. If you anger uncle and aunt, guess what will happen to you? Women were really born schemers. Xianxia said, what do you want to say? Or rather, what do you want to do? A smile appeared on Yang Ping's face. It's very simple. Go back to Shanghai. Since you've broken up, don't come back. It's not that I don't like you. Actually, everyone in the Wang family doesn't like you. Am I right, Zining? Wang Zining snorted, showing that he didn't bother to answer. He didn't have a good impression of Xianxia. In fact, he even hated him a little. Xianxia's likes and dislikes all depended on his cousin. If his cousin liked him, then Wang Xining would reluctantly like him. If his cousin didn't like him, then Wang Xining wouldn't give him a good face. Xianxia pondered for a moment. You're too decisive. Yang Ping, what do you mean? Xianxia said seriously, shouldn't you take out a blank check, slap it on my face, and then say, as long as you leave Wang Zijin, you can fill in the money on it. Yang Ping was stunned at first, then she became even more disdainful. She sneered. You're really interested in our Wang family's wealth. Xianxia, yes, yes. Zijin is the granddaughter of the first wife. Give me a blank check and I'll leave. Yang Ping, I don't have a check, but my mother does. The Wang family doesn't lack this money. What are you talking about if you don't have a check? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Did you graduate from university? Did you have a job? Did you get first place in your school? You didn't earn money and didn't become an official. You think you're an adult just because you slept with a few men and learned a few postures? Kid, I'm too lazy to care about you. Why don't you look in the mirror and see how much you're worth? Let your parents come out and talk to me. After that, he muttered, Deep well ice, you've been arguing with a kid for so long. He turned and walked away. What's so great about being an official son? If it weren't for the environment, I would have beaten up all the rich kids and hooked up with all kinds of big bosses. Together with the system's black technology, I can induce all the politicians to kneel down and suck up to me. He was not afraid that the two children would say bad things about him. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. He knew Sister Ziwei very well. When she was with him, she could ignore her family's thoughts and opinions. Similarly, if she separated from him, it would not be because of other people's slander. As for the elders of the Wang family, he didn't know about Mother Wang, but he had a conversation with Father Wang as a son-in-law. Father Wang wasn't a short-sighted man. As for the other elders, who cares about them? In this day and age, even parents can't make decisions, let alone relatives. Yang Ping stomped her feet and screamed, Xianxia, get back here. Obviously, it was impossible for him to come back. Yang Ping was angry for a while. She turned her head and saw her cousin smoking beside her. He looked like he was enjoying the show. She was furious and kicked him lightly. Why didn't you say anything just now? Did you just watch your cousin get bullied? Wang Xining spat out a mouthful of smoke and rolled his eyes. Didn't we agree to drive him away? You're being a busybody. But seriously, second cousin, don't mess around. It's not certain what's going on between cousin and him. Even if there's no Xianxia, I don't think she'll like brother Mingqing. You're wrong. Cousin has too little experience in love and is blinded by the outside world. That's why she doesn't understand how good brother Mingqing is. When she's hurt, loved, and tired, she'll realize that brother Mingqing is the one she can entrust her life to. Didn't you always follow behind brother Mingqing when you were young? Don't you want them to be together? Wang Xining scratched his head. I feel like brother Mingqing's image has collapsed after you said that. He's become a spare tire. What spare tire? This is love after going through ups and downs. It's beautiful, Yang Ping retorted. Men and women had different values. Many women who had spare tires didn't feel that what they did was bad. They even felt that it was normal. It was just like how men felt that they could have sex everywhere, but dreamed of marrying a virgin as their wife. After arguing for a while, no one convinced the other. Yang Ping was angry again. Coward, why were you so cowardly just now? Wang Xining was not convinced. I'm not cowardly. I'm just too lazy to talk to him. Excuses. You don't know. Last year, when Dad and I went to the airport to pick them up, I was just like you. Then he said, Zhang Ling doesn't like me because of her brother. Why are you? Wang Xining recalled. I ignored him. Do you know what he said? Yang Ping frowned and shook her head. Wang Xining looked like he had eaten shit. For the tribe. Wang Xining said helplessly, Sister Ziwei's boyfriend is very cheap. Don't think you can take advantage of him. He's thick-skinned. It's useless even if you do. Look at me. I've learned from my mistakes. I'm too lazy to argue with him. When I see him, I'll scold him and then ignore him. This makes me feel good. Do you know what Grandpa said about him when he talked to Mom in private? Wang Zining deliberately paused. Conceited. Grandpa said that he's more conceited than any young man he's ever seen. Any young man who knows his past is at most neither servile nor overbearing. But Grandpa saw that unreasonable conceit in his eyes. Of course, he was conceited. Other people's combo attacks could cause more than 100 damage, but a cheat's attack could cause 999 damage. Old Master Wang could see Qin Zai's conceited side in a short exchange. His eyesight was already very sharp. Wang Zining changed the topic and muttered, "So, you're still showing off in front of him. You're being looked down upon. It's so embarrassing." Yang Ping, the siblings turned the car around. It took a few minutes to drive from the entrance to the house. When they reached home, Wang Zijin, who was idle at home, sat in the living room and chatted with Old Master Wang. The whole family was basically there. The higher the position, the less time they had for holidays. In the entire Wang family, only the eldest son, Wang Qingfu, was working outside during the new year. Second Uncle Wang and the son-in-law of the Wang family were not there. Although they were not working, they could not stand being mocked by Old Master Wang in the living room. Indeed, they were useless. Second Uncle Wang was a middle-aged man, and the two son-in-law were slightly better, but their careers were difficult. In a big family like the Wang family, not being outstanding was the biggest failure. Now, they were relying on Old Master Wang. It was foreseeable that when Old Master Wang passed away, the Wang family's status would drop greatly. In fact, it was not just the Wang family. Many meritorious families were facing such an awkward situation. I've climbed too high, and there are few second-generation officials who can surpass me. Wang Qingfu was already considered an outstanding junior, and he could keep his position. But after Wang Qingfu, Old Master Wang's biggest regret was that his granddaughter was not a man, and her biggest regret was that she had no intention of pursuing an official career. Because of that young man in Shanghai, Wang Zijin gave up the idea of pursuing an official career in capital city. She wanted to marry into Shanghai City. Grandpa, your appetite is getting worse. Before I left last year, you could still eat some fruits, but now you don't even touch them, Wang Zijin said softly. She used a toothpick to poke a piece of cut apple and sent it to Old Master Wang's mouth. Old Master Wang shook his head. I'm old. My teeth are not good, and my appetite is even worse. I don't like to eat these hard things. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to pick a grape. Then have a grape. Old Master Wang smiled and took it. Thinking of the young man outside, his heart was gloomy. Ever since his granddaughter came back, she was spiritless. For the first few days, she locked herself in her room and only woke up at noon. However, she had no appetite and would be distracted while eating at the table. Every day, Old Master Wang's heart ached when he saw her forced smile and haggard appearance. Something must have happened to her when she suddenly came home. She would not say anything even if he asked her. Even if he asked, she would just shake her head and say, nothing. She did not even bother to respond to her aunt and uncle's questions. The group of friends in her circle often came to visit her. They all knew that she had fallen out of love, but they could not get anything out of her. Thus, they imagined a rumor of a rich girl eloping with a poor boy, and then being abandoned. This rumor spread widely in a few small circles. After a few days, her complexion became better and her complexion returned to normal. Everyone thought that she had struggled out of the twists and turns of her relationship. However, Old Master Wang knew that the spirit in his granddaughter's eyes had dissipated. She would be distracted while talking. It was not that she had broken free, but that she had hidden it in her heart. If Old Master Wang still had the bad temper he had 10 years ago, he would have sent someone to deal with that brat long ago, just like when he held a gun to Zhao Tieju's father's head. After almost a month, that brat finally came. As he was thinking, Wang Zining and Yang Ping entered the house. As soon as Wang Zining entered the house, he ran to Wang Zijin's side and said flatteringly, "Sister, I helped you drive him away." Wang Zijin's face was expressionless. Seeing this, Yang Ping immediately complained, "That brat was crazy. We asked him to leave, but he was not convinced." He said that I was a brat with no money and no power. How could I be qualified to talk to him? He asked the adults at home to talk to him. In the living room, the adults secretly frowned. Wang Zijin pretended not to hear. She lowered her head and helped her grandfather peel grapes. Old Master Wang squinted his eyes. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Yang Ping continued, he even asked me to give him a check. He said that he would not leave without a check. Mother Wang frowned, he wanted a check? Little Aunt Wang Lingyan scoffed. You're so short-sighted. Like I said, how can a lad with no roots and no background be worthy of Zijin? Can they be happy if they don't match? You will suffer if you don't listen to your elders. The last sentence was a complaint for Wang Zijin. Second Aunt Wang Linghua glared at her daughter, saying, don't talk nonsense. That brat doesn't look like such a person. Yang Ping's voice was full of fuss, I'm not talking nonsense. Mom, you don't understand. The last time he came, of course, he had to pretend to be a decent person. Now that he has fallen out with cousin, and cousin is ignoring him, he wants to get more benefits from the Wang family. This kind of person is not as good as brother Mingqing. After trampling on Qin Zhe, she praised Zhang Mingqing, brother Mingqing comes to visit sister Ziwei every day. He only came now. Maybe it's because he was bullied and finally remembered cousin. Oh right, Zining, you were there too. Wang Zining wanted to follow up on his cousin's words. Coincidentally, old Master Wang opened his eyes and looked at him. Hence, he shrunk his neck subconsciously and said in a low voice, you were the one who asked him to stand outside until tomorrow. Wang Zijin suddenly raised her head and stared at him. Being betrayed out of the blue, the elders looked over. Yang Ping said angrily, I just wanted to test him. Who knew that he was not sincere at all? Bam! A grape hit Yang Ping's face. It was Wang Zijin. She seemed to be still angry. She grabbed the bunch of grapes and threw them all at Yang Ping. Yang Ping was stunned and forgot to dodge. Wang Zijin stood up. The granddaughter of the Wang family, who had been depressed in front of the elders for a month, was finally like an enraged tigress. She said fiercely, if I see you playing tricks again, don't spend the new year in the Wang family this year. Is he short of money? He can kill you with a check. The living room suddenly quieted down. After a few seconds, Yang Ping, who had obviously rarely suffered such grievances, burst into tears. She shouted, why? This isn't just your home. The crying broke the silence. Wang Lingyan defended her niece. Zijin, can you act like a cousin? How can you talk like that? You're already an adult. Wang Zijin snorted and raised her hand. I'll hit you if you cry again. Yang Ping stopped crying and couldn't help but look at her mother. Second Aunt Wang Linghua had a weak personality and looked helpless. Look at her. Sister-in-law, you should teach her more. Wang Lingyan looked at Mother Wang. Zijin, you're too much. How can you say that? Second Aunt Wang scolded. I can't even control her, let alone teach her. She has never listened to me since she was young. Mother Wang also complained. When Wang Zijin was young, the relationship between the couple was not good. Mother Wang often went back to her mother's house. Wang Qingfu was busy with work and had no time to take care of his daughter. Of course, there was a nanny at home. However, it was too pitiful for a child to be with a nanny. So, Grandfather Wang brought Wang Zijin to the military compound. After a few years, the relationship between Wang Qingfu and his wife improved. When he brought his daughter back, she was no longer obedient and was not close to her parents. Are you blaming me for not teaching her well? Grandfather Wang glanced at his daughter and daughter-in-law. The latter too immediately kept quiet out of fear. Grandfather Wang frowned and said, you didn't study well, but you learned a lot of dirty tricks. How did your father teach you? Your father is useless, and so is your daughter. He didn't look at his granddaughter, but everyone knew what he meant. Yang Ping felt even more wronged. She didn't dare to talk back. Old Master Wang had accumulated a lot of power and influence. Not to mention her, even her father felt like he was treading on thin ice in front of this old father-in-law. In the Wang family, Wang Qingfu was the only one who could talk nicely with his father and talk back at him. Wang Lingyan felt wronged and said, "Dad, why are you so biased? Ping Ping is doing this for Zijin's sake. How can there be someone like you? Your whole family is useless, and only your eldest granddaughter is." Old man Wang snorted, "You're the most useless of all. I used to teach you guys that everything should be done in a straight line. Did you do it? Zijin is the only one in the family. Remember this. You've all wasted your generation on her. You're all good for nothings." Wang Zijin said, "Grandpa, I didn't drive in a straight line." Old Master Wang said that it was normal to take a turn occasionally. What else could he say? He could only remain silent. Old Master Wang had been biased towards Wang Zijin for more than 20 years. Everyone was used to it. No one mentioned Xianxia. Wang Zijin saw that the atmosphere wasn't good. She said, "Grandpa, let me help you back to your room." Old Master Wang had a personal assistant, but unlike those old leaders, he was only in his 70s. His body was strong and didn't have many problems. He didn't need a personal assistant to serve him 24/7. He gave the assistant a holiday during the New Year. When they went upstairs, Wang Zijin said softly, "Grandpa, I want to go to work." His body stiffened. This old man who had once commanded the world for decades had tears in his eyes. Wang Zijin nervously called out, "Grandpa." Old Master Wang waved his hand and exhaled. "I've been waiting for you to say this. Zijin, you've made me wait for so many years. But it's not too late, not too late. Your father is talented, but he's stubborn. He has obvious shortcomings and doesn't know how to compromise with others. As for your second uncle, he's a mediocre person. There's no need to talk about him. As for your two uncles, they're willing to study, but their talents are a bit lacking. In your generation, Zining's personality isn't suitable for politics, and Pingping's eyes are too shallow. Grandpa can only count on you." In the words of the old man, Wang Zijin was a good seedling for a political career. She had a smooth way of talking to people, but she also had a sense of righteousness. She did not lack in conspiracies and overt plots. Perhaps she was still a bit immature, but she would grow quickly after being thrown into politics for a couple of years. After he was done being happy, the old man said in a deep voice, "That Xianxia." Wang Zijin said, "Grandpa, you don't have to worry about this." "I don't care." Old Master Wang sighed. "I can't be bothered. Think about it yourself." Wang Zijin was silent. He was referring to her parents. Wang Qingfu used more than 10 years of Cold War and stubbornness to resist a second child to make a silent protest against his father. Old Master Wang often wondered if Wang Zijin's childhood would have been happier if he had agreed to the divorce back then and dissolved the marriage that had been arranged by her parents. The next day, Xianxia came again. He wore a coat, a mask, and a hat to ward off the cold. He was even warmer than the people in the capital. He was prepared for a long battle. First, he asked the guards to contact the Wang family. As expected, they didn't let him in. Then, he spent his time here, calling every hour. Later, the guards seemed to have been scolded and stopped helping him. In the evening, the sky turned dark and he left. His back was lonely. On the third day, he was squatting by the roadside smoking when a domineering Land Rover stopped beside him. Zhao Taizhu jumped down with a cigarette in his mouth and scolded everyone he saw. "Damn, little wolf dog, you really dare to come. Aren't you afraid I'll chop you up and bury you in the palace?" Xianxia glanced sideways. "Then I'll definitely be buried under the dragon throne." Zhao Taizhu scolded, spat out the cigarette, and kicked fiercely. Xianxia jumped to the side and dodged. He warned, "Zhao Taizhu, have you forgotten that I'm the successor of the Exploding Heavens faction? Have you forgotten my Kylan arm? If we really fight, you can't beat me. Son of AB*TCH. Zhao Taizhu thought about it and said angrily, "Don't fight back if you have the guts." "Okay, if hitting me can help you vent your anger, I'll admit defeat." Xianxia nodded. Zhao Taizhu pounced fiercely. "I'll F***king kill you." Bam, in the next second, he was kicked away by Xianxia. The man, who was more than 170 pounds, flew a few meters and lay on the ground moaning. Fortunately, Xianxia used his strength skillfully. Otherwise, he would have died. Damn you, little wolf dog, you really dared to hit me. Zhao Taizhu looked pained. I didn't hit you, I hit you with my foot, Xianxia said. If king. If I knew, I wouldn't have come to see you. Zhao Taizhu was unconvinced and scolded, do you know how many people want to hit you? In the past, all the boys from the military compound secretly liked Wang Zijin. Not only was a good cabbage taken by a pig like you, but she was also abandoned. Zhang Mingqing wants to kill you, do you know that? If you let me hit you a few times, I'll help you say a few words. Damn it, help me, it hurts. I've been here for 3 days and I haven't seen you come to see me. Xianxia walked over and reached out to help him. You're not a member of the Wang family. What right do you have to meddle? Don't get physical with me, idiot. Do you have a woman outside? Zhao Taizhu sat down against the Land Rover and took a puff of his cigarette. He grimaced and rubbed his belly. Xianxia also had a cigarette in his mouth and sat beside him. Don't try to trick me. First, prove that you're an ally. Zhao Taizhu wanted to slap him, but unfortunately, it was blocked. Did that poem of mine turn white? Xianxia was silent for a moment. How did you guess it? Nonsense, it's a trivial matter between a man and a woman. Either the woman cuckolded the man, or the man found a mistress outside. Zhao Taizhu sneered from his nostrils. I've been there before. Yeah, you also cuckolded your sister-in-law. Are you qualified to hit me? Xianxia rolled his eyes. I've changed now. I've already cut off contact with those flirtatious sluts. It's your kidney that's weak. King. Zhao Taizhu wanted to hit him again. Fortunately, the scar hadn't healed, so he didn't forget the pain. I guess it's not as simple as sleeping with a woman. It's just a big sword and a mistress. Zijin won't come back in a fit of anger. You've fallen in love. Xianxia was speechless. Zhao Taizhu spat. Scumbag. I admit that I'm a scumbag, but you're an old scumbag who's slept with more women than I've watched movies. What right do you have to criticize me? I regret it now. I should have stopped you in the beginning. Zhang Mingqing is better. Oh, Zhang Mingqing has never slept with a woman in his life. Right? It's different. Come on, he's in the same circle as you. You have a mistress and a mistress outside. How good can he be? Can you guarantee that he won't touch other women in the future? Zhao Taizhu had nothing to say this time. He added, that's why I agreed to you two being together. Feelings are between two people. Bah, scumbag. Seeing that Xianxia didn't speak, he stared and said, did you break it off? Xianxia nodded immediately. Yes, I'll only love Sister Ziwei in my life. He would confess to Wang Zijin about his sister, but only to Wang Zijin. No one, including Zhao Taizhu, could hear the truth. He couldn't possibly tell everyone, no, I'm still in love with another woman. This time, I just want to have a foot in 2 boats and bring Sister Zian back. Everyone here is a good person, please fulfill my small wish. Isn't he being too stubborn? Is he courting death? As if I'd believe you. Zhao Taizhu snorted and took a deep puff. Red light flashed and the cigarette was reduced by 1/3 at a speed visible to the naked eye. After exhaling a long puff of smoke, Zhao Taizhu raised his eyebrows at Xianxia as if he was showing off. Did you see that? Your brother used to be a soldier. My body is in good shape. My kidney doesn't exist. Xianxia looked down at the cigarette and took a puff too. But, a prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more precious than gold. When you're young, you can have fun. Now that you're old, you should take care of your family and your wife. You can't find another coquettish slut. Zhao Taizhu stared at him blankly. The cigarette in Xianxia's mouth was emptied in an instant. Zhao Taizhu was speechless. My kidney is just so. Xianxia pretended to be tough and asked curiously, since you don't believe me, why did you help me? Zhao Taizhu didn't answer. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, it's all for Zijin. Although this girl was smart when she was young, we called her sister because of our friendship when we were young. In fact, we all see her as a younger sister now. People are smart, but no matter how smart they are, they've never been in a relationship and lack experience. It's easy for them to make a wrong decision because of a momentary lapse in thought. That will be a knot in their heart for most of their lives. She still can't forget you. Although you're a scumbag. I think you're better than Wang Zijin by a little bit. That guy really likes Wang Zijin, but no matter how much he likes her, it's not pure. With Wang Zijin's family background and ability, she's most suitable to be the young mistress of the Zhang family. For a big family like ours, we have to consider a lot of things. It's hard to choose a marriage partner based on pure love. Sigh, why am I talking to a commoner like you about this? Zhao Tieju's tone was full of superiority when he said the last sentence. Qinzai's face twitched. I'm sorry. Forgive me, I'm just a commoner. Although there's nothing wrong with that, of course, you have to choose the most suitable partner. But do you know why I didn't oppose you too when I saw you in Shanghai? I don't know. Although you're a scumbag, can you not mention scumbags? Qinzai tried very hard to suppress the boiling primitive power. It's okay for others to say that I'm a scumbag, but what qualifications do you, an old driver, have to despise me with a superior attitude? Fine, I won't hit you in the face when I hit you, and I won't expose you when I'm scolding you. I'll leave you some face. Zhao Taiju said, it's because your love for Zijin isn't mixed with too many benefits. When she brought you to see me for the first time, I could tell that you were resistant in your heart. You even felt a little embarrassed, so you crushed the bone porcelain cup in front of me. Although it was a little childish, I quite admired it. You're very confident. You're confident that you don't need to rely on women to survive. Wang Zijin can't understand the confidence and resistance of this kind of man. I heard that the core technology of your new gaming device was stolen. Piracy is everywhere now. Everyone thinks that you came to Shanghai because you were bullied and came back to suck up to the Wang family. You don't think so? Qinzai looked at him curiously. In his heart, he thought, Brother Taiju is my soulmate? Of course not. You came to Beijing because I hinted to you. Otherwise, you'd still be hiding in Shanghai. Zhao Taiju patted him on the shoulder. I still admire you. You have a bright future. You're not like the wind rising, soaring up 90,000 miles into the sky. Don't think that I don't know the meaning of this sentence. I said it 800 years ago. Qinzai rolled his eyes and slapped his arm away. Then why don't you go to Sister Ziwei and plead for me? I won't. Isn't that asking for a scolding? Zhao Taiju refused. Then you'll bring me to the Wang family? Qinzai changed his words. I won't. Isn't that asking for a beating? Zhao Taiju still refused. Qinzai was stunned. Then why are you here? What's the use of being an ally? Zhao Taiju said, I'm here to watch the show. You, continue acting. This is the ultimate move of a scumbag husband. Qinzai, Zhao Taiju got up and patted his butt. I'll go in and play with Zijin first. You take your time. The winter in Beijing is pretty good, right? Qinzai chased after the Land Rover and knocked on the car window. Hey, you tricked me into coming here. Are you going to just stand by and watch? Zhao Taiju said, Bah, scumbag. I tricked you with my ability. Why should I take responsibility? The Land Rover drove away. Qinzai was stopped outside by the guards. F***CKU, Zhao Taiju. Not long after Zhao Taiju left, a car with a logo that Qinzai couldn't recognize slowly drove over. Through the front windshield, he saw the man sitting inside. Wang Qingfu, Wang Zijin's father and his future father-in-law. Qinzai subconsciously straightened his back. However, the car brushed past him without any hesitation. His future father-in-law didn't seem to have seen him. That's right, he was wearing a mask. On the other side, Zhao Taiju entered the Wang family's house without any hindrance. He parked the car in the Wang family's courtyard and went straight to the main hall. Old Master Wang was the old chief of Zhao Tieju's father. Zhao Taiju was Wang Zijin's lackey in elementary and middle school. He didn't even need the guards to tell him to come in. He came and went as he pleased. The Wang family gathered in the hall. The nanny was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Zhao Taizhu entered the hall and saw old Master Wang lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed. He immediately straightened his posture and behaved properly. He stepped into the living room and shouted, "Old Master." Old Master Wang opened his eyes and said with a pleasant expression, "Yes." Mother Wang smiled. "Zhao Biao, have you eaten?" Zhao Taizhu said calmly, "No, I'm here to scrounge for food." "Oh, right, Zijin, I bumped into Xianxia at the door. Hey, he was beaten up by me. He was crying and begging for mercy." Yang Ping's eyes lit up. She was very excited. "Well done." Wang Zining was also happy. "Brother Taizhu, you should have come earlier." The adults in the house shook their heads and laughed. Wang Zijin glanced at him. "Did you hit him too hard?" "Of course it's heavy." "I'm crying." Zhao Taizhu snorted. "I did it for you. If you're still angry, I'll beat him up again when we get out." Wang Zijin said, "Oh." She took out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and threw it to him. "Wipe it." "Okay." Zhao Taizhu took off his jacket and rolled up his inner shirt. His lower abdomen was bruised. He grimaced as he wiped it. "It really hurts. I almost lost my life." Yang Ping and Wang Zining were dumbfounded. Yang Ping's face fell. "Brother Taizhu, you can't beat him?" Zhao Taizhu shook his head. "I let him win. After all, it's not good to bully the weak." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. After applying the medicine, he sat beside Wang Zijin and gently elbowed Sister Ziwei's slender waist. The latter glared at him. "He's still outside. Tell me if he's dead or alive." Zhao Taizhu lowered his voice. "It's none of my business whether he's dead or alive." Wang Zijin kept a straight face. Well, it seemed that she was still angry. Zhao Taizhu observed 3 seconds of silence for Xianxia. He thought to himself, "Brother, you can continue to feel the cold wind outside. You can only sleep with a beauty if you suffer the most." So he changed the topic. "Let's climb the Great Wall after dinner. Zhang Mingqing and the others will come later." "Will this guy come again recently?" Wang Zijin shook her head. Zhao Taizhu snorted. "He's quite smart. He deliberately doesn't come." While they were talking, Wang Qingfu came back. He was not busy with work today, so he could squeeze time to go home for dinner. Wang Qingfu looked older than him. His sideburns were gray, and the Chuan character between his eyebrows was very deep. Even if he took good care of his body, it was difficult to hide the fatigue that accumulated over time. Except for those big shots who were fat because of their age, in fact, whether an official was good or bad could be seen from his appearance. It was not absolutely accurate, but it did make some sense. For example, if an official who had just reached middle age had a ruddy face and big ears, needless to say, he must be living a good life. And an official who worked hard could usually be seen from his appearance. Of course, it was also possible that he worked hard on a woman's belly. So, this saying was not accurate, but it made some sense. As long as I drive fast, Xianxia can't catch up with me. It was not time for dinner yet. Wang Qingfu nodded to the calls of several juniors. He said goodbye to his father and went straight upstairs. Less than 5 minutes after he left, Zhang Mingqing came. Zhang Mingqing was a year older than Wang Zijin and younger than Zhao Taizhu. He was an extremely handsome young man, and he exuded a cultured and elegant aura that was appreciated by the elders. "Io, Mingqing is here." Zhang Lingyan was full of smiles. "Brother Mingqing. Brother Mingqing." Everyone in the house was very happy. Compared to the pitiful person outside who was suffering from the cold wind, this was the son-in-law that the Wang family wanted. Zhang Mingqing knew how to make the elders happy. In fact, he did not come to the Wang family often, but every time he came, he would bring some gifts. He also had a sweet mouth and called them little aunt and second aunt. Grandfather Wang said that he was a smooth and slick person, and he thought highly of him. "Why are you only here now?" Zhang Lingyan whispered, "Don't come. Zijin has been stolen. Let's see if you regret it." Wang Zijin frowned. Zhang Mingqing said awkwardly, "Little aunt, don't joke around." At the dining table, old man Wang gave Zhao Mingqing and Zhao Taizhu a few pointers and gave them a test at the same time. Zhang Mingqing gave his opinion seriously, but Zhao Taizhu just mumbled and ignored him. He was a disappointment. The Wang family had the same opinion of him, but Wang Qingfu had a good opinion of Zhao Taizhu. He was rash, not careful enough, and had the same bad habits as his father. But strangely, those who could be friends with him were mostly sincere. For example, among Wang Zijin's friends, Zhao Taizhu was the only one who could get along well with Qin Zhe. In terms of benefits, Zhao Taizhu had made a fortune this year. And it was a fortune that did not have to worry about. Such a person might not be able to reach high in the future, but he would be able to walk steadily and comfortably. After the meal, they rested for a while. After contacting her friends, Wang Zijin went upstairs to change her clothes and left the Wang family with Zhang Mingqing and Zhao Taizhu. It was almost the new year, and this group of childhood friends wanted to get together before the new year to climb the Great Wall, enjoy the scenery, eat, and chat. They wanted to talk about the past. The gathering between adults had the dullness of time. If it were a few years ago, they might still get out of the car and drink until they were drunk in the KTV. They might also step on a few ignorant rich kids and make a scene. But now, most of them were in their 30s. Wang Zijin sat in Zhao Tiezhu's Land Rover, and Zhang Mingqing's car followed behind. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, they saw a few cars parked by the roadside. A group of childhood friends surrounded the poor guy who had been standing in the cold wind for 3 days. P.S. There's no air conditioner in the living room. It's so hot. I can only sit on the bed with my laptop and write. I'm getting old. My waist. Also, a word of advice, cherish your life and stay away from the World Cup. I have a ticket to the rooftop of the World Financial Building. If you want, contact me on QQ. We're all friends, so I won't charge you. You'll definitely go to heaven if you jump from the rooftop. So, what do you want? Qin Zhe looked at the rich second generations in front of him, dumbfounded. There were quite a lot of them, about a dozen of them, and the cars they drove were quite normal. If he didn't recognize a few familiar faces, who would have thought that this group of people was a group of rich second generations? He was walking on the side of the road when a few cars passed by. A woman in the car recognized him and called out to Qin Zhe. Then the car stopped, and a group of people rushed over and blocked him at the side of the road. No one paid attention to his question. A tall man said, Zhao Taizhu said that he stood in front of the Wang family's house and apologized. I didn't believe it, but it turned out to be true. He knew this man. When he came to the Wang family for the first time, he was brought by Wang Zijin to eat barbecue. He really couldn't remember his name. Originally, he said that he wanted to build up his network, but Haizhe Wang was enjoying himself in Shanghai and didn't have the ambition to expand into the Beijing market. Wang Zijin's circle of friends was wasted. She did write a memo and even had his name, but it was very disrespectful to look at his name on her phone. Hey, do you want to go in? A woman said, call me Grandaunt, and I'll take you in. Qin Zhe frowned. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with the woman's attitude. After all, from her point of view, it was very reasonable for her to help her best friend ridicule a scumbag. It was just that the word sister was a sensitive word to him. Sister equals F***ck translating the above words. This request is too much, isn't it? Then I choose not to go in. So Qin Zhe ignored her. Hey, I said that people in the entertainment industry are unreliable, but Zijin didn't believe me. TSK. I'm going to post on Weibo later and scold Qin Zhe, this scumbag, another woman said. That's too troublesome. Just beat him up, a man said. Can you beat him? Mingqing was beaten up by this guy last year. Hey, he dares to fight back? Just those few lousy companies, he can't operate them in minutes. Then let's bet on whether he dares to fight back, a girl said excitedly. Qin Zhe looked at her. She was Zhang Ling, Zhang Mingqing's sister. She was there too. Wang Zijin used to say that Zhang Mingqing's younger sister loved to play behind her older brother. She had a brother complex. For a brother complex, anyone who hindered his brother's marriage should be cut into pieces. Just like a certain brother complex, any woman who wanted to sleep with his brother should be hung up and burned. The former was an ordinary brother complex, while the latter was a brother complex maniac. Sister Ziwei's circle of friends was really scary. Although the brother-in-law of the Wang family was a weakling and couldn't fight on behalf of his mother's family, these second generations who came from the same courtyard perfectly took on the task of fighting. They didn't have any friendship with Xianxia. It was Wang Zijin who maintained the relationship between the two. When Xianxia became a scumbag, they would stand out to fight. Seeing that Xianxia didn't speak, Zhang Ling said, "See, he's here because of Sister Ziwei's family." When he had Sister Ziwei's support, he was so arrogant, but now he's a coward. "Oh, I remember the ending of Journey to the West," Zhang Ling said with a smile. "He's like a dog." Everyone laughed. In the car, Wang Zijin saw this scene and clenched her fists. This wasn't the Xianxia she knew. Although that young man was cowardly, he was only cowardly between them. He had more confidence than any other man. He was so confident that he didn't care about his peers. Most of the time, he was harmless and gentle. However, when he hid his good temper and showed his claws, he was invincible. Zhao Taizhu glanced at her and honked twice. When the people at the entrance looked over, he lowered the car window. "What are you all doing outside? Let's go exercise outdoors." When the crowd heard this, they were satisfied with their scolding. Now that the main character was here, they all got into the car. The Land Rover drove out of the neighborhood. Wang Zijin said, "Stop the car." Zhao Taizhu stepped on the brakes. Wang Zijin opened the car door and walked to Xianxia expressionlessly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't you have a temper?" Xianxia looked at her and said nothing. "Why did you come to Beijing? You can just send a text if you want to break up." Wang Zijin continued, "Then let's talk here. After that, scram back to Shanghai." Xianxia said softly, "Aren't they all your friends? They're doing this for your own good. If I get angry, it'll make things difficult for you." With that, Wang Zijin's body shook. She said fiercely, "Boring." She ran back to the car and slammed the door. "Hey, I just bought this car. Don't slam the door so hard." Zhao Taizhu drove the car and caught up with the group. He kept turning his head to look at Wang Zijin in the passenger seat. She leaned sideways and looked at the car window, wiping her tears quietly. "Sigh, actually, I'm so sad. I want to kill that little girl Zhang Ling. She's just stubborn and won't admit defeat." Zhao Taizhu muttered, "That kid must have done something terrible. If you want to cry, just cry. We've known each other for decades. How can I laugh at you?" Wang Zijin tried to hold it in. She couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. She grabbed the tissue box in the car and smashed it on Zhao Taizhu's head. You talk too much, ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't hit my head with the hard corner. Madam, the car is going to crash." Why are you hitting me?" "Go hit that kid." The Land Rover was driving unsteadily. "What the F***ck? If that kid doesn't give me more shares, I'll kill him. Even my wife doesn't hit me like this." The Great Wall of Beijing was also called the Badaling Great Wall. It was an important part of the Great Wall that stretched for thousands of miles. It was located in the outskirts of Yanqing district and was a little far. Most of the people who came here were tourists from other places. Few locals would come here unless they brought friends from other places or had organized activities. As the Spring Festival approached, the number of tourists dropped sharply. However, that was only relatively speaking. In the first-tier cities, many people would choose to travel abroad during the Spring Festival. Because the atmosphere of the Spring Festival was not strong in the big cities, it was not a bad choice to travel with the whole family during the Spring Festival. For people of status, mountaineering, fishing, and playing golf were much more meaningful than singing at the KTV. Wang Zijin was not in the mood. She walked with her head down and did not talk to her friends. The rich kids guessed that she was angry about what happened just now. They accompanied her carefully and did not mention Xianxia. Zhang Ling and Zhang Mingqing walked side by side, lagging behind the rest. She looked at Wang Zijin's back and said, "Brother, aren't you going to do something? Look at her. She's still thinking about that person." Zhang Mingqing followed her gaze and stared at Wang Zijin's beautiful back. He shook his head and said, "It's better not to do it. It's meaningless." Ling learn to be smarter. What you did is just reducing my points. Zhang Ling did not understand. If there's a rock next to your feet, you can just kick it away. Zhang Mingqing thought for a while and explained, the problem is not that there's a rock next to your feet. It's that we're standing on another path. If we want to take the same path, we can only move closer to it. Zhang Ling still did not understand. In her mind, if she had the ability and background, she should use it to get rid of all the people and things that were in her way. Zhang Mingqing could not explain these things to his inexperienced sister. He sighed and said, in the words of you youngsters, do you know how the warm guy got to the top? Zhang Ling said, the warm guy is the spare tire. Zhang Mingqing, I think there's a difference between the warm guy and the spare tire. Then tell me, how did the warm guy and the spare tire get to the top? Zhang Mingqing ignored the word spare tire and said, watch over it. So you're the spare tire. Ling with your attitude, I'm afraid your future relationship will not be smooth sailing. Zhang Mingqing said, compared to him, I've lost. It's not that I'm not good enough. It's just that love is something without logic. If I want to fight, I can't use my power to suppress others. Your sister Ziwei is not a beautiful girl from an ordinary family. I can just send someone to snatch her away. If I learn from you, I'll only increase her disgust and disgust. You have to be patient. That's the right way. Zhang Ling was worried. What if this path doesn't work out? Zhang Mingqing was suddenly poisoned by his sister. He took 2 deep breaths and said, it'll depend on fate. Although Zhang Ling was smart, Zhang Mingqing knew that she had little life experience and even less experience in relationships. Their relationship was just a relationship. Therefore, it was easy for them to fall in love and break up. At Zhang Mingqing's age, he could not escape the word marriage when he was in a relationship. Marriage and love were different. Indeed, one had to rely on scheming and trickery, but not dirty tricks. In this day and age, marriage was either for the sake of money or because both parties were truly in love with each other. Otherwise, one would find a suitable person to marry at the right age. He had never heard of anyone who relied on suppressing the man around the girl to form a marriage. This was not a F***king novel. If there was such a plot, the author would probably be a retard. There was another way. The girl's parents would oppose it. However, when he went to the Wang family today, he did not see any signs of old Master Wang or Father Wang preparing to do so. Zhang Mingqing's heart was heavy. Oh right, don't talk to your sister Ziwei for the next few days. If she looks for you, ignore her, Zhang Mingqing suddenly said. Huh? Why? Zhang Ling was confused. I'm afraid that she'll hit you. I'm in a dilemma. After climbing the Great Wall, they stood at a high point and looked down at the scenery. The group was panting. The women chatted while the men smoked. Although they were tired, they felt refreshed. They came all the way here for this kind of refreshment. One had to reach a certain age to understand how important and comfortable this feeling was. Do you remember the first time we climbed the Great Wall together? Someone said emotionally, we were in the 5th grade, right? It was organized by Sister Ziwei. There were about 20 people at that time. Now, many of them have gone their separate ways and are busy with trivial matters. They can't even gather for the new year. Back then, Zhao Taizhu was always the first to rush. Now, he can't. Look at how weak he is. Someone laughed. Bullsh***t, Zhao Taizhu said angrily, I can sleep with 10 girls in a night. Weak my ***s sleep with 10 girls in a night? A woman said angrily, I knew Zhao Taizhu was unreliable. That's why when you secretly pursued me back then, I refused. If I had agreed, there would be a Healumber grassland on my head now. Damn, Zhao Taizhu pursued you? How shameless. Back then, he said that he would only marry Sister Ziwei. Zhao Taizhu said awkwardly, don't mention what happened in junior high. In their group, it was hard to say who liked who and who confessed to who, but almost none of them succeeded. Some were forgotten by the wind with time, while others still felt regret or bitterness when they thought about it. Everyone looked at Wang Zijin and then at Zhang Mingqing. This pair was the most promising one, but it seemed that they could not bear fruit. Wang Zijin stood on the Great Wall and looked at the rolling mountains. The scenery was tranquil. Actually, even if Xianxia did not exist, she would not choose Zhang Mingqing. She did not know where her feelings came from. This was an unreasonable thing. The dinner was at a famous bamboo garden in the capital. The decoration style of the Jiangnan courtyard was very popular among the officials and nobles in the capital. The diners here were either rich or noble. With the high prices, even if ordinary people came in and took a look at the menu, they would leave quietly. As the Chinese New Year approached, the business at Bamboo Garden didn't slow down. Instead, it became even more popular. Those rich kids who were either working outside or were sent to other places to train had all returned to the capital to eat, drink, and play during the holidays. Wang Zijin's group came a little late. The reservation was cancelled because it was too late. When they arrived at Bamboo Garden, there were no more private rooms. The last private room had just been booked. It's all Zhao Tieju's fault. He insisted on playing cards. We're late. It's not a big deal. Let's go somewhere else. But I want to eat here. The small group chattered. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Mingqing was suddenly stopped by someone. Zhang Mingqing turned around and saw that the person who called him was his colleague from the same unit. He was also a rich second generation, and his name was Tang Wenbing. The two of them were usually very close. With Zhang Mingqing's smooth and slick personality, he could get close to anyone. Wenbing, what a coincidence. Zhang Mingqing smiled. You're here for dinner too? Which room is it? I'll come and find you later. Tang Wenbing also smiled. I was just about to leave. There are no more rooms. No more. Tang Wenbing thought for a while and said, why don't you join us? We'll have a private room. Is it convenient? Zhang Mingqing hesitated. Of course. As long as it's convenient for you, we're fine with it. Tang Wenbing looked at the rich kids who weren't in the same circle as him. They were all rich kids that he couldn't afford to offend. At least, he couldn't afford to offend them. Back then, old Master Wang was already a big shot. Those who could work with him were all people with real power and authority. After more than 10 years, they naturally climbed higher and went further. The private room was spacious enough to accommodate 2 tables. There was an ink painting screen between the 2 tables. There were orchids in the 4 corners of the room. On the east side was an antique shelf, and on the west side was a bookshelf. The windows were wooden windows like those in ancient times. This was originally a private room for large-scale gatherings. Today, it was booked by Huang Wei and the other rich kids. First-rate second generations were in politics, second-rate second generations were in business, and third-rate second generations were just eating and waiting for death. Among the 7 or 8 people present, there were people from both business and politics. They were all led by Huang Wei. Huang Wei was from the capital, but his father used to work in the Jiangnan area. As he slowly climbed up the ranks, he was transferred to the capital. When the imperial court changed, he became a member of the large team and was promoted as scheduled. It belonged to the new student faction. Relying on his father's influence, Huang Wei was like a fish in water in the business world. In Beijing, his status also rose. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, this saying was not wrong at all. When he was at his most arrogant, he once felt that those high and mighty second generations were nothing more than this. After a few years in the mall, he had become more mature and confident. He no longer showed his arrogance on his face. Mr. Huang, are you interested in starting a business? A second generation, who was sent to a small county in Shandong by his father, joked, as long as you come over to invest, I'll give you the green light. You take the money, and I'll take the credit. Huang Wei smiled, don't try to harm me. In your lousy place, you'll lose money if you start a real estate business. Those who start a business now either lose money or struggle to survive. Those who want to become bigger and stronger are too bloated. Only a fool would invest in you. The others laughed and jested. Because they were old friends, they did not hold back when they spoke. Just as they were talking, the door opened. Tang Wenbing, who said that he was going out for a smoke, came back with a group of people behind him. I brought a few friends over. Tang Wenbing explained the situation simply. Huang Wei and the others naturally did not have any objections. Some of them were even happy. The second generation of officials was also divided into different social circles. Without someone familiar to lead the way or without an official position, it would be hard for them to enter the higher social circles. They were already considered pretty good, but compared to Zhang Mingqing's group, they were still lacking. When Huang Wei saw Wang Zijin at first glance, he was stunned. He frowned at first, but then he smiled as usual. According to the news he heard, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe had broken up. A grassroots person who lost the support of the Wang family was not worth mentioning. Also, his previous thinking was wrong. Qin Zhe was not the Wang family's white glove. Even his relationship with Wang Zijin was not approved by the Wang family. If it was related to the Wang family's interests, he naturally would not touch Qin Zhe. Huang Wei believed that he was not the only one who noticed Qin Zhe. It was not because of his celebrity aura, but because of the amazing achievements he had made. In the past, he was doing well in the entertainment industry and the financial industry. Those who were jealous of him were not capable enough, and those who were capable enough felt that his scale was not enough. After all, although it was not bad to split Qin Zhe's businesses, it was not enough to tempt Huang Wei. What really tempted him was virtual reality technology. It was a good thing. Huang Wei felt that even if he was not tempted, others would be. It was just that he saw the benefits earlier. The future was not something that entertainment companies and private equity companies could compare to. Qin Zhe was more stubborn than he thought. He protected the food on his plate and did not allow anyone to have a share. Since he did not want to invest, he would take it himself. So far, it seemed that he was a person who harmed others without benefiting himself. Just like Qin Zhe said, as long as he held on for a while, the influence of piracy would decrease. He really had no choice. The times were changing and the laws were improving. It was not as easy to manipulate as before. However, as long as Qin Zhe continued to do it on a large scale, Huang Wei had many ways to stop him and force him to submit. The two tables were separated by a screen. Under Tang Wenbing's lead, the people around him went over to toast and chat. Wang Zijin's small team had people like Zhang Mingqing, who was smooth and slick. The other people's EQ was not low either. They quickly got along well. However, Huang Wei noticed a detail. The people who went over to toast were all his friends, but none of them seemed to come over. The difference in status was obvious. Huang Wei frowned. With his father's current power, he was not much worse than the second generation at the next table. However, he also knew that connections were more important than emotions, so he went over with a glass of wine. He chatted cheerfully with Zhang Mingqing and laughed heartily with Zhao Taizhu. Everyone gave him face. Holding the wine glass, he walked around in circles. When he reached Wang Zijin, Huang Wei smiled and said, "Sister Ziwei, I didn't have time to drink with you the last time we met in Shanghai. Come, fill the glass. Cheers." However, Wang Zijin ignored him. She did not give him face at all. Huang Wei's friends might not know, but Wang Zijin's childhood friends knew. Huang Wei did something in Shanghai because it was related to Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe was related to Wang Zijin. Her childhood friends all felt that Qin Zhe was tricked by Huang Wei, so he came to Beijing to suck up to the Wang family. He was a complete scumbag. Go away. Wang Zijin was expressionless, but her words were sharp. Huang Wei's smile disappeared. He looked at Wang Zijin and then at her childhood friends. He sneered, "You're looking down on me, aren't you? We are all second-generation heirs. My father's status is not lower than yours, or even higher. What gives you the confidence to talk to me like that?" Wang Zijin pretended that he didn't exist and continued to eat. The granddaughter of the Wang clan's first wife was more arrogant and haughty than anyone else. This was a side that Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao would never see. Huang Wei's face twitched. "I get it. You're doing this for Qin Zhe? TSK, didn't you two break up? Are you still in love with him? You should have said so earlier. If he was from the Wang family, I would have let him go. But he's not. Why do you have to do this? You were abandoned by him and ran back to the capital with your tail between your legs. I did it for you to vent your anger. I didn't even ask you to thank me." Smack. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him. The private room fell silent. Tang Wenbing, who was wondering if he should act as a mediator, was completely dumbfounded. The gazes of the 20 or so people all fell on Wang Zijin's face, as well as Huang Wei's gradually becoming ferocious. Huang Wei's face was twisted. "Try it again." Wang Zijin slapped him again. Smack. The feeling of being slapped was something he had never experienced before, let alone now. Huang Wei exploded. He waved his hand and swept the cups and chopsticks to the floor. "What the f***ck?" Before he could finish his sentence, the 14 people at the table stood up and stared coldly at Huang Wei. Zhao Taizhu and Zhang Mingqing grabbed their beer bottles. Huang Wei's face changed. He was in a dilemma. Wang Zijin looked at him and sneered. "So what? Do you want to fight with me or the Wang family? If you want to fight with me, sure. Why don't you try it now? I don't know if your friend dares to help you, but my friend can beat you to a pulp. Why don't you try to fight with the Wang family? See if your old man is willing to flip the table for you and the Wang family. In the next meeting, I might want to move my butt a little higher. Although my grandpa is retired, if he comes out and says a few words, do you think I'll be successful?" Zhao Taizhu grinned. "Count the Zhao family in. I'm the only child my old man has. Wow, the Huang family is so powerful. You scared me to death. Huang, isn't your uncle working for my grandpa? Take it easy. I haven't had fun in a long time. TSK, you've become arrogant after a few years." A group of people mocked and ridiculed. Huang Wei was speechless. The Huang family rose quickly, but its foundation was unstable. They had few allies and insufficient connections. This was the shortcoming of every rising family. On the other hand, the Wang family was an old family in Beijing. They were like the old banyan tree in the courtyard, deeply rooted. You would never know where their roots would spread to. Allies, in-laws, family friends, students. They had many branches and leaves. Not to mention a slap, even if they sent him to the hospital, the Huang family might not be willing to flip the table with the Wang family. Trash, no wonder you can only get some money through your family's connections. Now that you're rich, you think I'm second on the first day. You really don't know how to write the word death. Let's not talk about whether Xianxia is related to the Wang family. Even if he isn't, you'll be left far behind in 10 years. You won't even be able to see his back. Purple Crystal Technology is mine. I have shares in Dongfeng. Remember, if you dare to touch my things again, it won't be a slap next time." Xianxia sat on a small bench on the side of the road, looking at the dimly lit city, and burped comfortably. He had just invited the guards to a barbecue and drank a few bottles of cold beer. In fact, it was not hard to stay outside the community in the cold wind. Most of the time, he was arguing with the guards. He taught them how to trade stocks, manage money, and talked about the more private gossip and inside stories of the entertainment circle. After a few days, the old guard, who had been expressionless in front of him, could now say a few words and ask for some investment and financial advice. 2 of the guards had just bought Bao's investment fund. Wang Zijin may still be angry, or she would not ignore me. So, I may have been cheated by Zhao Taizhu. Starting a harem was like speculating in the stock market. He had to think of all sorts of ways to trap them. Suyu was the poorest, and all his funds were used to buy salted fish stocks. Salted fish stocks soared into Hei's king stocks. She was smiling, but salted fish stocks fell into scumbag stocks. Even if she cried and made a fuss, she did not have the courage and determination to cut her meat. Her sister was the second. Her income for more than 10 years was all used to buy her brother's stocks. She was the most firmly trapped. Sister Ziwei was the richest, and she also spent all her money to buy salted fish stocks. But she had a strong foundation and a wide range of connections. She could make money again if she lost money. Suyu did not know that the stocks he bought had plummeted. But with his sister's words, he was stable. If the 3 women collapsed at the same time, Xianxia would still choose to stabilize his sister first. The ancients said, when 3 people walk together, one of them will be wet. Choose the big one and abandon the small one. It was right to stabilize his sister first. I think of the time when I fought with Sister Ziwei. It was so cool. We beat the troublemakers and scolded whoever was not happy with us. We ruled the elementary school and junior high school in those days. When going out, Zhao Taizhu excitedly said, if it weren't for Zijin's eyes that stopped me, I would have beaten him. Of course, it was impossible to continue the meal. After leaving the harsh words, Wang Zijin left with her childhood friends. Huang Wei was filled with anger, but considering that he was outnumbered, he would probably have to stay in the hospital for the new year. His family background, which he had always been proud of, did not have any advantage in front of him, especially that woman. He could only watch them leave. It was still better in the past. If I could solve things with my fists, I would never talk nonsense. Now, I have to rely on my brain. It's more tiring. Wang Zijin said, Zhao Taizhu, remember to use your brain more. If you're always so reckless, you'll get beaten up by your father. She didn't say thank you to her childhood friends. She didn't need to thank them since they had played together since they were young. The reason why old man Wang chose Wang Zijin was not only because of her ability, but also because she had built her own team early on and built a good team. These were all connections that could support each other in the future. In order to ensure that Wang Zijin was always in the core position of the team, he advocated marriage with the Zhang family. Wang Zijin said goodbye to her friends. She didn't ask Zhao Taizhu to send her home. Instead, she asked Zhang Mingqing if he had time to send her home. She didn't drive and took Zhao Taizhu's car. Zhang Mingqing was stunned. He smiled and said, sure. Wang Zijin looked at Zhang Ling again. Zhang Mingqing hesitated for a moment and said, Ling you can take a taxi home first. Zhang Ling knew that she had angered Wang Zijin and didn't want to go with her. Zhang Ling obediently said, okay. On the way back, Wang Zijin smiled and said, Mingqing, you still don't have a girlfriend? No. Zhang Mingqing smiled and said, I plan to be single until I'm 30. Wang Zijin said, it's too late to have a girlfriend when you're 30. When you're 30 and Tiezhu's child is in primary school, you can start dating. Zhang Mingqing smiled and said, it depends on fate. Wang Zijin sighed and said, why do you have to do this? You're making me feel bad. Mingqing, there are so many good girls. Those who are prettier and more outstanding than me can be counted with both hands and feet. Why do you have to waste time on me? Is it worth it? Zhang Mingqing was silent for a moment and said, what about you? You've done so much for him. Is it worth it? You beat up Huang Wei. Although it won't cause the Huang and Wang families to become enemies, the two families will definitely have a grudge against each other. It's a big taboo in politics. Just for him? A person with no background could have a smooth career in the entertainment industry. Although he was talented, no one would believe that he didn't have anyone backing him up. The private equity companies in Shanghai kept trying to cross the line. How could it be possible without anyone backing him up? Qin Zhe and Qin Bao might not know about the things Wang Zijin did behind the scenes, but Zhang Mingqing could find out. Wang Zijin shook her head and said, our matters have nothing to do with him. I've always treated you as an older brother or a brother. I can be friends with you for life. However, I've never thought of having any feelings other than friendship. It's not your fault and it has nothing to do with him. Even if he didn't appear in my life, I wouldn't have chosen you. I'm sorry, Mingqing. I still like him the way he is. Zhang Mingqing tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, it's your business who you like. It's my business that I like you. You don't have to feel burdened by it. Wang Zijin rubbed her temples. She was tired and helpless. Compared to a man who pestered her, a man who was silently waiting for her was more difficult for a woman to handle. The premise was that the woman had a conscience. If it were another woman, with a handsome man like Zhang Mingqing waiting for her silently and willing to spend his time as a single dog, she would probably feel guilty and soften her heart. Then, she would take a step back and try to be a lover. Then, she would improve step by step. Forget it, forget it. Forget it. When he's old enough, even if he doesn't want to get married, the elders in his family will force him to. When the car passed by the entrance of the neighborhood, Wang Zijin looked out of the window but couldn't find Qin Zhe. It was 9 o'clock at night. On the surface, Wang Zijin didn't care about Qin Zhe. In fact, she was secretly paying attention to him. 2 days ago, he stayed until 10 at night before going home. Wang Zijin was a little disappointed that she didn't see Qin Zai's stone-like figure waiting for his wife. The Wang family was brightly lit. Second uncle, two uncles, and sister-in-law were playing mahjong in the living room. Mother Wang and her aunt, Yang Ping, were watching from the side. Father Wang was sitting on the sofa watching the news. The atmosphere was very lively. The New Year atmosphere in the capital wasn't that great either. However, the high-ranking officials and dignitaries could take advantage of the New Year to visit each other from the first day of the New Year until the end of the holiday. Therefore, the atmosphere of the New Year was heavier in the circle of high-ranking officials. Wang Zijin couldn't help but think of last year's New Year in Shanghai. It should have been boring without visiting relatives or going out to play, but she missed last year's New Year. "Dad, I have something to tell you," Wang Zijin said. Wang Qingfu's bespectacled gaze shifted away from the television. He stood up. "Good, I have something to tell you too." The living room of the Wang family's main building was a full 100 square meters. It was divided into a large living room and a small living room. The large living room was used for receiving guests, while the small living room was where the family usually chatted. The father and daughter came to the large living room. There was an antique shelf between them and the mahjong table. Wang Zijin made a cup of tea for her father and told him what happened during dinner. She said, "Dad, if he still doesn't know his place, I'm going to beat him up." "Are you okay?" Wang Qingfu shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm the daughter of the Wang family. I can't let anyone bully her." He smiled. "Otherwise, your grandpa will scold me to death." Wang Zijin smiled. "Dad, what do you think of Huang Wei?" Wang Qingfu smiled, seemingly disdainful of his evaluation. "I was just about to tell you about that kid," Wang Zijin immediately said. "There's nothing between us." Wang Qingfu took a sip of hot tea and said helplessly, "You're just like your grandpa with your unreasonable and stubborn habits." Wang Zijin didn't say anything. "Are you not going to go with him this time?" Wang Qingfu said, "Your grandpa told me yesterday that if you don't go back to Shanghai, he'll arrange a blind date for you and Zhang Mingqing." Wang Zijin's eyes widened. "Grandpa said that he won't force me." Wang Qingfu snorted. "You believe the words of a politician? The prosperity of the Wang family is more important than anything in your grandpa's eyes." "So what?" Wang Zijin pursed her lips. "As long as you don't force me, it's useless to force me. At worst, she wanted to say run away from home again, but when she thought of the time in Shanghai, she fell silent. Her eyes were full of loneliness. Wang Qingfu sensed his daughter's emotions and sighed. "It's rare to have a lover. If you want to go with him, you don't have to worry about the family." Wang Zijin was surprised. "Dad, you seem to admire him a lot." Wang Qingfu nodded. "Of course I admire him." Wang Zijin argued, "But Mingqing is more suitable to be the son-in-law of the Wang family." "Everyone thinks so. Even Grandpa thinks so." Knowing that his daughter was stubborn, Wang Qingfu didn't expose her. He pinched the lid of the teacup with his fingertips and tapped the teacup lightly. "To put it bluntly, your grandpa is good at writing and fighting, but he's not good at governing. The older generation won the world with guns, but they don't know how to govern." In those years, he had been feeling his way across the river. He had made many mistakes and taken many detours. Each generation is stronger than the last. Your grandpa thinks that a marriage alliance is the best choice, but I don't think so. When a businessman reaches a certain scale, he can also defeat the government with his business. Qin Zai has such potential. He may still be young and tender right now, but in another 20 or 30 years, can you guess how far he will go? In my opinion, the benefits he can bring to the Wang family won't be worse than the Zhang family. Wang Zijin said gloomily, "So Dad only chose Qin Zai from the perspective of a politician? The world is bustling for profit. If you don't change your mindset, you will suffer in the future." After reminding her, Wang Qingfu said, "I hate marriage alliances." Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, back then, did you cheat on my mom?" This was not a question, but an affirmative sentence. However, if her tone was too affirmative, it might touch her father's reverse scale. Wang Zijin thought that she was not young anymore. If she was still chased around the house by her father, it would be too embarrassing. Perhaps it was because of the past decades, but Wang Qingfu was no longer as wary as before. His eyes flashed, and he finally nodded. If Grandpa didn't object back then, would Dad have divorced my mom? Wang Zijin looked at her mother, who was sitting at the mahjong table. Your mom and I were arranged by our parents. Although free love was popular back then, our birth meant that we didn't have the freedom to love. Before we got married, your mom and I only met 3 times. Of course, we didn't have any feelings for each other. However, everyone around us was like that. We couldn't do anything about it. A year after you were born, I was transferred to the south to gain experience. There, I met a girl and found the woman I really wanted to marry. Wang Zijin knew about this long ago. Everyone in the family knew. This was a taboo in the Wang family. If anyone dared to mention it, Grandpa would fly into a rage. She must be a very beautiful auntie, Wang Zijin said sadly. No. Wang Qingfu shook his head. True love has nothing to do with beauty. She wasn't as beautiful as your mom. She didn't even graduate from primary school. The burden of life made her extremely tired. However, she had a pair of clear eyes. They were very bright and sincere. The first time I saw her, I was attracted to her eyes. During the process of interacting with her, I slowly understood what attracted me. It was unyielding, bravery, strength, and the determination to fight against fate despite being humble. That was what I longed for. Compared to her, even if I was born into a wealthy family and held a high position, I was still a small person mentally. I was deeply attracted to her and fell in love with her. I decided to divorce your mom after returning to Beijing. She was the woman I wanted to marry. But Grandpa didn't agree? Wang Zijin asked carefully. I had a huge argument with him. It was the first time in my life that I had argued with him. We slammed the table and argued. Wang Qingfu bitterly said, at that time I was training in the south, and I would be promoted when I came back. Of course, your grandfather wouldn't agree to my divorce. Having an affair in marriage and having an illegitimate child was enough to ruin my career and my life in that simple era. In the end, I didn't have the courage to fight against fate. I was a coward. Your mom was angry with me in the early years because of this. You had to live with Grandpa for so many years. Wang Zijin's face was full of resentment. A marriage is not a matter between 2 people. It's a matter between 2 families. There are too many interests involved. It's fine if both parties are in love with each other. But if there are no feelings, the future will only be painful because you can't even get a divorce. I support you and Qinzhe. It's not that he's better than Zhang Mingqing. If he's really that good, you wouldn't have returned home in a fit of anger. But since you chose him, you have a way out. Even if he were to let you down in the future, I won't have any qualms about teaching him a lesson. There's an illegitimate child. Wang Zijin was freaking shocked. She only knew that her dad fooled around with a woman outside in the early years. But she didn't know that the woman had given birth to a child for him. She only found out after living for 26 years that she had a younger brother or sister. So, Dad is a scumbag too. Wang Zijin thought about how her mom was cheated on for more than 20 years. Then, she thought about herself and felt a little sad. She regretted it the moment she said that. She looked at her father's expression carefully. But, her father didn't care and smiled. Wang Zijin probed, then, what about that auntie? And that child? Dad, you haven't contacted him for so many years? With that one sentence, Wang Qingfu, who was still calm just a moment ago, suddenly collapsed. Both father and daughter fell silent. Wang Zijin didn't dare to say anything. Her father's silence explained everything. She thought that she might have touched her father's real taboo. At this moment, Wang Zining turned off the annoying political news in the small living room and switched to the internet mode. He chose a song as the background music for the mahjong game. It was a song that Qin Baobao sang on the stage of Singer last year. Among her series of excellent songs, it wasn't outstanding. Until now, there weren't many people who listened to it. The title of the song was Miss Chu. In a place far away from the city in my fertile and smoky hometown there's a village called Beacon Tower. I once had a relationship with a girl named Chu. Wang Zining pretended to be worried and imitated the voice of a mature man. He howled, "Miss Chu, the wind in the village is filled with your fragrance. The lipstick kissed by the wind is too obvious." Wang Zijin looked at her father again and felt her scalp go numb. The past suddenly burst out like a flood. This man's eyes actually reddened and his lips trembled slightly. "Miss Chu, the tears of time have torn away my disguise. Do you remember how I was when I was young? Miss Chu, where are you now? Do you remember how I was when I was young? Do you remember how I was when I was young?" The past is the past. Her father's demeanor made Wang Zijin realize that no matter how serious a person was, there was still a soft spot in his heart. Over the years, the relationship between her parents had improved a lot. Wang Zijin even cursed silently, "Please don't give me another younger brother or sister when I'm already so old." After all, the second child policy has been introduced. At this moment, she realized that her mother might never be able to enter her father's heart. Their harmony was a kind of compromise with time. She didn't like Zhang Mingqing. Apart from the fact that she didn't love him, there was also her resistance to the marriage alliance. It was a psychological trauma from her parents. After a long, long time, Wang Qingfu slowly exhaled and returned to his usual strict manner. The past is the past. People can never change what has happened, but they can grasp the future. I just remembered something that I forgot to tell you. Wang Zijin looked at her father. "What is it?" "Wang Qingfu, when I came back at night, I saw that he was still outside the neighborhood, so I told him not to come back in the future." Wang Zijin looked at her father in a daze. Her heart suddenly turned cold. Wang Qingfu clicked his tongue. "It's bad for your father to be standing outside all the time. Yesterday, he was even mocked by others. He must have been scared by my words and left immediately." "Dad." Wang Zijin stood up and cried loudly, "How can you be like this?" Xianxia could ignore how the family mocked him, but if her father told him to leave and not to come back in the future, it was almost as if his attitude and position were clear. No wonder she didn't see Xianxia when she came back. Did he already go back? He had suffered so much today, and now he was stabbed in the back by her father. It wouldn't be strange if he went back to Shanghai disheartened. Then between the two of them, thinking of this, Wang Zijin suddenly exploded and rushed out of the door in a panic. She ran all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood, holding her knees and panting. She looked around, but naturally, she couldn't see Xianxia. She took out her phone and called him, but his phone was turned off. Wang Zijin's heart turned cold. There was only one possibility for his phone to be turned off. He was on a plane to Shanghai. He really left. He left Beijing and left her. "Don't go. Maybe I'll forgive you if you wait a few more days." In an instant, the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart exploded. Wang Zijin squatted at the entrance of the neighborhood, tears falling down her cheeks. "That. Do you need me to connect you to your family? Or is there anything I can help you with?" The middle-aged guard heard her crying and came over to ask. They were not security guards. They were guards. If they were in ancient times, they would be imperial bodyguards. The people in the community were all masters. If the master's family members were in trouble, the guards would go up and say, "Miss, what can I do for you?" Wang Zijin wiped her tears in a panic, sniffed, and said in a nasal voice, "When did Xianxia leave?" The guard thought for a moment. Around 6:30 in the afternoon. Wang Zijin did some calculations. If he had taken the fastest flight, he would have reached Shanghai by now. Because his phone ran out of battery, he went back to the hotel to charge it, the guard added. "What? What did you say?" Wang Zijin looked up and stared at him. The guard said, "Charging it. He kept telling us how to invest in the stock market. He showed us how to do it on his phone, but it ran out of battery." Wang Zijin almost cried tears of joy. She turned around and ran home. She drove out again and went to the hotel to look for Xianxia. Halfway through the car, she remembered that she did not know which hotel Xianxia was staying at. So she stopped the car by the roadside and called Zhao Taizhu. "You're asking about Xianxia's hotel?" Zhao Taizhu gossiped. "Hey, you're so easy to coax. Where's my Miss Zijin's pride? I'll come over and beat you up if you keep talking." Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. Tell me. Zhao Taizhu said, I guess he's at Yellow Gate Hotel. Guess? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. Yes, when I was chatting with him, he said that the girl at the front desk was very beautiful. She had big breasts and a perky butt. If it's near your house, the girl at the front desk is very beautiful and high-end. I think it's Yellow Gate Hotel. Go and look for it, Zhao Taizhu said. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She resisted the urge to take a taxi home and drove to Yellow Gate Hotel. Yellow Gate Hotel was a 5-star hotel. 5-star hotels were everywhere now, but their facilities were actually very low. The facilities, environment, decoration, and service of Yellow Gate Hotel were all worthy of being a 5-star hotel. Of course, for a rich girl like Wang Zijin who had to choose a 6-star hotel even if she wanted to get a room with Xianxia, a 5-star hotel was not considered high-end. It was just that there were no 5-star hotels in this area. Otherwise, Wang Zijin would have gone straight to the most expensive hotel to look for Xianxia. After hearing from the girl at the front desk that Xianxia had indeed not checked out, Wang Zijin was relieved. However, when she asked for the room number, the girl at the front desk did not tell her directly. Instead, she called Xianxia's room to report. After receiving a confirmation, the girl at the front desk smiled. He's in room 2013. Wang Zijin smiled and nodded. Thank you. She looked at the front desk carefully and went upstairs with relief. She was just SOSO. 7 points and no more. Such girls were everywhere in a certain black-hearted maggot's company. She waited until the elevator came down. Ding. The elevator door opened. Xianxia was standing in the elevator. Although he was wearing a mask, Wang Zijin could still feel that he was smiling at her. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Wang Zijin's eyes were slightly red, and there were signs that she was going to cry. Let's go upstairs first. Xianxia pulled her into the elevator. After swiping the card and entering the room, Wang Zijin gently broke away from Xianxia's hand. I thought you went back. Xianxia sighed. If you didn't come, I would have really gone back. Ever since the great Haizai king started his career, he had never been treated like this. Why are you leaving? Wang Zijin's eyes were red. You've wronged me so much. Do you still have a reason? What's wrong with being wronged? If you dare to leave, I'll fly to Shanghai and beat you to death. Sister Ziwei was still so pretentious. Xianxia sighed in his heart and said, then why are you here again? Wang Zijin sniffled and forced herself not to cry. What should I do? I still can't forget you. I pretend that I don't care about you, but every morning when I wake up, I can't help but wonder if you're still out there. Seeing them bully you like this, I feel so sad. But I don't want to forgive you. I don't want to accept such outrageous things, but I can't do anything about it. I just can't bear to part with you. I'm so angry, so angry. Probably because she was really angry, as she spoke, her tears fell again. Hit me if you're angry. You can control the rest of my life to your heart's content. Xianxia wiped the tears on her face. But don't leave, okay? Wang Zijin cried for a long time before she calmed down a little. She glared at Xianxia. I came to see you, but you're not surprised at all. Do you think you've got me? I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. Xianxia said, but I'm Haizai king after all. Haizai king is a big shot who doesn't show his emotions. The familiar style made Wang Zijin smile through her tears. Actually, I wanted to come a long time ago, but I didn't dare to. I was afraid that you would still be angry, afraid that you wouldn't forgive me, afraid that I would come with hope but return with disappointment. Xianxia whispered sweet nothings and sold out his teammates at the same time. It was Zhao Taizhu who gave me a hint. That's why I came. Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows when she heard that. Zhao Taizhu? Yeah, he posted that poem on his moments and specifically at me, Xianxia said. He said that you've been thinking about me, and you look haggard. When I heard that, my heart ached so much that I came over the next day. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. But without him, I wouldn't be able to hold you here. Zijin, come back to Shanghai with me. Let's get married, Xianxia said. If he had to choose one of the three to get married, he could only choose Wang Zijin. It was impossible between him and his sister, and the Wang family wouldn't allow Wang Zijin to be a woman without status. Wang Zijin shook her head. I won't go back to Shanghai. I've already promised Grandpa that I'll stay in Beijing. I'm sorry, I won't go back to Shanghai anymore. Xianxia frowned. What about my parents? What kind of wife doesn't go home? I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, my sister. Don't say it. Wang Zijin pressed her slender finger against his lips. Her expression was complicated. There's no sister, there's never been a sister. I don't want to go back to Shanghai. I want to stay in Beijing. Aze, please, don't say it. Xianxia looked at her. Once again, he understood that Sister Ziwei and his sister couldn't go back to the past. Just as his sister didn't want that wolf to step into the house, Wang Zijin didn't want to talk about her best friend. Her best friend was deeply in love with her younger brother, and their love that wasn't recognized by the world. Since she couldn't let it go, she could only choose to ignore it. In a situation where they had never contacted each other and planned to never talk to each other again, they tacitly chose the same way to compromise their relationship. Aze, Wang Zijin said softly. Do you remember what you said to me the day I agreed to be your girlfriend? Xianxia recalled carefully. For the rest of my life, please take care of me? Yes. She smiled. For the rest of my life, please take care of me. Wang Zijin didn't go home that night. December 30th, New Year's Eve. Xianxia rushed back to Shanghai before New Year's Eve. Wang Zijin refused to go back to Shanghai with him. Of course, she would not come back with him for the New Year. He promised his sister that he would go home for the New Year. Wang Zijin also did not want him to stay at the Wang's house for the New Year. The Wangs did not like him. Wang Zijin did not want him to stay there and be bullied. Wang Zijin estimated that he would have to travel between Shanghai and Beijing in the future. She did not make an appointment with him to go to Beijing. Xianxia's roots were all in Shanghai. His sister and Suyu were also in Shanghai. He could not stay in Beijing with Wang Zijin. It was inevitable that they would be a long-distance couple in the future. Fortunately, it was only a 2.5-hour flight from Shanghai to Beijing. He went empty-handed. When he came back, he carried a suitcase. He went home first. His sister saw him come back alone and was secretly relieved. She did not mention anything about Beijing or her best friend who she never wanted to see again. It was as if her brother really went out for a trip. When he came back, he belonged to her again. While the old man was in the study and their mother was in the living room, the sister and brother kissed in the room. Why don't you wear a skirt? It's hard for me to open the car door like this. Xianxia held his sister's slender waist with one hand and moved the other hand around her round and firm buttocks. His sister was wearing a white knitted sweater today with a pair of slim pencil pants. This kind of pants especially showed off her legs. It was straight and long. He wanted to measure her legs. Also, it could very well outline the perfect shape of her buttocks. A woman with a flat buttocks was not suitable to wear slim pencil pants. Qin Baobao pushed him away. Don't, I'm not feeling well. Xianxia said nervously, you have a cold? Come, let me take your pulse. He pretended to hold his sister's wrist and thought for a moment, well, it's a little cold. But it's okay. I'll give you an injection. In fact, he could not feel any illness. Chinese medicine relied on pulse to make a rough assessment of the patient's blood vessels. Basically, it was impossible to make a correct diagnosis by pulse alone. Heh. Qin Baobao laughed disdainfully. That's all you have in your head. The two of them had been separated for a week. They should have been in love with each other and driven crazily under the eyes of their parents. However, Qin Baobao was really not feeling well. Although Xianxia could not feel her pulse, he could tell from her expression. It's just that my head is a little dizzy and I'm very tired. I keep wanting to sleep. Qin Baobao frowned and looked at her brother with a pitiful expression. Maybe I didn't rest well. Then you sleep. Xianxia hugged her to the bed. I'll stay by your side. Qin Baobao took off her pencil pants. Her two long legs were white and tender, slender and sexy. Her white skin was lined with blue lace. She noticed Xianxia's hot gaze and retracted into the quilt before his claws reached out. She said angrily, "I'm really going to sleep. I can't drive when I get in bed. It's not safe." The act of driving in bed was tantamount to circling the traffic police at 200 yards per hour. Her mother and the old man were traffic police. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it was dark early. In Nan Manpei's villa, Suyu lazily curled up in the single sofa. The air conditioner in the room delivered warm air. Her black hair was scattered over her shoulders. Her delicate face was full of tiredness and drowsiness. Nan Manpei came in from the outside, frowned and turned on the humidifier in the corner. She had a little rhinitis. If she turned on the air conditioner in winter without a humidifier, her nose would be very uncomfortable. "Don't sleep. Come down and help me chop the dumpling fillings," Nan Manpei said. "I'm tired. I don't want to go." Suyu didn't open her eyes and said in a lazy tone, "Let Dong Lai and Ziki help you." "They won't." "You say it as if I will." Nan Manpei was not angry. He poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. "He hasn't come back yet? Don't care about him." Suyu's tone was bitter. "I know it's not that simple. Bah, old Wan next door. I'm afraid he's in the capital now," Nan Manpei said sourly. Suyu sighed faintly. When he thought of Xianxia, he was angry. That guy was probably afraid that she would be angry and obstructed, so he quietly ran to the capital. He texted her when the plane landed. He must have gone to admit his mistake. Was he going to get back together? Suyu was so angry that she rolled 360 degrees on the bed and screamed. Imperial concubine Su was only one step away from ascending to the throne of the Empress and becoming the mother of the world. Who would have thought that the abolished Empress of the Wan family would have a momentary recovery before her death and make a comeback? "If old Wan doesn't die, will I always be a concubine? I really want to throw 100 reams at her and smash her to death." Because of Xianxia, she quarreled with her parents several times. It could be said that she had broken up with them. She couldn't go to the Su family and her grandmother's house. She didn't want to go either. It was New Year's Eve. She could only spend New Year's Eve with Sister Man. Fortunately, Sister Man was a single dog. She could spend New Year's Eve on her own and didn't have to look at the male host's face. "You don't chop the dumpling fillings, right?" Nan Manpei squinted. "I can also choose to take Dong Lai and Ziki to the Li family for New Year. Grandma misses them very much." Suyu became nervous and said with a bitter face, "Sister Man, we're all single dogs. Shouldn't single dogs warm each other and lick each other's fur? You can't do such a thing." "Single dogs," Nan Manpei's eyes twitched. "You're a mistress. Even I feel sad for you." Nan Manpei sighed. Suyu's face darkened. Suyu's phone rang. She picked up the phone, and then her face turned cloudy and sunny. In an instant, she became bright and beautiful and ran out of the door happily. Nan Manpei followed her downstairs and heard the sound of Suyu's long legs stepping on the stairs. When she reached the living room, as she expected, the man was back. Her spineless best friend threw herself into the man's arms and giggled. "What are you doing at my house?" Nan Manpei said angrily. "Taking my wife home for New Year's." Xianxia said, "How can I spend New Year's at my friend's house?" "Where's your real girlfriend?" Nan Manpei asked. "In the capital. She didn't come back." "Oh, a rich young lady. You can't invite her." Xianxia didn't explain. He stroked Suyu's hair. "Let's go home. My dad misses you." "Can I?" "Of course," Xianxia said softly. "We'll spend New Year's Eve together every year, unless I go to the capital." "The capital? Wang Zijin, she." Suyu paused and understood. She didn't mention it anymore. Her eyes raised a bright smile, and she changed her words, "Let's go." "Hey." Nan Manpei stopped her. "Before you go, help me cook." Suyu turned her head and said unhappily, "We're not here for New Year's. You cook yourself. We're going back to eat." Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows. "I'll slap you to death, you little b*tch." Suyu shrank her head. Help her cook, help her cook." Look at her pitiful face. Xianxia thought it would take at most half an hour to cook a meal, so he agreed. Nan Manpei went into the kitchen to help him, chopping the dumpling fillings. There's quite a lot of variety. Xianxia looked at the dumpling fillings and clicked his tongue twice. There were chives, beef, egg yolks, cabbage and pork fillings, and even donkey meat, but the amount was small. You're in charge of chopping the meat and leaving the seasoning to me. Do you know how to make dumplings? What can't I know? I've been cooking for more than 10 years. Nan Manpei was full of confidence. In the end, the dumplings were not beautiful at all. They were forced together and looked more like glutinous rice balls. Anyway, it's fine as long as it's edible, right? I'm a pragmatist. Nan Manpei quibbled. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Xianxia nodded. You're older than me. You're right. He also made a table of rich home-cooked dishes for her. Pei Nanman smelled the aroma of the dishes and reflected, is my culinary skills really bad? Xianxia said perfunctorily, you're great. Come on. Nan Manpei rolled her eyes, Ziki and Donglai don't like to eat my dishes, but they don't dare to say it. So you often criticizes me. Xianxia said in surprise, did you take the wrong medicine? You actually admitted it? Nan Manpei immediately raised her eyebrows, grabbed the ladle, and pretended to hit it. Then she sighed helplessly and put it down, is the Wang family settled? Kind of. When are you going to hold the banquet? Xianxia was silent for a few seconds, we're getting the marriage certificate, but not the banquet. Will the Wang family agree? I don't care if they agree or not. When Sister Ziwei is pregnant, they have to admit it. Nan Manpei smiled, in the future, Wang Qingfu will make things difficult for you. If you want to be able to speak loudly, don't rely on them. In the future, you can ask the Wang family for help for small things, but don't rely on them for big things, understand? She said softly, the Wang family is rich and powerful, but they always have their shortcomings. As long as your business grows bigger and bigger, they will ask you for help. Remember, you can cooperate, but you can't rely on them. This is Sister Manman's experience. Xianxia nodded, I will learn more from Sister Manman in the future. The relationship between Nan Manpei and the Li family was worthy of his reference. After all, the Li family is not as good as the Wang family. You still need to find your way. Sister Man will give you some advice. Don't touch the gray industry chain. In the future, don't just think about making money. Work hard to improve your influence. It's the influence of a businessman, not a star. Make more people unable to leave you, unable to leave your things. Virtual reality technology was a very good way to become a leader in this industry and create more jobs. In the future, you can try to do more businesses. Don't be afraid of being bloated. Bloated has its benefits. When you kidnap the government one day, people who want you dead will be afraid of your death, and you will be safe. It's best to expand your influence abroad and build yourself into a national pride company. Only then can you really rest easy. It's not safe to just struggle in the country. If you can do this, you will be able to defeat the government with business. Xianxia was deep in thought. Sometimes I envy Suyu. Although men are not very reliable, they are not bad. When it's time to be doted on, Anyway, she thinks it's good. She talks about defeating Wang Zijin, but in fact, it's just that. You can also find a reliable man. There are a lot of men chasing you outside. Xianxia winked, have you met a man who makes your heart beat? Yes. Nan Manpei said lightly. Really? Xianxia was shocked. Nan Manpei looked at him mischievously, do you feel unbalanced and uncomfortable? Xianxia shook his head, I'm just curious. What kind of man can make you fall in love with him? Nan Manpei knocked him on the head with a chestnut, murderously, old man? Xianxia grinned. Nan Manpei suddenly understood, and his eyes flashed, of course it's a very outstanding man. He is smart and wise. When you first met him, he was not eye-catching, but he grew at an extremely fast speed from a small sapling to a towering tree. Sometimes, he is like an immature child. His words, actions, and feelings are so immature that it's annoying. But this is not enough to cover his brilliance. Wherever he stands, there will be cheers for him. You will find that in front of him, other men are mediocre and boring. There is such a man in the world? Xianxia scratched his head and said carefully, Sister Man, it can't be me, right? No. Nan Manpei said. Then I'm relieved. Nan Manpei smiled, get lost. Okay. After moving south for nearly 10 years, she had seen all kinds of people and seen all kinds of things. She wasn't the kind of woman who couldn't live without love. However, it was rare for her to fall in love with a man. Nan Manpei stood by the sink, feeling lost. Ahem. Xianxia, who had just gone out, came back. He thought for a while and said, I just want to say a few words on behalf of that man. Nan Manpei bit his lip and looked back. He just feels that he's too young and doesn't have the right. In the eyes of outsiders, he might think that the sapling has grown into a towering tree, but he knows that he's far from tall enough. At least in terms of love, he can't be considered a towering tree. He has 3 vines wrapped around his body, and he has to fight every day. Otherwise, they might beat him. So, he actually hopes that someone can suppress the 3 vines. Right now, there's 1 vine that can do it, but the sapling feels that it's not tall enough. If there's 1 vine, when it feels that it's strong enough, I think it'll want that vine to attach itself to it. He went out of the living room and called Li Donglai to the courtyard. The master and disciple sat down and smoked. You'll be interning in a year. Are you interested in interning at my company? Xianxia blew out smoke rings. Even if you want to be a celebrity, I can make you famous. Li Donglai scratched his head. He had the same behavior as Xianxia when they were in the kitchen. He said, Auntie won't allow it. I've already joined the party this year. After I graduate, I'm preparing to take the civil service exam. I'll follow the path my dad arranged. If it was in the past, I would definitely follow you. Who would have thought that the poor student back then would be a top student now? Xianxia thought for a while. He guessed that it would be good to let him follow the path the Li family arranged. If he followed him, it would limit his growth. It would be better to let him try out in the system. He might be a good card in the future. Thinking back to the little brat who looked at people with the corner of his eyes, he suddenly felt like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Oh right, how's Qing Yuan? I heard from Ziki that she's hanging in all over her head again? Xianxia probed. Li Donglai's face was full of mockery. Her grades are better than mine now. No, I'm not on the same level as her. I don't know if she can get into Cambridge or Massachusetts, but I think it won't be a problem for her to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. The key is that her family supports her. She has money and power, and her grades are good. I think she's quite stable. Xianxia rubbed his forehead. She won't really be admitted to a famous foreign university, will she? Li Donglai chuckled and said, Don't worry. Even if she asks you for a promise, it will be a few years later. Who knows, she might grow into a mature lady with long legs and a perky butt. American food is high in calories, so there's hope. Xianxia chuckled. Interesting. Bah, scum. Peiziki happened to walk over. Hearing this conversation, her almond-shaped eyes immediately widened. Let's go. Xianxia was too lazy to bicker with her. He waved his hand and called Suyu over. Holding her hand, they walked away. After they left, Li Donglai sighed. Okay. Chen Qingyuan is working so hard, but she still can't settle down. You should keep your feelings of love in your heart for the rest of your life. Peiziki's eyes turned red. It's none of your business. During the Chinese New Year, Xianxia and his sister accompanied their parents to visit relatives. After his cousin went through the crisis of his girlfriend's pregnancy, he was finally willing to calm down and study hard. He was no longer only thinking about games and women. After all, people had to grow up. On the road of growth, they suffered losses and fell. Naturally, they began to become sensible. His uncle's family spent the Chinese New Year in the hospital. His grandmother was 76 years old this year. The hard work in the first half of her life and the fear in the second half of her life had drained her bones. Fortunately, Su Guang turned over a new leaf and changed his ways. This allowed her to be happy in her old age. During the Chinese New Year worship, Su Guang knelt in front of his grandfather's grave and cried loudly. Suyu was 18 years old after the Chinese New Year. She was young and beautiful. After playing that damn game, Qinzhe didn't know how to face her. While his family was in the ward, Qinzhe went to the toilet. His cousin with a soft voice chased after him and called in a soft voice, "Cousin." Qinzhe stopped and turned around. "I want to follow you during the winter vacation." Suyu's expression was shy and timid. "Follow me for what?" Qinzhe was confused. "I want to follow you to gain experience." Suyu bit her lip and frowned carefully. "Can I?" "Why don't you follow your cousin?" "No." She refused too decisively. She added, "I don't want to work in an entertainment company." "Then, give it a try." Anyway, he was going to merge several companies this year. When the time came, he would arrange an office assistant or something for her. Otherwise, his sister or Suyu would have to find another assistant for him. His cousin's beauty was more pleasing to the eye. Speaking of Suyu, Qinzhe began to have a headache again. After the first month of this year, Suyu, who had resigned as the general manager of Baoza Investment, took office again. She moved out of the fancy apartment and lived in Tangchen First Pin, not far from Royal View Grand Court. Qinzhe found a nanny to take care of her. In the luxurious and spacious living room, Nan Manpei glanced at her sluggish best friend and snorted. "Useless thing, after a few days of quarreling, you've been coaxed again?" After New Year's Eve, Qinzhe and Suyu laid their cards on the table and bluntly told each other about their relationship. Suyu's expression at that time was like this, then this, finally, this. She waved her hand and slapped him twice, saying that they broke up, then she ran home crying. Of course, the first thing she did when she got home was to cry her heart out. Then, she called Pei Nan Man. "Big sister man, I broke up with you. I feel terrible. Please come quickly. I really can't live anymore. If you don't come, I'll be dead." Nan Manpei heard it and knew in his heart, and drove over without saying a word. Suyu shrank in the kitchen crying with snot and tears, with a kitchen knife at her feet. Nan Manpei still remembered Suyu's tearful expression, saying that this time they really broke up, that it was impossible, and that from then on, she and Qinzhe would cut off all ties, and never contact each other again, as if this period of time was f***ed by a dog. Nan Manpei advised, "Think about it, don't be impulsive." Suyu cried and said, "There's nothing to think about, I'll find an honest man and marry him later, that's all." Nan Manpei, who knew that this day would come, didn't panic at all, and complained in his heart that the honest man didn't eat your rice, don't harm others. He said, "Give him some more time, see what he says." Suyu said, "What's there to say, I was blind to like him, I won't forgive him even if I die, bah, disgusting." "Didn't you say at that time, even if you die, you won't forgive him again?" Nan Manpei lamented her misfortune and hated her for not fighting for it. "You should hold on for a few more days, I'll cheer for you." "Oh, you fake best friend, if you knew about it, you would have hidden it from me for so long." Suyu glared at her, stroked her belly with both hands, and her eyes were full of tenderness. "But there's no way, I can't let my future children have no father. You said that I'm finally pregnant, and the little bastard is obviously on his father's side. Otherwise, Qinzhe would kneel in front of me, and I wouldn't forgive him." "Oh, it's fragrant." Nan Manpei disdainfully curled her lips. She was a little jealous. Suyu was pregnant. She was pregnant for almost a month. When her period didn't come, she asked Qinzhe if she was pregnant. There were a lot of similar speculations, so Qinzhe insisted that she was not pregnant. It was one of the 3 major illusions in life. Suyu thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. She didn't believe that she was pregnant. If she hadn't cried so miserably that day and fainted, Nan Manpei would have sent her to the hospital and found out that she was pregnant. Nan Manpei was not surprised by this outcome. Her silly best friend couldn't escape from Qinzhe's palm, and now she was pregnant with a child. The child just gave her a way out. After she was angry and complained, the little bastard came to admit his mistake and coaxed her. It would be strange if she was willing to let go. "I told you, I'm the biggest winner." Suyu patted her flat belly. "You're not the only one who's pregnant," Nan Manpei warned. If Suyu's pregnancy was a matter of course, then Qin Baobao's pregnancy was purely an accident, or it was poisoned by Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao, who was a first-time wife, had no concept of contraception and didn't think so much. As a result, she was pregnant. Fortunately, Suyu had one in her belly. Otherwise, she would vomit 3 liters of blood like Shoyu, shouting that she had given birth to a baby, and then die of depression. His old Qin's family has already exploded, hee. Suyu gloated and hummed to express her disdain for Qin Baobao. She's just a sister who can't see the light. What's there to worry about? Wang Zijin is not in Shanghai, so I can go to the Qin's family openly. Anyway, uncle and auntie know that the baby in my belly belongs to their family, so they will treasure me. In the future, I'll go to Qin Baobao with a big belly every day and piss her off. If she dares to touch me, uncle will beat her to death. And I'm pregnant earlier than her, so my baby is bigger than hers. After the baby is born, I'll encourage my baby to bully her baby every day. Nan Manpei imagined Qin Zhe's future life and slowly shuddered. It's as if you've seen the light. Nan Manpei warned her best friend not to be too arrogant. There's still a real one in Beijing. It's just a marriage certificate. There's no banquet. Sue. You rolled her eyes. Who cares about her certificate? In the future, Ace will still be in Shanghai most of the time. I'll treat her as if she doesn't exist. By the way, when my belly is big in the future, it won't be easy for me to work. Sister Manpei, please help me with the formation of Baoza Group. Anyway, you have shares. Suyu said. Don't even think about it. What do I want? Nan Manpei muttered. Ah? Suyu was stunned. He said that one of the few vice-chairman positions in Baoza Group was specially prepared for you. He also said that he needed you to help him suppress the rascals. Nan Manpei panicked for no reason. A strange feeling of joy and panic arose in her heart. She knew who Qin Zhe was talking about. She also remembered what Qin Zhe said in the kitchen that day. They haven't come back from Japan yet? Nan Manpei's eyes flickered. She found an excuse to change the topic. Suyu said they used the excuse of finding an agent to take refuge. Otherwise, Qin Baobao would be beaten to death by her father. For the strict Qin family, it was intolerable for a daughter to be pregnant before marriage. After Qin Baobao was pregnant, the Qin family was in an uproar. Old Master Qin and Qin Ma were very excited. They were not excited because of happiness, but because of explosive excitement. The most unbearable thing for the two elders was that Qin Baobao refused to say who the child was. When asked, she cried and said that it was a scumbag, a scumbag. But she refused to say who it was. Their daughter was like this. As parents, no matter how much they hated her, they could not bear to continue to blame her. Then Qin Zhe suffered a calamity. The old man took out the big leather belt on his waist and turned to interrogate him. The siblings had been in Japan for almost half a month and had not returned. Su Town, cemetery. The siblings, who had sneaked back to China, each held a bouquet of chrysanthemums and stood in front of Su Ru's grave. Aunt Su, I brought her to see you again. It's different this time. It's not my sister this time. It's my daughter-in-law. She's pregnant with my child. I don't blame you for giving me to my mother to raise. In fact, I should be grateful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met her, known her, and fallen in love with her. Fate is unpredictable, but it doesn't owe anything. Su Yao is doing well now. As you expected, he changed his fate. He is no longer tortured by poverty and no longer works hard for his life. He's still looking for that man, but how can he find him? He can't even remember what that man looks like, let alone who he is and where he is. It's because he still has an obsession in his heart. I've never thought of looking for him. So what if I find him? It's meaningless. He's not my father, and you're not my mother, right, Aunt Su? But my child should be able to call you Grandma. Qin Baobao stood aside and watched him carefully clean up the weeds and leaves beside the grave. Her eyes were gentle. Gently placing the flowers in front of the grave, she waved her hand and let Qin Zhe hug her. She leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Aze, sing me another song." Xianxia looked into the distance, looking at the pale white sky and the dark green tea forest. The wind and rain become flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The dream talk in your palm when you were young. Are you still holding it tightly? We agreed not to separate. We'll always be together even if we're enemies with time, even if we're separated from the whole world. End of book. End of chapter 725. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.